so and use our promo code crack20 when you sign up. Not only will you get a $20 discount, you'll get a free 14-day pro trial. Again, a huge shout out to our friends at Swing Vision for their support of our efforts here at Cracked Racquets. To learn more, just click on the link in this podcast description with all the.
I considered moving them down, but when you really look at it, I mean, the fact that South Carolina is sitting there at 11 and Virginia's at 12, I don't know. And I agree with the Texas A&M point as well. I mean, I think Texas A&M should be seated a little bit higher, when we're looking at it. But hey, what do I know? Overall, besides Virginia being there at number 12, I mean, I'm okay with the seedings here. I mean, obviously, I don't want to dwell on the Florida TCU thing too long. We've already talked about that. I have TCU ahead of Florida as well, based on that head-to-head win. I would have liked to have seen that flipped around, but it's not, so that's okay. Everything else, we'll see how it shakes out. I'm just ready to rock and roll here, get it started.
Yeah, and of course, the three of us are perhaps inherently more intrigued by the seeding than 90% of college tennis fans, although I actually think that number might be a little bit high. It might actually be like, I do think a lot of fans, particularly fans of your school, if you're a Virginia fan, you're like, really? We have to play the Horned Frogs again first? If you're a Wake Forest or Georgia fan, you're like, really? Didn't we just see this match? The biggest issue to me, and I know I can hear Cody and Caroline, my lovely friends at the ITA in the background, yelling at me for saying this, but it's just like, where's the clarity? It's just like, why is the policy different from the men's indoors to the women's indoors? And why isn't it just clear cut? Hey, just so everyone knows, this is the seating and this is how it works. And they would argue it is clear cut. The coaches know. It's a coaching committee that decides these things. College tennis fans don't know. Like, we're the ones who are now telling you, hey, college tennis fans, this is how it works. And I just don't think that's fair. Like, it just adds a degree of stink, I would say, into this entire seeding conversation. It's why we have to talk about it after every one of these events, right? At the start, is it's just like, well, how did we come up with this, Chris? And I guess my final thoughts there would be, right, that was half the issue here, is finding out precisely what the category was to determine these seeds.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, it's a coaches committee. There are 12 coaches that are regional chairs that end up on that committee in both the women's and the men's side. They are completely independent committees that decide the rules that will be, used at each of the events for the indoors. So when people get mad, right? And I had tweeted this out, don't get mad at the ITA for the seedings per se, because the seedings are directly fall on the coaches. The 12 coaches on that committee voted for the seedings, and they are the ones solely responsible for the seedings. If you want to take exception with the fact that it's done differently, the seeding for indoors is done differently between men's and women's. Okay, then I'm okay if you want to make the argument that you think the ITA should somehow step in and govern that they should be the same. I don't really care here nor there whether they're the same or not. I just like looking at the seedings themselves. And for that, it's not the ITA, it's the coaches on the committee that voted them there. And that's who you got to look at.
Fair. And again, there's not that much data to go off of here. We're 1 month into the season. That said, it does feel like there's a tweak here or a tweak there that perhaps makes a more equitable draw for everyone moving forward. But of course, that said, ultimately, you're going to have to win 4 extremely tough matches in order to be named national indoor champion. And what do the first of those matches look like? That's the question we want to answer here on today's show. So what we're going to be doing to break down day one, again, of the national indoor event is we are going to go through all 8 round of 16 matches. We're going to do that chronologically. So we'll start with the 9 a.m.s, work our way all the way through to the 6:30s. Again, Manny going to be making the case for our favorited team. Chris going to make the case for the underdog as well. We'll end with predictions from everyone here on this pod. With that said, let's get into it. Let's talk day one of the ITA National Indoor Championships. And let's start with that aforementioned TCU Virginia matchup. Boy, is that a fun way to get our action started? Of course, TCU Virginia should be a really exciting match. It's going to be here at the Nordstrom Tennis Center. Boy, am I excited to see that one first thing in the morning, 9 a.m. Pacific time, noon Eastern time. Again, this is a rematch of a matchup we literally saw last weekend. Virginia traveling down to Fort Worth, and ultimately it was TCU earning another 4-1 victory at home. The Horned Frogs taking the doubles point wins from Famba, Fernley at the 1 spot. Jong maxed it at number 2. They also get victories from Famba, Vives, and Fernley to earn the 4-1 win. Now, if you are a Virginia fan, certainly you look at Iñaki Montes, Juan Carlos Aguilar, that match all squared up in a third set when things end. You look at Louis Max. You look at, Gianni Ross and or Sander John or Jeffrey von der Schulenberg. There we go. Number 4 singles. It was coming eventually, folks. I promise. Who earned another victory at 4 singles. And you feel like that number 4 spot, whomever it may be, you feel pretty good about if you were the University of Virginia. On the flip side, obviously, TCU just won this match. You know this opponent. You have just beaten this opponent. Certainly, you can take some confidence, some solace in that fact entering the match. Maddie, let's start with you, and let's start with the TCU Horned Frog. So again, number 5 seeds here at the National Indoors. You look for them 8-1 overall in the season. Only lost 4-3 thriller to Tennessee. They beat Ole Miss 4-3. They've beaten Mississippi State 6-1. Cruised through their National Indoor kickoff weekend. You tell me, what does a TCU win look like? Why are they the favorites here?
Yeah, I like TCU in this matchup, guys. I really do. And we just spent a whole segment talking about Virginia being underseeded. But look, this is the draw, and the Frogs are going to have confidence because they just beat this team. I mean, less than a week ago. So it's a quick turnaround here. I think the difference, Gruskin, why TCU, why I like them here as more of the favorite would be doubles. I do think, based on what I've seen recently, Virginia's doubles has been a little bit suspect. And if I'm not mistaken, the master lineup that I saw, we've got some funky pairings that Coach Pedroso is going to throw out there. So I don't really know. I mean, he's got to change it up, right? Because they've been losing some doubles points to these top teams. But I don't know. I really think the difference here will be doubles. When I look for TCU, Famba against Iñaki Montes at 1, that's a different matchup, right? We've got some different lineups here than what we saw last weekend. Indoors, Big Famba, I mean, I like him there at that position. That's a number 1 spot that I would probably favor TCU. You go down the line, I think line 4, Pedro Vives against Barbotzer, that's the way that it's listed here. I think Pedro, I mean, again, Bar is not the same player that we're accustomed to. I don't think we're going to see some extraordinarily level out of Barbotzer this season. I like Pedro Vives, I think, in that matchup at number 4. And then, even number 5 and 6, Jake Fernley against Ryan Getz. I think these are some favorable matchups. Now, of course, Virginia's got a couple as well, right? And I'll let Chris make the case for the guys that he thinks can win for UVA. But I'm looking at this going, this is probably a 4-3 match, split the singles 3-3. What's the difference? I say doubles. I'm much more confident in TCU's doubles right now. So I think they have a good chance to win this dual match, but I think it could be close.
It's a very good argument. And, again, I want to get to my thoughts. Why does that doubles lineup look like it does? I have a theory. I would also say I know a college tennis scholar who was just across the board mocked by his 2 cohorts when he suggested Barbotzer might play the year at 4 or 5 singles, just endlessly, rigorously mocked by his 2 co-hosts. And to that, I'm imagining that person right now is thinking, to the 2 of you as well. No, you talk about the TCU lineup, and we are fortunate enough to have the lineup submitted in front of us. Right now, Luke Famba, who's 6-2 at the number 1 spot entering this event, he's at number 1. Aguilar, the transfer over from Texas A&M, 4-2 at 2. Third set with Montez when things ended, he's at that number 2 spot. Now, interestingly, in their matchup last weekend, Pedro Vives played 3. Sander Jong played 4. They've switched that. Jong up to 3. Vives at 4. Jacob Fernley, who's been so good, 8-2 overall in the year. I believe 2-0 at the number 5 spot. He's up to 5. Maxted 6. as opposed to Jirasek, and then they have stayed consistent with those doubles pairings. Fernley, Famba, Jong, Maxted, Aguilar, Rule listed at 3 behind Jirasek, Vives behind them. Would not shock me at all to see Vives slide into that Rule spot and have him play at number 3. I mean, look, TCU is really good, and they've gotten it done across the board in a couple of areas. Famba, his serve indoors, these conditions, you just like him at that number 1 spot. Of course, Aguilar's seen everyone that there is to see in his college tennis career, and him at 2, you just feel like at a minimum, TCU is going to split those top 2 spots. And then, again, Fernley's been a rock. You feel like you're going to get 1 from Jong and Vives. This team has a broad pathway to 4 points, to your point, Maddie, but most importantly, they beat Tennessee in doubles. They beat Virginia in doubles. They have had success in the doubles point against just about everyone they played. Couldn't agree with you more in emphasizing that. On the flip side, and don't worry, I'm going to let you, Chris, talk about TCU as well at the end as we get to the prediction, but let's flip gears here. You're coming off of a 4-1 loss. We know how damn hard it is to beat a team twice at this level consecutively in Division I men's college tennis, in particular, to do it less than 7 days later, slightly adjusted roster. Make the case for the Who's, who, of course, have traditionally had so much success and actually won their very first national indoor title as a program here in Nordstrom back in 2008.
Yeah, look, I mean, I'm going to start with everybody knows I love TCU. I'm a big Roditi fan. I like that every year I seem to be high on them. That being said, the screwing Virginia got in a 12 seed, I have to root for them. I mean, come on. I mean, I don't know that it's going to happen, but you know, I'm all in on this match. I at least want to see a good close match, which I think we're going to get. And look, here's the case. Coach Pedroso does the right thing. He swaps Montez and Rodesh. You get Famba at 1 against Montez. What's the last thing you want to see when you're a big hitting guy indoors at 1 is a guy that gets every one of your balls back and makes you play long rallies. That is not the matchup. I mean, if Famba can hit the winners, great. But if he can't put them away, it's a long day on that court. And that's not the match he wants to see. He'd rather bang it out with Rodesh, I'm sure. Then we move Rodesh down to 2. Rodesh gets Aguilar. I'll go advantage Rodesh with the big hitter there. If Virginia can manage to pull both of those off, I'm with you guys. I don't know how they beat him at doubles, but it's possible, right? Doubles is doubles. Anybody can win. But let's just say they don't win doubles and they have to win 4 singles. I think that path is 1 and 2. I think 5's a goner. We saw Getz and Fernley. Fernley took that one pretty handily. That's probably advantage TCU there. We get the same matchups, but in different positions at 3 and 4. Bots or Vives, Jong, von der Schulenberg. They split last time. Let's say they split again. Fine, we're 3-all, but last time Gianni Ross didn't play. This time Gianni Ross is in the lineup. Will I take my chances with Gianni Ross at 6 and the match on the line? Sure, I will. Absolutely. So, I mean, that's the case. I think for them is figure out if you don't get doubles, and that's an if, right? But I'm saying even concede doubles. You take 1, 2.
Welcome in, everyone, to the Nordstrom Tennis Center in beautiful Seattle, Washington, home of the 2022 Division I Men's ITA National Indoor Championships. Alex Gruskin, joined by the legend, the coach, Mark Bay, here as we take in this weekend's action. We'll have coverage from first ball to last year on our Cracked Racquets YouTube channel. And, of course, should be a fantastic weekend of play as 16 of the top men's college tennis teams in the country compete for the right to be named national indoor champion. Of course, as we look at this day, Mark, round of 16 action, 8 matches across our 2 sites. For now, we're going to be focusing on the action here at Nordstrom. And when we look at this opening match here, Mark, TCU versus Virginia, a rematch of last week. 2, I would say, blue bloods of men's college tennis over the past decade. We've got a fun one on our hands.
Absolutely, Alex. Looking forward to it. Coach Pedroso and Coach Roditi prepare these players well. Even though they played recently, there's some newness to the match. Probably half the singles matches will be fresh. Half will be, I think, replays from last week where TCU was 2-1 in those matchups. The doubles point will probably be key. But the speed of the surface here is a little slower than at TCU. TCU is a quick place. So Virginia feels more comfortable on the surface. TCU has the win from last time. Both teams have something to prove a little bit with an edge coming in. So I feel like this is going to be a great one.
No, it should be a really fun match. I will say it's equally purple in here, right? And so TCU probably comfortable with these Washington colors. Nevertheless, you guys don't want to see our faces. You want to see the action on hand, and we have our doubles play already underway. Let's get there now. And we start out on court number 1, and you mentioned the rematch again between these two teams. They faced off February 13th. It is February 18th, less than 1 week ago. As such, not a shock to learn we've got some rematches on our hands, and those rematches start here at the number 1 doubles spot. Luke Famba of TCU paired with Jake Fernley. See them returning on the far side of your screen, taking on the duo of Chris Rodesh and Bart Botzer of Virginia. You look at the last time these two played, Famba, Fernley, 6-4 decision in their matchup in Fort Worth. What are the keys here on this one, Mark?
Famba serves big. They do a great job of covering. I think that Virginia is going to probably play both back a little bit to try to neutralize them sometimes. But the early signaling is always interesting to me because that's indicative of what the coaches feel may be successful with when they work. So to watch how these players and the teams execute their early serve plus coverage patterns, I think is always telling.
Absolutely. You see there, serving marker incorrect on the scoreboard. Chris Rodesh, big serve to Luke Famba backhand. He holds 4-1 love on court number 1. Let's go to court number 2 now. Again, introduce all of our actors here in our morning doubles point. We start with this number 2 doubles position now. Sander Jong, Louis Maxted, number 20 in the last iteration of the ITA doubles rankings, taking on the Virginia pairing of Iñaki Montez, Jeffrey von der Schulenberg. Now, this is a new pairing for Virginia here this season, a lineup switch from Coach Pedroso before the start of action. Of course, those who watched last season's college tennis action from Virginia know that this duo, Montez, von der Schulenberg, the sophomores, partnered together last season, had a ton of success. I'll say this, Coach, not that shocked to see Coach Pedroso pull this lineup change today.
No, early in the season, they're still getting a feel for what's great, who works well in the early matches, result-wise and chemistry-wise and side-wise. There's still some experimentation, so I'm not surprised from a coach standpoint. And then ultimately, each team is going to try to figure out, once the draw comes out, how best to give themselves a chance with the actual teams that they have to face.
Mm-hmm. And TCU took the doubles point when these two teams faced off last weekend. Right now, deuce point coming up here on the serve of Sander Jong. It's a nice point there from the Virginia duo. And the speed of von der Schulenberg and Montez, one thing I think is a standout. The other, the energy they play with, Coach. Those guys active.
And I think that this early morning match is going to be key for all of the teams to just get active, be physical, be bouncing, start communicating, just get the engine going, because doubles is quick and fast. And without that energy, sometimes things can
be a little tricky, right?
Well, you could drop serve because you're not really ready to go.
Sure, absolutely.
These teams warm up for an hour before they come out here, no doubt. But still, once the actual competition begins, it's a little different.
Yeah, and I can tell you, I was in the gym this morning at our hotel. I want to say 6:30, and yes, that's a humble brag to all of you viewing today. But who was joining me? The entire TCU team getting on the treadmill, stretching out, getting warmed up even before they came here to the Nordstrom Tennis Center. Meanwhile, we now introduce the action on court number 3, near side of your screen. Again, changing the Virginia doubles lineup. Ryan Getz, Will Woodall, Getz serving on the near side of your screen, taking on TCU duo, Carlos Aguilar, Tim Rule. It's an all-transfer duo for the Horned Frogs here at the number 3 spot, Mark.
Yeah, I like start right here with the I formation and the both back. This is a common scenario you see in an indoor environment. Chip. target.
Good serve into the body there.
The tough thing with Rule is that he's still not 100% ready to go, and he's not going to take the singles court. He played high for this team. He's made contributions high in the lineup. So a guy like that that's not even in the singles lineup shows how deep TCU is, and hopefully he can make a contribution by giving them a point here, much needed at this doubles position. Back over court number 1.
Again, serving marker incorrect here. This is Botzer serving on the far side of your screen. Botzer, of course, the transfer over from Wake Forest, was a part of that national championship winning 2018 team.
Great tee serve, and not a full poach there. I call that more of a lean or a pinch. You're looking to receive the ball. Whenever there's a quality tee serving in the backhand on the due side, the up guy should be looking to touch the ball. Touches are critical. And there it is again.
It's a good hold from Botzer there on 1, so 2-1 right now. Let's go over to court number 2, excuse me, which is, of course, court number 3 here in the Nordstrom Tennis Center, where right now, lineup switch paying off for Coach Pedroso. Mark Montez, Van der Schulenberg, 2-love lead early here, now 15-30 as well in the service game of freshman Louis Maxted.
Yeah, it was a great break there. They had a lot of energy. They ripped a couple quality ground strokes and got a volley miss long to get the break in the first game.
Settles on him there. Good cut though, 15-30, right?
You definitely want to do a good job of measuring the quality of the server versus where you need to stand, because you have a responsibility to get the ball away from a net guy. So the balls are not just in singles where you could float a ball, chip a ball. Doubles, you have to have enough quality on that return. And so he's almost out of our picture here. So let's see how he moves up on the return. See, that's a good job. He was out of the picture, but by the time he was getting ready to strike that, he was almost inside the baseline.
Montez pinches forward. They have caused the double there. You see the energy again. These sophomores, Van der Schulenberg, Montez, part of a new wave of Virginia men's tennis, of course. Have to go back over a decade now when this Virginia men's tennis team announced its presence at the top of men's college tennis, winning the 2008 National Indoors here in Seattle. Of course, that was the first national indoor title, and first national title for the program.
That surely wasn't the last. They went on quite a run. Amazing effort, lots of great programs. Coach Scott Brown was part of that.
As was Coach Pedroso, of course. A deuce point coming up. They go back to Van der Schulenberg. him at the net. So the 3-love break, and you hear the Wahoo roar. They're up big here at the number 2 double spot. Let's flash back over now to court number 1. We did have a TCU break of serve mark on court 3. Aguilar Rule now 3-1 up on Woodall and Getz, but here on number 1. On serve 2-1, you can ignore that serve marker. Jake Fernley serving on the far side of your screen here, 30-all. Sails long on road dash.
By and large, indoors, you need to be careful about how much court space you're giving up as you're producing doubles ground strokes. It's a volleyball mindset in this doubles. You're trying to hit a shot to set your partner at the net up, and the more you back up, the less effectiveness the shot's going to have.
Nice serve down the tee from Fernley. So TCU holds for 2-all here on 1. Let's go over to court number 3 now. Aguilar Rule on some really good momentum. And of course, you have Juan Carlos Aguilar, former junior slam champion in doubles. I feel like if you can get him the 5th year at that number 3 double spot mark, it feels like highway robbery.
It does, but you're trying to get 3 quality teams, and often you may spread the peanut butter all the way across the bread and have some quality even at the 3 position. It's not always that the very 2 best doubles players play 1 and then so on and so on. And then we'll be looking at the 5th and 6th best doubles players. At 3, coaches have to do some different things, personality, chemistry, etc., to give themselves the best chance to win 2 out of 3.
Now look easy there. So 40 love, 4 game points coming up. 2 quick things for all of you tuning in. A, if this is your first college tennis match, welcome to the stream. We're in the midst of the doubles point, which you got to do. Whichever team wins 2 out of these 3 double sets will take a 1-0 lead into our 6 singles flight. Secondly, I know some of you tuning into our Redzone coverage looking for coverage of Stanford versus South Carolina happening right now. See a nice serve from Aguilar there down the tee, and with that we'll go to 1. Unfortunately, right now, no cameras at the Seattle Tennis Club. They're working on getting those up. As soon as they are, we'll expand our Redzone coverage to 2 sites. But for now, we're locked in on the action happening here at Nordstrom. And right now, it's Chris Rodesh with 4 game points here for the Hoos. Oh, excuse me. Again, scoreboard here slightly off. 40-15, not 40 love. There we go.
Big time serve. When your second serve has so much heat that it's hard for the other side to place the return, and they're shanking that way, it shows you what she's.
And you know what? Excuse me, it was love 40, not 40 love. So it was love 40. So that's 2 break points fought off here by the Hoos. 2 big Rodesh serves.
But he's playing Russian roulette with the second serves every single time. There's a little bit of a mini momentum shift that happens every time there's a first serve fall. And I love the move by the net guy. There's a lot of just activity. The moment the serve hits, there's a bit of a visual distraction for the returner. And as you start losing game points, you're thinking, I just need to get this in. I just need to get this in. But you're still distracted by the net player trying to come across. So this is a big no ad point.
Big serve from Chris Rodesh. Hoos hold for 3-2. Fight off 4 break points to do so. So we've got lopsided matches right now. Let's go over to court number 3. Ryan Getz will Woodall of Virginia, looking to keep it a 1 break deficit. They lead 40 love here. Does look like right now with the 4 love lead for the Hoos on 2. That's going to come down to that number 1 spot mark.
It does happen often, Alex. I watch a lot of college tennis, maybe not as much recently as you've watched, but I feel just over continued years, there's often this break that happens on a couple courts, and then one just becomes the decider. It's either that or a race to the finish, and then there's a whole bunch of courts that are all sort of on pins and needles, all finishing sort of within minutes of each other.
It's Tim Rule serving for TCU on the far side of your screen.
And it's interesting where Aguilar is out, because he's sort of in a semi-ice, not playing middle.
Nice hands there from Tim Rule.
It was a great read too. The return was well placed down the line.
If we can, for the first time here in our men's broadcast, let's go split screen right now. I want to go split on courts 2 and 3 as Virginia 2 points away from a 5-love lead there on court number 2 as these two sets kind of run away here.
When you're down 5-0, all you can do at this point is play 1 point at a time, block out the scoreboard, and do the best at extending it, trying not to lose quickly, because there's a ripple effect to your teammates when you take a loss quickly in a college match, whether it be singles or doubles. That's really good tennis.
Montez van der Schulenberg have come to play. They take a 5-love lead there on court number 2. We'll go full now on court 3. 30-15 here for Tim Rule.
Perfect example there on that game point of why you want to take a ground stroke and power it through the middle whenever you can. It creates an opportunity ball for an angle on the next shot. Outstanding. Just not enough quality coming off the return. Aguilar's been able to get a touch almost all the time, and that's always your goal. You want a participation-driven model in doubles versus spectator, or the ball's going by you and then there's ground strokes and rallies. As a serving team, the longer the ground stroke rally goes, the more you possibly have potential of losing it.
Don't mean to be rude here. Let's go to 1 right away. Got a deuce point coming up. I apologize, but this is the swing match we're watching right now. And of course, it's worth mentioning, Fernley Famba just had a love 40 lead on the service game of Chris Rodesh. Rodesh fights off those break points. Some big serving.
Nice execution on the overhead, taking his time, getting in good position, reading the defense, and then getting it done. Always key when you're playing together to make sure that the serve and the first shot are congruent. The players are so sophisticated now, Alex, at calling, and they're very good at calling the coverages on first and second serves.
Absolutely. So 3-all here on 1. We're going to lock in here on 1. If we get a set point on 3, TCU did hold 5-2 on 2. If we get set points there, we'll go back. But this is our swing doubles match here right now. For whatever it's worth, for those of you following along at home, South Carolina right now, 5-2 lead. Looks like they're about to take the number 2 double spot over Stanford. That match still too close to call. In fact, South Carolina does take a 6-2 number 2 double spot. So they've got one to the good there in Seattle. Again, as soon as those cameras are live, we'll expand our red zone coverage for both sites. Right now, we're locked in here at Nordstrom. 15-all coming up.
Oh, he took a little bit off the serve. As a result, it was a three-quarter serve that was maybe even less than three-quarter, and there was plenty of time to see. Fernley caught that, took the return on the backhand early up the line. Great read, great winner.
And we go to 2 right now. Set point for the Who's. It's been all Montez van der Schulenberg. Fun off deuce point coming. We're actually going to split with court 1 right now. Listen to this, Mark. TCU, 3 more break points for Famba and Fernley in the service game of Barbotzer.
A lot of confidence with this TCU team. Coming into this tournament, most points in this tournament.
See it there on the left, van der Schulenberg, Montez. 6 love victory at 1. We're going to replace that number 2 with court 3 right now as Aguilar and Rule 2 points away from taking the action on court 3. You hear the Wahoo rants echoing here in Nordstrom. Cavaliers get out of trouble. They hold for 4-3 on 1. Let's go to 5 right now. Excuse me, court 3. Match points coming up for TCU here. Rule, Aguilar have been in front from the start, and now 3 match points here on the service game of Cavaliers senior Will Woodall. Not the way you want to end if you are Virginia. Still, Horned Frogs on the board. 6-2 set at number 3. That means it comes down to that number 1 spot, Mark, as anticipated. And tell you what, right now, if you're a TCU Horned Frog fan, you're thinking about these last 2 games. Love 40 in the 2 all-service game of Chris Rodesh. 30-40, 3 all-service game of Barbotzer. We missed the point. Fernley just hit a remarkable runaround inside in down the line forehand 4-15 love. But to your point, I do feel like this Virginia team has been particularly aggressive here.
This is what they come to see, Alex. Coaches getting involved. Everyone's watching. Last match on. Definitely in this match, I thought the 3 swing points were 2 doubles and maybe 2 and 5 singles, but turns out that the one's going to be in the clincher.
Again, this is your 1 doubles rematch from the matchup these 2 teams played just 5 days ago. On that day, it was Famba and Fernley with a 6-4 win over Botzer and Rodesh. I wonder if either of these teams thinking about that
now. Not a full commitment there. Famba's a big guy with a really wide wingspan. He just didn't get his body physically there. You need to keep moving through that backhand towards when the ball's moving away from you.
You got away with one there.
100%. I'm not a fan of the Michael Jackson 360 business. I want your eyes facing forward unless it's just pure defensive scrapping. I want your eyes forward, not turning your back to the court.
Oh.
And
he's just been hesitant on all three of these past
yeah,
fouls.
that's exactly what I'm saying. When it rains, it pours, but this isn't a good time for a storm.
Well, we are in Seattle. So deuce point coming up here for the Who's. Now deciding one double set. Rodesh tests him. And Fombo with the swing and a miss. I think that got a piece of his racket though, Mark.
Yeah, it did.
And so break goes to the Who's. They'll now serve for it 5-3 here at 1.
It's a bit of a heads-up play because if someone is missing a couple within a game like that, their heart's beating fast. They're emotionally concerned. And so going right at them was not textbook doubles, but it was a good choice emotionally.
Oh, Fernley better be careful. That ball sails into the stadium. They're going to get a point penalty.
And you can't afford to have that. And Scott Brown is looking like, hey.
And in fact,
give us another
do.
One.
First of all, great kick by Fernley. I don't think he meant to kick that ball that far. A little too strong in the leg. And so point penalty now. 15 love becomes 30 love.
That's enormous.
It's just a mental mistake.
Enormous. With the big serve coming.
That's why you bring them.
Textbook. Big serve body, good target, immediate move and help.
Robots will clinch the 2018 National Championship for Wake Forest. He will not be intimidated by a round of 16 match. 4 match points coming up for the Hoops. Another Botzer pinch gives the doubles point to Virginia. 6-love win at number 2. 6-3 win on court 1. And just like that, Cavaliers take a 1-0 lead heading into singles. Now we got a couple of questions. Why are the cameras not yet set up at the Seattle Tennis Club? Technical difficulties, folks. We're working on it. As soon as those cameras are set up, we will get to our red zone coverage of that action as well. For what it's worth, Mark, South Carolina takes the doubles point from Stanford, wins at the number 2 and 3 doubles spot. Of course, Stanford, the number 6 seed, slightly higher seed heading into this event, but it speaks to the parity right now in men's college tennis. You have your number 4 seed here, TCU, dropping the doubles point to the 13th seeded Virginia. Stanford drops the doubles point to the lower seeded South Carolina. It's time, Mark. National Indoors is here.
Yes, sir. February Madness, a little bit before March Madness, but February Madness is great. And there's no such thing. There's seldom in these types of events and competitions too much need to get lost in the numbers because this is early in the season. There's still a lot of body of work to add to this. Everyone's still problem solving, trying to figure things out. One thing about this season that I like more than most seasons I've seen is the amount of teams that are traditionally outdoor teams that have been willing to go and play the uncomfortable match in a difficult condition in many indoor venues. Often it's just left up to the indoor teams to come in and possibly do well, dominate. Obviously, we have an Ohio State team that's dominating, but I feel this year everyone is willing to say, hey, all these teams are good. There's going to be a lot of parity. Let's get out there, expose ourselves, give ourselves a chance so we can do well at indoors. This is no longer like, well, whoever does well, it doesn't matter because NCAA is outside. I think there's a much more coveted respect on the importance of this championship. And I like what I'm seeing so far with South Carolina and Virginia, stepping up like this.
Absolutely. And worth pointing out, these two teams faced off in last year's National Indoor quarterfinals. Virginia dropped the doubles point, but found 4 singles wins to take a 4-3 victory. TCU going to be looking to do that same thing here today. And of course, we will be back covering all 6 singles courts here as our red zone coverage of the 2022 Division I Men's National Indoor Championships continue. We're going to take about a 3-minute break, make sure all of our cameras are set, get ready to rock and roll. But I hope you'll stick with us throughout the course of the weekend, as again, we cover first ball to last here at the National Indoor Championships. But for now, I'm Alex Gruskin, joined by Mark Bay, super producer Daniel Westoff. You are watching the Division I Men's National Indoor Championships presented by Cracked Racquets. Welcome to
needed to come in, the transfer from Memphis. He was the number 1 player at Memphis, heralded junior. He has to be a significant contributor for that team. So, I think the case for them is between 1, 2, and 3, they may need all 3 of those, but at least 2, if they can probably get, say, Story along with it. But wow, is that tough? I mean, Geller at 3 is going to be really hard to beat. Sure, I'm with Matt. Rodriguez, he's going to play 3 sets against everybody, and he can beat anyone. You might get 1. 2, I'll give that a Rotzert Samuel. I'll give that one a toss-up. 3, Geller, I'm probably a little less than a 50% chance to beat him there. Tough, but it can be done. Lambley Basing, maybe, but now it gets really hard at 5 and 6. Stanford's going to be prohibitive favorites at 5 and 6. Someone's going to have to actually step up and show, whether that's the freshman or whether that's James Story. Someone's gonna have to step up and show that they want to play. They believe they belong in that lineup, and it's a tough ask. I think it's possible, but I'm with Maddie. I'd probably go like 4-1 Stanford.
Yeah. And so, since I can tell which way you're both leaning, let me just ask you one more, Chris. How important is it for South Carolina to get a win this weekend in terms of securing a top 16 spot? Because, of course, that race for the NCAA regional hosts is something that is so pressing here at the National Indoors, right? It's why the consolation matches matter, because, you're not, you may lose first round, but if you can come out of this place losing first round to Stanford, but, getting wins over a USC or getting a win over a Georgia or a Wake, obviously that's so critical for your resume come NCAA seeding time. How critical is it that this South Carolina team doesn't go winless this weekend?
I think from a seeding perspective, I don't know that it's uber important to them. I mean, they're going to be playing really good teams that you don't get hurt that much from a rankings perspective. But look, there's 7 SEC teams at the indoors out of 16 teams. More than anything, it's a confidence thing. You don't want to go there and come out 0-3 when all of your other SEC compatriots, there's only 2 teams that are coming out of here 0-3. And if they happen to be one and the other isn't an SEC team, they come out going, well, hell, we're the only SEC team that came out 0-3. That's not what you want from a confidence standpoint. I don't know. I don't think they really care from a rankings perspective. Coach Goffey just wants to get his guys time, and he wants to let them step up and show they can play. I don't think they go 0-3. That's I think at the top of their lineup, they're too good. And like I said, you only need 4. They don't have the lineup to me that you can say, hey, we only need 4 and you get it every day. No, because when you just have question marks down low, you're going to have it some days and not others, but you get 3 matches. They're going to have it, they're going to have it sometime, just not all 3 days.
Yeah. The fact, by the way, that's the first time it registered to me. We have 7 SEC teams here at the Men's National Indoor. Something's not right. Like, honestly, you know what I'm going to say? That's the last manifestation of last no fall for the Big Ten in 2020 and no fall in the Pac-12, because the end of year rankings from last year helped dictate the kickoff weekend rankings this year. So SEC is not that good, Chris. Okay. It's really not that good. No, it is that good. And it's
all right.
Fun.
Stop before I let you just waltz in off of that. Other than Michigan, who didn't manage to make it.
Here we go.
I'll even give you Michigan, because hell, they didn't even knock that wouldn't even have been an SEC school. That would have been Wake. So they take an ACC spot. I'll give you Michigan over Wake. Fine. Ohio State's in. Please tell me which one of those Big Ten teams is knocking out one of these SEC teams.
Who says it's a Big Ten team, though? Who says it's a Big Ten?
But you just said it was the manifestation of the Big Ten.
No, I said the no fall. I said the no fall for the Big Ten and the Pac-12 and all of these schools. And it's just a reflection of the seeding. It's just like, okay, let's say Ole Miss isn't the host for that Ole Miss region, because that's really the one, right? Where if there's a diaspora of all of those teams, who knows how that looks like instead. And just, again, was the South Carolina region the most difficult region in the world? I think Duke's really good. I think they've proven that thus far this year, but I just think that would be it. It's the kickoff region, and it's not just the Big Ten, for the record, because I do think you could flip the Ole Miss region to Illinois, and Illinois was still not advancing out of that region. But I do think this is the last breaths, the last gasps of that no tennis in the fall last year. And then finally things will even out. Is that fair, Chris?
I mean, okay, I'll give you that it's the last gasp. I'm not going to say that it would have been any better. Right. 6 SEC teams instead of 7. Okay, maybe, sure.
Symbolically, anecdotally, that would have made all the difference, Chris. Okay, in the end. So that's what we want here. With all that said, Maddie, you have a look on your face that says, let's move on. So let's move on to our next matchup, to now our noon matches here at the National Indoor event. Of course, let's start with another one of those SEC teams, and an all welcome back in, everyone, to our live coverage of the 2022 Division I Men's National Indoor Championships. Alex Gruskin, joined by the coach, Mark Bay, here as we take in Virginia versus TCU. It was the lower 13th seeded Cavaliers flipping the script in the last matchup against the Horned Frogs. They take the doubles point decisive win at the number 2 spot, earning a 6-3 win at number 1 as well. And now we get into our 6 singles matches. We pick things up here at the number 1 spot. It's going to be a fun one, Mark. Contrast of styles here. We've got the junior Luke Famba, big serving, big hitter for TCU on the near side of your screen, taking on sophomore Yaki Montez, one of the most energetic players in college tennis, in my opinion.
And Montez is definitely the hottest player. Actually, not the hottest, but maybe the most confident coming in. Coach Pedroso felt when I was chatting with him yesterday. This becomes even more tricky now with the way that Famba struggled there at the end of that doubles point, because he quickly put some responsibility on his back to get a point for his team here at 1. Montez is sure going to play a simple court position, solid match, try to build some points, do the backhand like this to get time, and then the sneaking coming in a little bit on a slower court outside. Maybe he might not do it as much, but I think here this is going to be a play. For sure, Famba wants to get off to a quick start and do a good job of holding, but yeah, I think when you're feeling emotionally like maybe you didn't get it done for your team in the doubles, there's some residual, and I want to see how that residual plays out in the early stages here.
Mm-hmm. And of course, this is not a rematch from their first matchup when these two teams played on February 13th. Luke Famba matched up against Virginia's Chris Rodesh. Montez at the number faced off against Juan Carlos Aguilar. We'll stick around here for one more game points coming up for Montez.
And Alex, there's another volley missed.
Yeah.
So he may have missed the last 4 volleys he's touched. In an indoor match with a big serve and a transition, that's not the statement you want to make to yourself or your transition game.
Absolutely. So we stick here on 1. I see a changeover right now happening on court 2. As soon as that changeover is done, we'll get there. But Luke Famba surfing on the side of your screen.
That helps.
Yeah, that's nice. That'll build the confidence.
That helps. And sometimes the slice backhand, like he just utilized multiple times in a row, gets your feel going. And even though doubles, clearly it's different, right? Things are bang, bang. You're standing there static. Here he's athletic and he's moving and chipping and then coming in and sticking the volley. That was very helpful, I think. I don't think it was necessarily scripted or planned. Definitely a good timing for him to win that type of point in that manner.
You know what you call a big Luke Famba serve, right?
A bomba?
That was very a farm bomb.
A farm bomb. Okay, I'll take that. Too.
Okay, good.
Point.
It's a nice ball from Iñaki Montes, and you begin to wonder the question in this match. The longer the rally goes, the longer the match goes, the more you probably lean towards the Virginia sophomore. But with that said, let's get to court number 2 now. Introduce another one of our matchups for the Cavaliers. Was a flip in the lineup. Montez up to that number 1 spot. Rodesh here. Chris Rodesh, another one of their super sophomores, playing the number 2 single spot today. He's matched up against the graduate student transfer from TCU, Juan Carlos Aguilar. Aguilar's going to be, again, from a size perspective, this matchup looks a lot like the reverse version of what we see at number 1, but I think Aguilar's a bit more aggressive than that. What do you think about this?
No doubt. Texas A&M does a nice job with transition with all their players, and he has that in his repertoire for sure. I just want to see how Aguilar chooses to play his service games. That's we know what Rodesh would like to do in this situation, but how is Aguilar playing his service games? Drop shot to bring him in. I'm not sure I want to bring him in. I don't particularly care for that play as much, and this court position really suggests so. Big swing point here. 3 points and out of the air tennis for Rodesh versus speed and experience for Aguilar. Definitely a swing point in this match, in my opinion. And after you lose the doubles point, what do you need? You need someone to start quickly showing that you can get the thing back to 1-all. You want to win with many first sets and get some breaks and use the fire and determination, right? This is the punch fest. The punch from Virginia goes. Now TCU sees the blood on their face. Now they got to come back swinging. Who's going to be that person to set the tone for TCU on the singles end? There he comes. Wow, that's a heck of a pass. Open stance, off balance.
That's just ridiculous stuff there from Juan Carlos Aguilar. I'd say this about Chris Rodesh, Mark. He moves pretty well for a big man.
Absolutely. The big men today are learning through fitness and cross training, and they're just doing better.
Yeah.
I turned on the TV eating some food last Saturday night and watched that 24-22 tiebreaker with Isner and Opelka.
Yeah.
ATP record-setting tiebreaker. And there was a lot of scramble points in there, maybe 7 or 8. Of course, there's a bunch of aces, but there was some really good athleticism and volleys and defense and tennis as well. Big guys are moving better nowadays.
No doubt about that. And we see a deuce point coming up here. Worth noting right now, Mark, we have 4 simultaneous deuce points happening across our building right now. Courts 1, 2, 3, and 6. Let's lock in here on court number 2 again. Early deuce point as Rodesh got the early break of Aguilar. And Aguilar returned the favor. Step up here for the Frogs.
What's the serve choice here, Alice? What are you calling, T?
I should have.
Goes bomb T. Inside in. That's good movement there.
Oh, but
that's
Aguilar.
Another great pass. That's always the geometric challenge. Back in the Stone Ages when I played, they would tell you don't hit cross-court approach shots, right? Nowadays, when you hurt people enough, it works, right? If you do a good job. And that inside-out forehand approach, he didn't do enough damage. He just made sure he made it to try to transfer the pressure, and Aguilar accepted it and went 2 backhand lines on him to get the game.
I'll tell you what, it was quite the swing here for TCU as we head over to court number 3 now. It's the only one that went against them here. Jeffrey van der Schulenberg earning an early break over Sander Jong. This is one of your rematches from last match. Happened at the number 4 spot a couple of days ago, but Von der Schulenberger, the 6-3, 7-6 win over Sander Jung. I would point out, though, for TCU, you talked about needing a quick start, Mark. They get the break back at court number 2. Famba up an early break, 2-1 at 1. We've got at the number 4 spot right now, Pedro Vives up an early 2-love break on Barbatzer as well. TCU has come out swinging here in singles. That said, this is a tough one for them. Jeffrey von der Schulenberg, one of the best freshmen in the country last season, lined up predominantly at the number 2 single spot, playing number 3 here today behind his fellow sophomores, Rodex Montez. This nucleus for Virginia, extraordinarily strong, Mark.
Absolutely. I feel he, in this match, may be the best player at his position.
Sure. That said, of course, Sander Jung coming off of a remarkable season for his TCU Horned Frogs, the junior out of Amsterdam, the Netherlands, out of Amsterdam.
One thing I always have been interested about in college tennis that the coaches actually, Alex, when I ask them, hey, how's your team doing on no ad points this season? No one wants to know. They actually don't want that stat. They don't, because if it's bad, they don't want that narrative in their minds. If it's great, then they don't want them to feel too confident and not take the right sense of care to the point. So you ask a coach, hey, how you guys doing with no ad points? I don't know. No one ever knows.
That's why sometimes ignorance is bliss, right?
Yeah. But I would love to have all of what I call Moneyball stats. I want to know the no ad doubles points, the singles points, breaks points converted, breaks points erased, how many sets we win that get to 7 in extra innings, tiebreaker records, match point save. I want all of those. I want to know. I'm not necessarily going to talk to the kids about it, but I, as a coach, would like to know.
Absolutely. And again, here we see 15:30 for von der Schulenberg. Called wide. No, called good.
Called good. And
confirmed. Yep. So 30 all there. Fun fact for Jeffrey von der Schulenberg, his older brother Henry, von der Schulenberg the sophomore, his older brother Henry, a freshman now, Mark, at Harvard. Gotta love that, right?
They did some homework back in the day. Outstanding academic excellence in that family.
Athletically as well here.
That's a great play. You're playing next to the wall, slice out wide, wide and glide, sneak in, stick the backhand volley to the open court, all the confidence from doubles that he dominated on that same court.
And I know that's a play Coach Pedroso has really harped in on with Jeffrey von der Schulenberg, just trying to find a way to make things a little bit easier. Says physicality-wise, consistency-wise, he has no doubts about the sophomore, but for him moving forward, how does he make things a little bit easier on himself?
Really good tennis there.
Yeah, nice serving there. So he consolidates the break. 3-1 lead for the Cougs on 3. Let's go to court number 4 now. This is a matchup to me that's fascinating, Mark. As of course we see here, court number 4, Barbatzer, 2018 national champion with Wake Forest, clinched that match as a freshman. Now all these years later, grad student at Virginia.
You feel like if this thing is going full distance, this could be where it ends.
Of course, it's a contrast here as he's taken on the uber talented freshman Pedro Vives. Vives, of course, 6-4, 5-4 lead in Fort Worth 5 days ago on Batzer. Batzer forced to retire from that match, and that is the question, isn't it? How healthy is Barbatzer coming into this weekend?
It's tough. As I talked to Coach Pedroso, he felt like he was ready to go. He said he thinks he's doing okay, and we'll see as this unfolds for sure. I like what I like about Batzer is that he works the point and gives the appearance that he's kind of playing possum, but when he gets the right moment, he darts in there, sneaks in, and intercepts and takes balls out of the air. Vives is just solid. It's going to make every point difficult, make every possible decision, challenging for him. So it's about hundreds and hundreds of ball striking decisions between these two guys, and why arguably this could be a decider for this match. Look at this point. That's great tennis.
Botzer down early, 2-love break, gets that break back. Now making his charge, and you feel like that's a message to the freshman, right? Hard center. I'm not going anywhere.
Well, once he made a slight lean to the right, it was okay to pick that location. You just don't want to miss it, really. Coming forward when the person's back is half turned.
15 now here for freshman Pedro Vives. Ball there from Bonser, just steadier.
Really hadn't cut the court off while he wasn't moving inside. He was still in the green, not the purple. So it was probably a shot that should have gone deep cross court instead of trying to be wider. But I understand what he's trying to do. It's all about cross court negotiations and space. 3 points helpful. Comes with the sneak. There's the sneak we talked about, and it pays off.
Good wheels there from Vives. Not quite enough, though. Botzer, the more aggressive of the two here. Kind of efficient tennis to start, and now served himself 3 break chances here for 3 straight games.
That's true. I feel Vives is missing a few first serves here, and with his game and his game style, I'm not sure what his target or his choice, or he did get 1 free point. But it's just, so far, the ends don't justify the means. All the second serve tennis for him is not helping. Oh my goodness.
Has the volley he wants, misses them the net. So it's 3 straight games for Botzer. He takes a 3-2 lead here on court number 4. Let's go to court number 5 now, as again we work our way to introducing you to all of these matches. I would say to all of you as well, cameras now live at the Seattle Tennis Club. So those of you looking to tune into South Carolina Stanford can do so. You can find the link available on the ITA website. Just got to Google search ITA Men's National Indoor Championships. Of course, we will begin to incorporate that coverage as soon as everything's set on our production side. Again, for now, we're focused in on the action happening here in Nordstrom, but that action at the Seattle Tennis Center, South Carolina, 1-0 lead on Stanford, now available. Meanwhile, here, focusing in on court number 5. See the nice volley combination there from Ryan Getz, the senior of Green Lawn, New York. He's taking on one of the highlights, I would say, of this TCU roster thus far, Jake Fernley. Fernley sophomore, Edinburgh, Scotland, finally healthy.
Coach Roditi feels that he's definitely a hot player coming into this, and it's a big point both ways. Gets with his experience at number 5 singles, but 29 in the nation because he's had some positive wins early this season. You don't have too many 29 in the nations at 5.
The scary thing is nowadays we actually with all the depth in college tennis. I mean, look, Jake Fernley's free play, right? And so certainly these rankings early in the season give it some time to suss out. Now it's not an injury timeout scoreboard, just not quite. Or is this a shoe timeout? We got a shoe issue. We do indeed. So you see Jake Fernley messing with his shoe. I think he ripped a hole in that.
It looks like he's doing something with the orthotic.
Yeah, so it's a shoe issue here on court number 5, Jake Fernley, just making sure all is right as we play on in this match. And you'll see slowly, I believe, Coach Roditi coming over, make sure the equipment's all right as well. But again, right now we're on serve here, 3-2, Fernley leading. Virginia senior Ryan Getz serving. With that in mind, let's go to 6. Another 3-2 match here in the early stages. Difference being here, I believe it's a break of serve lead for freshman Louis Maxted. TCU freshman taking on Gianni Ross. Ross, the 5th year. I believe he's won 15 consecutive decisions, Mark, dating back to last season's dual match. I feel like it's the ultimate luxury to have him once again here at 6. But right now, again, it's Maxted with the early 3-2 break of serve lead.
But he'll work his way into it. Gianni Ross, I'll say a Chicago boy. I've known and followed his career for quite some time. Consummate competitor. Great fighter. Yeah, this one's far from over, but it's a nice beginning. TCU most certainly would love to have a point like this where you have some experience going on. Maxted is all around. He can just sort of do it all. I like the contrast of how much can he really execute versus the competitive, feisty resistance of
Worth noting in these past 2 matchups, Jake Fernley a 6-2, 6-4 victory over Ryan Getz at the number 5 spot when these teams last faced off. Louis Maxted up 6-2, 4-2 on Gianni Ross when the match was stopped due to clinch in Fort Worth as well.
That's also a challenge with the nature of playing to clinch. You have a lot of matches that don't finish that affect, to some extent, some more positive ranking experience that people could have. Still a team game, so it's quite fine as long as your team's won, but can actually make for some conclusive situation. You're not sure who would have won because tennis doesn't have a time clock.
Absolutely. And again, with TCU dropping the doubles point, you feel like this match becomes that much more important, perhaps one of those swing matches, right?
I'm just looking across the scoreboards, and I don't see 4 TCU favorable scoreboards.
Yeah. I don't see favorable scoreboards anywhere right now. Not a lot of separation between these 2 teams early. And with that in mind, the players. Sit back and watch here this game at 6, one of our break of serve leads. But then we'll start hopping around, folks. Redzone coverage can really rock and roll here on day 1 of these National Indoor Championships.
Point.
I feel like Maxted, court positioning wise, he's just seating that so much ground there, 4 or 5 feet behind the baseline.
Ross is trying to play with just a little bit of sort of top elevation there. He's not taking it to the 5th floor, but maybe to the 3rd and a half floor.
Sure.
He's not trying to play super heavy, but just enough where he's not getting clean looks. It's harder sometimes to change direction when the ball's bouncing a little bit higher like that. Oh yeah, it's great movement. Outstanding inside out, inside in combo. And for the tennis folks back at home, when you're hitting it inside out forehand, the contact point's a little closer to your back hip. But then when you go inside in, you run that combination, there's actually a slight difference in point of contact. And you have to practice that a lot to be able to run that combo. It looks easy with these experienced collegiate players, but that's something that as you start working on trying to play these types of patterns, you have to have in the game.
Doubt about that. We did get a question from Liam Bigby, as you see here, game point. Big T serve from Lee Maxted here at 6. Let's go over to court number 3. Question from Liam Bigby. Is Sander Jung on serve? He is not. Down a break right now to Virginia super sophomore Jeffrey van der Schulenberg. Whew.
Great serve, +1.
It does feel like there are a lot of moving parts to that van der Schulenberg serve.
No doubt. It's
hitchy.
It's slightly. There's a little of that type of action going on. He does keep his head up and stay tall. He gets his weight transfer in there. I can't say it's the smoothest arm action, but he's a big guy and he's trying to lean into it. More of a platform serving, not a pinpoint with his feet. Clearly in tennis, you can do either one. Pinpoint is more when both feet come together. Platform is when they're apart.
Tell you what, he has Sander Jung on a string right now. 40-15. Meanwhile, we got to jump over right away to court number 2. Break point chances for Juan Carlos Aguilar here on serve. 3-2. You hear the big roar there from Aguilar. With Virginia sophomore Chris Rodesh. Fantastic fall for Rodesh. 10-2 overall in tournament play. ITA All-American consolation winner.
It's just great when you play that tournament. There's so many quality opportunities and wins you can get. Oh my goodness. Got a wide open look at it. Just didn't load off of his right leg as well for that open stance forehand.
And let's go quickly to court number 4. Deuce point chance for Barb Botzer to extend his lead to 5-2. Steady the ship here for the Cavs. Oh. Live by the net court, die by the net court. One goes against them, one goes for them. TCU will take it though, right? Or I guess they get them both. So he holds still trailing 3-4 here on court number 4. And again, this is where we jump around, folks. We're going to go to 5 now. Ryan Getz taking on Jake Fernley. This was a win for TCU when these teams played 5 days ago. Fernley 2-4 over Ryan Getz. 30 all right now in the Getz service game.
Big forehand by Fernley. Moves it around so well. Great sneak.
Ugh.
That's a tough one. You'd like him to get there and use his left hand to sort of just set and prepare that racket. That's one of those, as a coach, you want him to do a little bit more prep work with his racket instead of just taking a whack at that. He just assumed his racket face was going to be what he needed, and from that deep in the court, didn't measure it right.
You do like the move forward there, though?
Absolutely. He worked 2 perfect forehands and then took a backhand early and had space, and he had time and got a high ball above net level. That's really the job of an approacher. Make your opponent uncomfortable and off balance with you being inside the service box with an above net level chance. If you're doing that, taking your chances every time. And I like the fact that here, after losing one like that, he comes right back.
So now deuce point, break point chances coming up. Fernley, of course, lined up on the deuce side, I believe. No, ad side, excuse me. In the doubles with Luke Famba.
Great pressure.
Great pressure indeed. TCU now 5-3 lead here on court number 5. They also break for a 5-2 lead, double break for freshman Louis Maxted over the 5th-year Gianni Ross. So right now TCU's making their push. 5-2 lead on 2, 5-3 lead on 5, 5-2 lead on 6. Make some of those Virginia leads that much more important. And with that in mind, let's go over to court number 4. Barbotzer serving. 4-3 up a break, 15 all. Of course, if Fernley gets to a set point, we'll cover it, of course.
Not a good direction change there.
You don't like that ball from Botzer?
Weight on his back foot, quality ball deep in the corner. There's a lot of space there, but he didn't have the right. You want time, you want court position, direction changing. Even at this level, still has to have some prerequisites.
Sure.
That's big time. Good recognition. Excellent placement on the serve. Coach talked about it a lot. Feels that of all of his players, he just reads the moment that he should be sneaking. He's not an offensive all quarter. It's not like he's coming in like Taylor Dent or something. It's much more of a eventual all quarter, picking and choosing the right moments to sneak.
Good physicality there from the transfer Botzer. He's now got 3 game points here. Meanwhile, we can split screen with court number 5. We've got a set point coming up for Jake Fernley. I feel like we're pretty invested in both of these games now. Apologize for that. Don't want to miss out on that set point. Oh, nice passing shot there from Getz.
Inside in, he hit it well, but
yeah,
doesn't matter so much from your opponent right there. Guessed, right.
Yeah. Coming up for Botzer on 4. It's a sloppy forehand from Fernley on 5.
Tricky. If forehands have some individuality to them.
Sure.
There's definitely some uniqueness the way people like to sort of initially unit turn and set the racket. And his is almost kind of face down a little bit. the way he likes to do it. He has a little bit of a wavy wrist action. And sometimes you're going to miscue that racket face like he did there.
And a bit of a midst. And crunch time here of these first sets. Van der Schulenberg broken while serving for the set, so 5-all on 3. Wow, Botzert broken on 4. So let's go full on 5.
That's a big moment of 3 because Virginia would love to have something in their pocket towards it. Second point.
Oh, volley betrays Getz. So first set off the board, it belongs. Jake Furman takes a 6-3 decision here on court number 5. In the meantime, let's see, Chris Rodesh got the break on court 2. Let's go to court number 3 then. Right now, again, 5-all here. John has flipped the script on Jeffrey Van der Schulenberg. Now 2 points away from the set on 6. Keep our eye there in case we get a set point.
Well placed.
Of course, Sander Jong, talented junior for TCU. Do you know what Sander's full first name is? Alexander. Fellow Alexanders. You know what I say, Mark. Never doubt the Alexanders.
Okay. There were a few in history that have been great.
Yeah, 1 or 2.
Like Alexander the Great.
I have asked for years to be called Alexander the Great. I don't think I've earned it quite yet. But certainly, Alexander Sander Jong on his way. Big hold there, 6-5. Let's go over to court number 6 now. I believe we may have missed it. Want to check in here quickly. Indeed. Oh, we see it's set point now. And the set goes to Lee Maxted. So that's 2 on the board. TCU needed to get off to a quick start. They have marked first 2 first sets belong to them. They're up 6-5 on 3. Let's go over to court number 2 now if we can. Juan Carlos Aguilar. Excuse me, not broken. Instead, it was Rodesh who held 4-3-5. Now Aguilar serving for a 3rd first set here for the Frogs. It's the energy you wanted to see, right, after dropping a doubles point.
Absolutely. Well, Coach Roditi is a veteran of this game. He understands how to do for the hard way.
Also, no talking to him. He was so excited to get Aguilar onto the roster this season. For this TCU team to bring back a Famba, a Jong, Fernley, supplement them with players like Juan Carlos Aguilar, freshman Pedro Vives, Louis Maxted. It's not rebuilding, it's reloading, right?
That's
Down in Fort Worth.
That's a great way to coin it, Alex. I couldn't agree with you more. Great serve down the tee, quick movement. That's an outstanding close. Finish that set.
So that's 3 on the board now for TCU. Meanwhile, Botzer did get the break back, so he'll serve for Virginia up 5-4. In the meantime, let's go back to court number 1. We checked in on our top dogs. Iñaki Montez got that early break back. We're on serve here, and you see the best hat in college tennis, folks. David Roditi. In the cowboy hat, as always. You know you've made it when your equipment has a Twitter account, right? When your clothing has its own profile, you're doing something right.
That's a different level.
Good to know he's got that in his back pocket.
I feel from the first time I watched him early in his collegiate career, he's just much more confident and calm and simple on the backhand side. Jameson gets too close to the ball in that one. That's what happens when you give somebody a compliment.
That's why I try not to do it, except for you, of course. I say Roditi's dressed well today. You look outstanding, my friend.
Just wearing what's clean. Fortunately, Got a couple things left.
Yeah, I like it.
Oh, the drop shot.
Heels.
And it works this time.
And for those of you just tuning in, these two teams faced off just 5 days ago in Fort Worth. It was a 4-1 win for TCU. They took the doubles point, earned victories at the number 1, 3, and 5 spots. It was Virginia taking the doubles point, victories at the number 1 and 2 double spots. Right now, first 2 sets belong to TCU.
He's missing a lot of first serves.
Yeah, I'm going to use that pause as an excuse to head over to court number 4. Barbots are 2 points away from flipping a first set. He lost to freshman Pedro Vives. You see the double fault there from Montez again. Bots are on court number 4, 2 points away now. Whew. All right, Luke Famba. So what we're going to do then, let's go split screen if we can. Courts 1 and 4. Again, court 4 right now. Barbots are set points coming up for the Cavaliers. Deuce point coming up here on 1. It's the perks of our red zone, able to cover all of the action. Sneaky stuff from Iñaki Montez, holds 4-5 all on 1. See what Bots chooses to do here on this second serve.
Outstanding. He had a great tee serve. Most of the time, guys are kicking it out wide. It's a bit of a gamble to go tee like that. He hit it well. Jumped up on the short ball forehand, transition, and closed out the set.
40-15. Let's go full on 4 for now. Full again on court 4 as Barbots are going to just capture some momentum here for the Who's.
Missed the return.
Barbots 6-4 first set here on court number 4. That's 1 on the board now for the Who's. Got to go over to court number 3. Tiebreaker right now. Sander Jong, Jeffrey von der Schulenberg, and of course, about flipped results. Bots are taking the first set after dropping it to Pedro Vives in Fort Worth. Right now, Sander Jong looking to do the same here. Down an early mini break to von der Schulenberg. Feels like every time we tune into this match, though, it's all Jeffrey, Mark.
It has.
Yeah.
But somehow when we turn away.
Yeah. What is Sander, camera shy?
Maybe he doesn't have his makeup on. He wasn't ready.
Yeah, West Coast time. It's early.
Oh wow, that's a nice play. Great wingspan, good recognition, hit that volley with authority back behind it. I love the back behind plays, late in sets, late in games, late in matches when players are starting to cheat to the open court to get a good position and use that.
And we've seen a lot of serve and volley from von der Schulenberg whenever we've tuned in over here. Why do you think that is?
I just think he's rolling the doubles confidence wave.
Sure.
And if the serve hits, he's been a little hit or miss so far, but if it's hitting, he's drawing, I think, some weaker forehands and some floaty backhands. He's getting balls in the air with time. And as the match goes on, I feel that that's one of the beauties of college coaching. you can see how things are unfolding, how people are returning, and make some more adjustments as you go on. It allows for that coaching element.
And if we can, let's go split screen right now with courts 1 and 3. Our only 2 remaining first sets. It's a 3-1 first set advantage right now to TCU. Looks like it's about to be 3-2 though, as we've got quintuple set point here. It's the biggest word I know, Mark. Quintuple set point here.
It's a big word.
What's 6? Hectatuple? Pentatuple? Whatever we get. I just want an octuple set point at some point. 5 set points coming up for Jeffrey von der Schulenburg. That's why you build the 6-1 lead, right? If you're Jeffrey von der Schulenburg there, you want that one fly. Meanwhile, again, deuce point coming up here. Again, court 1, that's court 2 on our right. If we can make that court 1, super producer Daniel Westhoff. Break point coming up for Iñaki Montez. And that's court number 1. That's a break, Virginia. Big roar from Montez there. So he'll serve for the set up 6-5. Let's go full on 3.
Woo. Big time.
It's one of those I'm down 2-6.
Absolutely. There's people that play measured and sort of tight when they're down, and there's some people that just swing for the fences. It's confidence, it's personality, it's individual.
The fist pump from von der Schulenburg. Another big serve earns him the set. So 7-6, 3-2 split now. TCU first sets to Virginia. We go back over to 1. It's our final first set. And again, for those of you wondering why have we not headed over to the Seattle Tennis Club, cameras now finally up. Shout out to the ITA for that continued work in Stanford, South Carolina. We are going to head over there as soon as we're done with our first sets here. In the meantime, you see the scoreboard again. 3 first sets to TCU, 1 first set here, 2 first sets, excuse me, now to UVA. I feel like if you're UVA, 3-3 split after taking the doubles point, that's a win, right? It's not a loss.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be.
It's usually one of those 2 things, one would imagine.
1, 2, 3. Number 1 is rather significant.
Good start to the game for Luke Famba, who has continued to push forward, even when the volleys haven't been, even if he's not his most confident, I should say, with the volleys.
It's no choice. He has to do what's right, especially when you're deep in sets. It's right shot, right time. Missed it. Oh my goodness.
And you see Coach Roditi confirming the call there, saying sizably out. Hard to disagree. It's a bad miss.
Definitely space. He just has his arm in a bit of a sort of lock angle from his abbreviated serve motion, and he went there and he just naturally uncoiled his hand and cut it too much. He needed to just thump it down. Easier said than done, falling backwards, 6-5, but.
Of course, it's worth noting there's a massive scoreboard above the court of Iñaki Montez. He will be well aware his team has taken only 2 first sets.
Exactly right. like the play. If Fama's going to back off and just mentally say, I'm going to get the ball in play, then he's giving time and opportunity and a lane to approach him and say, how good your one-hand backhand pass. I love that play in the Stone Ages when, I was back there playing.
Sure. I always say, put me in the 1920s, Don Budge would accuse me of witchcraft with my two-handed backhand.
Oh, wow, this is great. Good choices. Yeah. I like how he opened up the court to the forehand and then positioned another opportunity to transition on the backhand. Again, sometimes you have to go to the strength to open up the weakness, and he did it with a great sense of shape and angle and intention. Really nice combination there.
Ball called wide. Montez doesn't love it. Coach Roditi confirming right away.
And it's always interesting because you have the coaches on the near sideline, and the way optics work, near sideline tends to make the ball just out sometimes look good. And now the chair is on the far sideline, up high. And sometimes it's not always the best angle for them as well. It's not an easy position to work the chair. That's why spot shots and technology and 9 line judges are often required, because it is a game of inches.
And you could tell, though, from Coach Scott Brown's reaction, he also was aware that ball missed wide. So now break ball.
Just went
Got
right
the ball.
back. Well, Famba is just playing. What Famba is playing is my version of football of what they call prevent defense.
Sure.
And I always worry whenever you're playing prevent defense, you're allowing people to kind of get forward on you. You're allowing teams to march down the field and possibly score, et cetera, et cetera. I like putting up some more resistance. Not necessarily taking risk, just putting up more resistance with shot depth. So here's Famba taking some aggression, coming forward.
But too much speed from Montez, and you see the roaring Yaki Montez, the beating heart of this Virginia team. That's 7-5 set on the board. That's a 3-3 split, Mark.
That's a brave heart play. And just in those big moments, that drop volley doesn't have enough angle. It's just kind of a cash, kind of making it. No way with the running forehand game. Every boy, all 12 of these guys would have gotten that ball and made that pass. So not enough on that volley there. After 2 great offensive shots from Famba to put himself in a winnable position.
And so again, 3-3 split here between first sets. TCU, Virginia. All reminder, UVA taking that all-important doubles point. They only need 3 singles victories. TCU going to need 4. What a match we have here to kick things off at the Nordstrom Tennis Center. But with that in mind for the first time, Mark, we're going to head over to the Seattle Tennis Club, site of our second round of 16 match here. Stanford taking on South Carolina. Stanford, your number 6 seeds on the week. South Carolina, your number 11 seeds. We'll kick things off at court number 1 there. And court number 1 at Stanford, South Carolina. Just where things stand in this matchup right now. South Carolina coming strong out of the gates, Mark. And of course, South Carolina recently built a state-of-the-art indoor tennis facility on campus. Clearly, that decision paying dividends for Coach Goffey and the Gamecocks. South Carolina taking the doubles point, 6-2 win from Beasley and Samuel at the number 2 double spot over Rodstart and Streethar. 6-4 win for Lambling and Story over Kopinski and Tim Sa. Now we head here again, court number 1 right now. #1 player in the country, Arthur Ferry. First time Stanford's had a #1 player in the country since, I believe, Bradley Klon over a decade ago. Ferry takes the first set 6-3. And by the way, 4 first sets for Stanford after they dropped that doubles point. But Ferry finds himself down 4-1 here in the second to last year's NCAA singles finalist Daniel Rodriguez of South Carolina. Rodriguez still undefeated in the dual match season. You feel like if South Carolina is going to pull off the upset today, this is a match they have to take in singles.
You do, because these guys usually in a match like this, you figure may not finish. But
Sure.
they, with the speed of these matches and the way the flow is going, they very well finished. It's scoreboard wise, they're further advanced than a fair amount of the matches here. I think that even though the court surface is similar, it's a little smaller there. It feels smaller, a little quicker. The backdrops, I think, are a little closer. Not as much height for lobbing. I think it's encouraging a lot more up-tempo play.
And I'm fairly certain that's Arthur Ferry serving on the near side of your screen. Scoreboard
Yes.
indeed confirms that.
That's correct.
So that tells us Stanford, white tops. South Carolina rocking the all black here today.
Ferry has a lot of game. Just the variety, the hands, the vision. He's capable of doing just about whatever he wants out there on the court. And he's not a super tall guy in stature. He walked by me this morning on the way out of the hotel, and I felt like, okay. It's even more impressive to me, all the different things that he's capable of doing. Rodriguez is going to just have some plain toast, nothing fancy. He's going to come out, make balls, compete, move the ball around. He would like to extend points and play a little bit deeper, but probably won't be able to. It's a good effort here, Ferry, to hold and behave like, yeah, you're up this set, but I'm still here.
Arthur Ferry's so smooth. He really is. Everything he does reminds me of Tommy Paul would be my pro comparison. Just guys who never lack in athleticism, can do a little bit of everything. Now, what's plan A for Ferry? How does he win points easily for himself moving forward? That's the question. You know, Rodriguez, I feel like serve, forehand, you see the recipe for him, right, as he moves forward.
And I think also Rodriguez is trying to use a boxing analogy, use a lot of body blows.
Sure.
Just being physical, wearing you down, creating longer points and making you have to, sometimes on the ESPN, they'll show how many miles or how many kilometers somebody's running in a match. He wants your total up there. He's not afraid to have his up there as well. Ferry wants to, I think, gain confidence from doing things, creating openings, hitting winners, changing direction, winning with his hands. I think he has a little bit more of a, not a razzle dazzle, but definitely more variety in the way he likes to play and likes to win. So the discipline now of just really not taking a whole bunch of risks, being able to still do your thing, but stay within the construct of, hey, we've lost a doubles point. My team's probably counting on me. It would be nice to get this thing in straight. So what can I do to try to climb my way back into the second set?
And again, 4-2 here. Only the one break of serve deficit for ITA fall national champion in singles, Arthur Ferry, sophomore for Stanford.
To me, the biggest aspect of this match is Axel Geller being a number 3. You like to count on him in these moments, and he's actually down a set. Smart.
There's that forehand from Daniel Rodriguez. Can find it in any part of the court, and when he hits it cleanly, it is a weapon. He holds for 5-2. Looks like we're headed for 3 sets on 1, so we'll check back in on that later. Meanwhile, for this South Carolina team, where have they had their success this season, Mark? It's number 1, number 2, number 3 singles, where they bring back a bunch of returners, and those returners have delivered thus far. Looks like they may deliver again today. Let's go to court number 2 now. Toby Samuel for South Carolina. Sophomore out of England. 6'3", 4-all right now. And Stanford, I believe, technically a junior still. Oh, senior, excuse me. I know it is his 4th year in Alex Rotzart.
Yeah, it's definitely tricky.
The nomenclature is very unclear right now, Mark.
Right now, there's until probably the beginning of 2023 with all the different COVID years and graduation rates. But it's wonderful that the schools have given some of these children opportunity to continue and finish their careers, because it's challenging with a pandemic to have that going on.
No doubt about that.
Backhand down the line there.
And again, right now, we're playing the match calculus game. Stanford did get 4 first sets in singles. They took the first set at 1, 4, 5, and 6. South Carolina first sets here at 2 and 3. And boy, would they like to get a quick point on the board, right? How things are looking
it puts pressure on the duel.
Absolutely. Wow, Rotzart really struggled last season for the Cardinal. Of course, it was such a weird year for them. Season didn't really get started until March. 11-6 overall.
Great lob. Great lob.
It's good stuff there from Toby Samuel. Again, Rotzart struggled by his standards certainly last season. You look for him overall on the year, playing primarily at the number 4 single spot, which again, just not, after playing top 2 in his first few seasons, not what you expected out of Rotzart.
There's always the tricky dynamics when people have success high and then have to play low for whatever reason.
Well, I think you
injury, new people coming in, whatever you call it.
And that was a big thing for him last season. Was never really healthy. Was never at his fittest. Just to see him go 5 and 7 at 4. Surprising, but perhaps not shocking if you actually watch the matches. But there's that power tennis right there. The Rotzart forehand, when he's landing it, he's playing on his terms.
And I feel that he is capable. They do actually have one indoor court at Stanford that Dick Gould built a bazillion years ago. So I'm not sure what you do with 10 guys in one court, but they do have the ability to have
really
some practice.
Fun game of Beat the Champ. Super serious.
But at least having something so they don't have to drive all the way to San Francisco to get any type of preparation. But they just haven't had any of the matches.
You know, half court
coming in.
Half court cross court drills. Have you ever heard of fifth of a court cross court drills? Really accurate. It's a good ball from Samuel, though.
Love it. Very simple.
Absorbing the pace so well. Meanwhile, if I can, super producer Daniel Westoff, I'm going to ask you to queue up court number 5 over at TCU UVA. As it does look like we may have Fernley serving for the set shortly. Don't need it yet. Just again, keep that in your back pocket right now as we are monitoring both of our semifinal matches, round of 16 matches. Shows you where my brain's at, Mark. Round of 16 matches. Again, given how tight that scoreboard is everywhere right now, you can see head coach Josh Goffey for South Carolina locked in here on Toby Samuel. Wants to put that quick point up on the board.
You want the point.
Yeah.
You want the point. The pressure, even regardless of where the other scoreboards are, when you start seeing players coming off, you feel it. That sense of finality. I love how much forward finishing Rotzart's doing.
And that's a great hold there for Rotzer to get on the board for 5-4. Oh, excuse me. Deuce point coming up. I'm ahead of you. I mean, ahead of myself. We do have match point for Jake Fernley. It'd feel rude to rip away from this now, though. But we do have a match point coming up right here for Jake Fernley. Hold there from Rotzer. 4-5-4. Meanwhile, Getz holds on a deuce point. No, if we can, let's go over to court number 5. Deuce point coming up. Excuse me. Shank backhand volley there from Getz extends the match. And on the flip side, we talked about South Carolina, the desire to put that quick point on the board for 2 love. Boy, would it feel good if you're TCU here. They're splitting first sets 3-3. Let's just make it 1-all here on the scoreboard.
There it is. Overplays the inside. There's big serve there.
Great match from Jake Fernley. Just felt like he got that ball so deep into the body of Ryan Getz. Getz could never recover.
I think it was a battle of 2 guys that were trying to push each other around with the forehand.
Sure.
And Fernley was better at it. He's coming here extremely confident. And the 2 points that both coaches unequivocally felt were in each other's pockets were Fernley winning at 5 and Van Schulenburg winning at 3. Those both coaches, I think, felt were favorite points for their teams, and so far the narrative has worked out that way.
So that makes Jake Fernley 2-0 now over Ryan Getz on the season. Meanwhile, let's go back to that Stanford-South Carolina match. We want to continue to introduce the players. You talked about Axel Geller down a set for Stanford on court number 3. We're going to go there now. Again, court number 3 here in our Stanford-South Carolina matchup. Of course, Axel Geller is a former All-American. Walked into the door in college tennis as one of the 10 best players in the country. Now, of course, you go to Stanford, a lot of commitments outside the tennis court. Of course, academically, one of the most rigorous schools in the country. Academics, such a serious focus for Axel Geller, I know, outside of the tennis court. And, you know, again, over these past 12 months, I don't want to say tennis has taken a backseat, but I don't think it's quite been the priority for Geller that it was early in his career. And thus, I think that's why we see him here at the number 3 single spot, lining up against a unequivocal veteran for South Carolina in sophomore Connor Thompson.
He's trying to find his way.
Sure.
Coming back is always difficult. The weapons, he can hurt you from so many different places. Big, strong guy on an indoor court. He definitely needs a little bit of, I think, just bringing the balls back for a few weeks in a row. Geller, 2-2. Geller, 4-4. Geller, 3 in the third. Bringing it back for the Cardinal. The more he does that, he's going to be able to sort of regain some of his confidence and belief. Right now, he understands that Rotzer and Ferry are very good, and I don't think that that's sort of a disappointment or an ego thing. I think he just realizes how important feeling good, healthy, and playing well is for him.
And you see the frustration picking up there. Had a clean look at that forehand, just misses that in the net. Meanwhile, it does feel worth noting Stanford Cardinals this week. Cardinal, excuse me, it's not plural. Without super sophomore Tristan Boyer. He's been out for the majority of the season. And of course, again, you imagine Boyer would be a top 3 player in this Cardinal lineup.
And it's hard to believe with all of the weapons that they have and all the top recruits. Coach Goldstein is Stanford's an outstanding place. Let's just keep it simple. It's a historic place where so many
recruits
champions
itself.
It most certainly does. But Goldstein has come in there and done an outstanding job of putting his own stamp on it with the legend and Dick Gould's still around, you know, fundraising and being supportive and everything. But Goldie has always been such a humble but hardworking champion guy, and he wants nothing more than to get Stanford back to the tops of it. And he's done a heck of a job building the culture and getting these guys.
Geller, ridiculous backhand cross-court return get us to deuce point. Now the big forehand earns the break, so he's back up 4-2. Is that Goldie there?
You're talking about Paul Goldstein. I'll just give you a real simple one. I met him when he was 14 years old playing in junior tournaments.
3-time Kalamazoo champ, if memory serves me correct.
Followed by a 4-time NCAA champ.
Yes.
So he goes 7 straight national titles in a row as a person, as a player, as a junior, as a collegian. And actually would have won NCAAs in singles if it hadn't been for the scrawny lefty from California, who happened to beat his teammate 3-2. So Bobby Bryant ended up winning 98 and Triple Crown and got it all. But for Goldie, it was incredible, #1, and the atmosphere there in 98, watching him beat John Roddick. And I was there in the crowd. It was amazing and one of the best collegiate matches that I think I've ever seen.
Now you see Geller really feeling himself now. 30 love there. To your point, that 1998 Stanford team, by most historians, I think there's only 3 of us when it comes to college tennis, but it's unanimous consensus, best men's team in college tennis history.
Well, they only lost a couple matches.
Yeah.
Like point, not dual matches.
No,
a couple
points. 4 points, I believe, on the
points. Yeah, 3 or 4. I have to double check with one of my twin friends and see what that was. That outstanding. To think about that, looking at the amount of parity and depth that's in college tennis now.
No. So you see Geller here, 40 love. He looks to take a commanding 5-2 lead and look to force the split. Which, of course, given everything happening on court #1, would be quite the development here for Stanford.
That's big physical backhand. You don't feel that on this monitor. But when he hits that clean, I was there watching practice yesterday. That ball's getting through the court.
Yeah. Just the weight behind that shot, so impressive. So 5-2 Stanford here on court #3. We missed it. Happened too quick. Timothy Soft for Stanford. 6-3, 6-4 win over Jake Beasley of South Carolina. So the struggles continue at the bottom of the lineup for the Gamecocks. 5 and 6, the 2 locations. I believe they're now under 500 on the year. But let's head over to court #4. Stanford in position to take a quick 2-1 lead now. It's Max Bassing, super talented freshman, taking on Raphael Lambling. It's 6-2, 5-3 for the freshman Bassing, who I know Coach Goldstein feels quite strongly about.
I watched him yesterday when I first walked into practice.
Who is that?
Smacked the winner and
Yeah.
I was like, okay, who's this guy?
Yeah.
It was great to be able to place a game with a face and a name, but he, just like you see there, how quickly he goes 0 to 60 on that short ball. That's not an easy ball to take from below knee level, pull it wide through the sideline, and then transition and finish off the volley like that and make that look very easy. There's not that much room on the side, so you can see how close that green is to the actual edge of the double silence. If you really are taking balls early and pulling people wide, you want to feel that coming forward is part of your resume at the Seattle Tennis Club, because I also think that there's a lot of room for very high lobbing, which a lot of these guys do outside when they want to reset a point and in a bad position. That particular aspect of defense is taken out of the game.
So there are indoor courts and then there are indoor courts, right? Last week in Madison, those courts were playing so slow at the Nielsen.
And the ceilings are extremely high, so
Yes.
it allows for a very, very high.
Felt very outdoorsy indoor tennis, if that makes sense. Very physical brand. But you're telling me in Seattle that's not the case.
It's a little
less so.
more
Less so, I
intricate
should say.
here.
Sure. The double fault there leads to double match point here for the freshman Max Bassing.
I just don't feel so far from sitting here with Alex that any court has been remiss of transition. Everyone, no matter who they are, game style, what they prefer to do, everyone is transitioning out here. I think it's going to be part of the formula for a successful team at this event.
I would also say the quality of play, with all due respect to the guys up top, I see very little disparity between, say, the matchup we see Famba and Montez at 1 and Jong and Van der Schulenberg at 3. It really does feel like throw a dart at the board.
Another great backhand back behind. Clean striking. Outstanding court position. That's the way to close out a match.
Max Bassing, the freshman, 6-2, 6-3, 2-1 now. Stanford has bounced back after dropping that doubles point. Meanwhile, how about this? Let's go to court number 5 right now. Sangeet Sridhar, excuse me, up a 7-5 first set, but down a break 3-1 here to South Carolina's James Story. Looks like we're going to have 3 sets on all of our top 3 matches for South Carolina Stanford. Now, South Carolina has dropped 2 collective dual matches at the 1 through 3 singles positions, but you look for them now here. Again, going to need to ride that top of the lineup, it feels like today, Mark.
Definitely.
If we can, let me know, super producer Daniel Westoff, if we can get that Stanford scoreboard here with South Carolina on the screen. Just want to set the scene for all of you watching at home. As you see here now, again, 2 singles matches off the board for Stanford. So it's 2-1 lead for Stanford right now. Again, if we can update that match score, 2-1 Stanford. Sridhar, one of the veterans for this Stanford team. One of many options they have, by the way, at the bottom of the lineup. It's Sridhar, the senior, Scottsdale, Arizona. Wow, Story, the transfer from Memphis. It's at the #1 single spot for them last year. It was a really successful season. And I know, talking to Coach Goffey, Story was one of those guys they were counting on to help them take that next step past the round of 16 like they made last year. Of course, you look for James Story thus far on the season. He struggled. 3-3 overall in dual matches. Certainly unexpected given the level we saw from him last year.
Transfer portal has been huge this year.
What are your thoughts on the transfer portal? Am I opening up Pandora's box here?
Not necessarily.
As we see, by the way, 2-3 here for Sridhar. And so in the meantime, let's go over to court number, I apologize, didn't mean to cut you off here. Just want to go over to court number 3 where we've got a set point for Geller.
I don't feel that the it's wonderful to see a little bit of that. It's nice. If you are hitting big serves inside and people are just going to block the ball, it is the #1 tactical way to keep people honest. They have to hit the returns and move forward and not just block them. If they do that, you always have to offer that dimension because the ball's floating and sitting there. But to close off that transfer, you hope people are doing a great job with the visits and the research and picking the right places. But times change, coaches changes, opportunities change, personnel, and then we had a pandemic. So there's just been a lot of instability more so than normal. So I feel that there could be situations that are just better for other students. And in some regard, the 5th-year senior people that still have a year of eligibility and different things, starting grad school careers at other schools. There's just a lot where I understand that sometimes it's better for a student athlete to do it. So I don't feel like it's been completely just musical chairs and people bouncing around. It's not like super team formations like LeBron James, Cleveland trying to, LA Lakers trying to get guys.
Yeah,
it's not that. I don't feel that, right? I feel that there's been a lot, and it just so happens that some of the players have come and transferred into situations, and it's really helped some of the teams.
No, absolutely. Again, a guy like Barbotzer, who's now getting an MBA at Virginia, you can completely understand that decision.
It's not just an MBA. He is the only student athlete in the history of UVA to get accepted to the Darden Business School.
Yeah.
That piece of information, Coach Pedroso told me, was really exceptional. Credit to him. That's how you stump an overhead.
Yeah. And so now for Axel Geller here. Double set point coming up. Excuse me, I may have jumped the gun there. 30-15? conference here. Oh, ball went sky. Gotcha. So tarp the ball, as Geller is prone to do. Meanwhile, after this, we are going to hop back over. Yes, we're closing in on a match point. Don't mind, Axel. Chop, chop here.
I was going to ask you your over-under this entire event on how many times the team losing the doubles point will win the match.
So I'm glad you asked that. There were 3 prominent examples where a team not only lost the doubles point, but lost 4 first sets in singles and ultimately won the match at the women's national indoors. Most prominently, North Carolina, of course, in the final. I think we get 2 really good comebacks like that in this tournament. But other than that, give me the doubles point winner.
Okay.
So I'm going to say, 2 is a conservative low.
2 is a conservative. 2 main draw or 2 total?
I'm going to say 2 main draw. 2 main draw.
Okay, 2 main draw.
Because consolation is just anarchy, as we know.
I'm a believer in the backdrop. Every match counts.
Ooh, I do.
Sure. What a point.
And so in the meantime, if we can, we got to go over to 3. Match point and Virginia TCU. Match point for Jeffrey von der Schulenburg. Taking on Sander Jong here. Again, it's 1-all overall here in this dual match.
Oh my goodness. Covers it.
Von der Schulenburg on the board. As you mentioned, we knew it was going to happen. We felt at 5. We knew what was going to happen. We felt at 3. These were direct rematches of 5 days ago.
Amazing.
And we get the same results.
It's amazing that the coaches felt that strongly that those matchups were still going to hold, because there most certainly in 5 days can be some shifting with belief, but it really did come out.
And you see Coach Roditi giving some love to Sander Jong. In the meantime, can we pop in on court number 4? This is our other repeat match. Oh, excuse me, one of 4 repeat matches we have here today. Pedro Vives, the talented freshman, after dropping the first set to Barbotzer. Now 6-1, 1-love break of serve up in the 3rd. Meanwhile, can we go back to 3 at Stanford, South Carolina? I do apologize for all the hopping around here, but it's the witching hour for these first matches. As again, we see on court number 3, Geller. Deuce point coming up on his set point chance. How about that for a thunderous backhand? So Axel Geller letting his team know Cardinal not going anywhere. 3 splits, Mark. Courts 1, 2, and 3 in South Carolina. Have a feeling we're going to get to spend some more time there in a little bit, but let's go back to Virginia TCU. Things getting interesting here now as we get to the end of some second sets. We're going to start out on court number 6 there if we can. Court number 6 now, as you see the Vives hold 4-2 love. Gianni Ross was getting awfully frustrated with some calls from the freshman Louis Maxted. Coach Pedroso even at one point really getting into it with the chair umpire here. And again, some of that just competitiveness, some of that just backing your player under all circumstances. This is the one I'm circling. If I'm Virginia, I want to turn this one around ASAP, and now I feel in control of this match.
Yeah, Gianni Ross is... Gianni Ross is always a competitive and vocal leader, even though he's in the 6th spot. He's roaring like he's one of the top guys, and he's always been playing, performance, competitive, and emotional leader. And that's great core position there. Building, and after he hits a good shot, takes a couple steps forward, hits another good shot, takes another couple steps forward. Next thing you know, it's an approach shot for you, and you're on top of the net. And that's great, just point building and court position building, the transition, move forward. So he's trying to most certainly, with the ego and the experience, there's no way you want to lose a match quickly down here in these circumstances. So he's going to fight. It's going to take a heck of an effort for Armstead to take him down.
And so frequently in college tennis, right, we talk about, even less so than winning, how important it is not to be the loss. Just stay out there, compete for your teammates.
Well said. Not to be the loss is well said.
There's a double fault, and you see again some scoreboard issues here as we try to work everything out on day one. It's 2-love Gianni Ross here now. Early mini break lead in our second set tiebreaker. Again, Virginia takes the doubles point and 3 first sets in our match here as they try to flip the script after they lost 4-1 to TCU just 5 days ago.
Oh, it's a great passing shot. Two-time passing shot. He got the backhand pass down. Made him have to volley up and put him in an uncomfortable position. Even though he was in winning position, he was in a bad volleying position and lost the point there.
Still the mini break 2-1 advantage here. And again, 2-1 Virginia overall on the scoreboard after they take that doubles point in a straight set victory from Jeffrey von der Schulenburg. The number 3 single spot.
High ball. Inside in, opportunity.
And he overcooked it.
Misses it long. That's one of those tough things because he hits the big forehand. He's got to cover a lot of real estate, and then he's got to make a slight adjustment with the angle of his hand and the continental grip. He didn't really have a chance to secure it with his other hand, so he had to do it on his own. Misjudged, and that's the challenge when you have more of a disproportionate number of ground strokes to volleys. Sometimes those volleys in the important moments can feel a little foreign.
So 2-all here in our second set breaker.
But that's 2-all. It's bigger than 2-all because Ross was playing to win every one of those points and had 2 balls. There are 2 points that he was transitioning on there. So you have Ross, after losing 2 net points, saying, well, maybe I'm going to grind for a little bit here. It's some momentum going against me, trying to do, quote unquote, the right thing. But look at that. Enough width to create the opening and a solid backhand winner from the center.
That's a nice 3-2 lead there with, again, you look on court number 4, Pedro Vives, the freshman, who earned a straight set victory over Barbatzer. The first time these teams played, has now taken a 3-love lead in the third set there. You're playing some math in your head.
You are playing some math.
If you're Gianni Ross, you cannot go off the court here right now in straight sets.
Can't.
Again, just to talk about the history of these teams, 4-3 at last year's National Indoors, a match won by Virginia after they dropped the doubles point. Little overzealous on that one.
Yeah, popped out of his knee bend too quickly, ball slightly out of the strike zone. Missing down the line into the net is not the place I want that ball to go.
I love the consistency here of Louis Maxted. He is making this match physical. He's saying, okay, beat me. I dare you.
Well, he's done a lot of positive things with his own transition game, but now on the way out of the door, he's not necessarily trying to put the hammer down. He's just trying to offer enough resistance to get over the finish line.
And we got to go to court number 2 right now, where Chris Rodesh has himself set points to extend the match against Juan Carlos Aguilar. Meanwhile, Famba pulled for 5-2 in the second there, so it looks like we're getting 3 sets in a lot of places right now, Mark.
Yeah, some swing points and swing matches.
Again, keeping an eye on court number 6, where right now it's 4-3. Maxted leading on serve there. Set point, though, here for Chris Rodesh. Yeah, that ball looked long here from the broadcast booth. So we're going 3-on-2. We're already in the 3rd-on-4. Let's go back to 6 now again. On serve 4-3 in the breaker. If you're TCU, boy, would you love to get Maxted off the court right now. Tie things up. Worry about your 3 sets.
He's playing possum. He's hitting high heavies. Hitting high heavies. Hitting high heavies. Oh, and Ross takes the ball up the line. From deep in the court, he goes Delpo and red lines one and makes it. Oh, wow, that is gutsy. Down 3-4 there.
You notice the senior now has slowed down, extending rallies, asking questions of Maxted. Because does Maxted have the overwhelming weapon to hurt Gianni with? Thus far in the breaker, the answer's been no.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. He's waiting him out. Let's see what we get.
4-all here. We are on serve. Now breaker. Scoreboard now officially updated.
Leg court. Good deep approach down the middle. Gave him no angles. And he salts off the roof.
It's a good ball there from Maxted, and that's the first time we've seen him move forward
Good,
this entire breaker.
Simple, old school chip down the middle. No angles. Transfer the pressure, and the topspin lob not good enough. There's enough room in this building to get the lob up high, and he didn't get it high enough.
Meanwhile, I would point out over at Stanford, South Carolina, Stanford up 3-1 in the 3rd at 1, up 4-1 in the 3rd-on-2. So break leads there as they're 2 points away from overcoming that doubles point drop against South Carolina. Keep an eye there, of course, on our action. You can find all the individual feeds on the wearecollegetennis.com ITA website.
Lots of movement here. Great footwork. Oh, wow. He is feeling it now. There's some forehands that are hitting great spots on the run. He goes line one now, a cross-court counterattacking wrist snapper of a winner.
5-all.
But it's not just 5-all, Alex. It's a 3-4 forehand winner and a 4-5. It's like just major moxie winners. And just, you miss those. Those are just spreading this breaker until it's probably done.
Of course, that's what you asked for, right? From your senior leader. Called just wide, confirmed. Too good from Gianni Rossi. He had a backhand to come in behind, but he waited on that mark. He waited for the forehand.
I'm telling you that those two daggers that he had when he was up 2-love to go up 4-love are still residual in his mind. And he's trying to find a way in a very measured, for lack of a better term, boa constrictor way to just squeeze forehand pressure into this breaker and get it done.
Set, Johnny Ross.
It's good discipline, though. That chip stayed low. It's hard from our vantage point to see how low he had to get down and pick that up. And he snaps it. He looks to Coach Pedroso. He looks up at his dad. Dr. Ross is here taking it in from Chicago. And he's having a slip of water because he knows that this match is far from over now with that split.
Buckle your seatbelts, folks. Things getting awfully interesting here at the Nordstrom Tennis Center. We go back to court number 1 right now, where guess what, Mark? Action doesn't stop. It's Luke Famba serving to send us to a third set here at 1. Meanwhile, Rodesh Aguilar does go to a third set as well. So we've got third sets underway on 2, 4, and 6. Will court 1 be joining us here? Luke Famba, certainly hoping the answer to that question is yes.
Oh, what a forehand. Now that's tour level forehand.
So you described, who was it? I believe Jake Fernley going Del Potro down the line with a forehand.
It was Gianni Rosa.
It was Gianni. That one was Del Potro with a forehand down the line.
Yeah, that might have been
110 miles per hour.
No, that was big.
So now triple set point coming up for Famba. Good return there from Iñaki Montez.
Another important point to note is different than junior tennis, where when it's time to close out a match, you're playing with some dead balls. Mm-hmm. And in pros, you get ball changes at 7 and 9. College tennis, you're getting the new nuggets every single set.
Sure.
And that gives a little bit of an edge to people in the beginning of sets that know how to connect the dots with serve +1 and apply pressure and come forward and take the information you've learned throughout the match to put some more sense of offensive and aggressive closure to it.
So all of a sudden, things get a little tricky here for Luke Famba. Junior, I believe All-American last season.
And one of the nice things you see Coach Roditi just kind of walking through to pick up the ball and chatting. Mm-hmm. Different than pro football or basketball where you have to take a 20-second timeout. A coach can walk in there like that without stopping the actual flow of play and provide a play. A great part of college tennis.
Let's see what the play call here is. Oh, he called that out?
Yeah.
Coach Roditi is irate. And the overrule. So late call from Montez on one.
Look at the sprint from Roditi. That was
4-4. 4-4
and that's a big time for overrule.
And you're going to hear a big roar from Luke Famba here. He knows how valuable that set was. And I will say this. Ball did look long. Certainly, though, a late call from Iñaki Montez.
And sometimes the actual insecurity in the presentation of a call can, body language wise,
absolutely
sell the wrong message to the judge.
And again, Coach Roditi was at the chair umpire in under 4 seconds, and so
it was fast.
that was a fast move from Roditi. Split sets though here on court number 1. Let's go over Back to Stanford, South Carolina, court number 1. Arthur Ferry has ripped off a 5-1 lead at the number 1 singles spot. Meanwhile, things have tightened up there. It was 4-1 Alex Rotzart, just a single break of serve lead at 2. Toby Samuel of South Carolina gets the break back, so we're on serve 3-4 in the third at 2. It's on serve 2-1 in the third, South Carolina at 3, and James Story earning a third set. So guess what? I mean, I think it's just a game of copycat here. We go, oh, South Carolina wins the doubles. Virginia wins the doubles. Oh, we're going to split first sets. We're going to have 4 3-set matches here. Parity is the name of the game, and boy, what a start we have here, Mark, to our national indoors.
Most certainly. It's a little different than basketball March Madness, where you're not given a lot of credence to 5-12 and 6-11 matchups. It's a bit of a bracket buster when those kind of things happen here. Anybody's ball game. SEC teams seeding at 11, trying to battle and earn respect like South Carolina, and Virginia only losing to some top teams. And here on a 12 seed that has played just as tough of a schedule as anyone, and it's been, to use one of you guys' great words in recent weeks, as callous as you can be coming in here, getting ready to play top competition. So these aren't surprises. This is par for the course.
Absolutely here. I would argue this is actually a very good showing for this South Carolina team. Rough loss to North Carolina coming into the event.
I like the attitude by Coach Goffey now.
Yeah.
And the outdoor facility is the state of the art. When I called the SEC final years ago, I was impressed with that facility, and now they've added even more facilities. But I like the commitment they have to the tennis, and Coach Kevin Eppley on the women's side has done great things. So it's a great program with, I think, a great future.
Good ball there from Daniel Rodriguez. And I'll tell you what, you talk about those facilities, how valuable they are. Coach Josh Goffey for the men's team is one of the hottest young head coaches in all of college tennis. The next big job that opens, wherever it may be, he will be in consideration.
Oh, he's earned a lot of respect for what he's
Absolutely.
done.
As a recruiter, developer.
But definitely some of these schools that still have a little land here and there are doing, get the right donor and get the right support.
For sure.
How about that facility in Stillwater at Oklahoma State? There's some amazing facilities being built. It's great for the sport.
Boy, is that Daniel Rodriguez serve impressive.
I just
or forehand.
I just like that he's moving the ball around until he can pick the right spot to come forward. I feel that the backhand he plays can get a little flat and a little linear, and I think the forehand he can create so much more width and footwork challenge and create lanes. And I think on an outdoor court, maybe he would be more like, okay, I'll play however the game sort of unfolds.
Sure.
I like he's being much more intent and purposeful about the way he's playing his forehands and how he's following them up.
Mm-hmm.
Because right there, he backed off of a 1 forehand, gave up about a step and a half of court position, and look what happens. Direction change, and all of a sudden he's in a backhand into the net. It's really sort of a, it's not a kill or be killed, but it's just a push or be pushed.
So match points coming up for Stanford. I'll tell you what, Stanford, if they take this, they'll be up 3-1. But they might not. It may be 3-1 for a little bit, given where some of these other matches are right now. But first things first here again, match points coming up for Arthur Ferry.
Great return.
Confirmed.
Did he miss
overcooked that forehand approach a little long. Great intent there, and to your point.
And was in winning position to put that volley away.
I had a coach who would always say, good shot, bad execution, Alex. Let's play on, says Daniel Rodriguez. He holds for 2-5 here on court number 1. For what it's worth, over at Nordstrom, our boxer going down 4-love, has raced back, still down a break, but 3-4 now. He trails at that number 4 position. We're going to stay here, though. We're going to head over court number 2. Alex Rothsard, Toby Samuel, 4-all here in the third set. On our other courts, for what it's worth, James Story of South Carolina up an early break, 1-love at court 5. Connor Thompson of South Carolina up an early break, 3-1 at 3.
Makes this last couple games,
Absolutely.
it's not a word, but ginormous.
Again, more than anything else, it started with Toby Samuel. Just stay on court, right? Don't be the guy who loses this match. Meanwhile, now it's, hey, go take this match. From Rothsard here, and you see the forehand error. So now triple break point, excuse me, 15-44 all. Again, you see on the top left corner, it's Rothsard Samuel, bottom left, just keeping you updated on what's going on in Ferry Rodriguez. I actually don't mind that score up there if you want to keep that Ferry Rodriguez up there, just so we know if Arthur Ferry gets to match point. Appreciate that. Again, this is court 2. Just keeping our eye on that court 1 scoreboard. He does a thing with his head.
He's moving it slightly before.
Right? But it looks routine.
He's still keeping the shoulders and hips and upper body still, but he definitely has a little bit of a slight move in his head, and that, to some extent, may cause him on a windy day to shank some, but it's almost like he's got his own version of a no look.
Sure.
And there could be some disguise as you kind of get caught in that. Definitely. Like I said early on in this broadcast, serves and forehands can have some individuality. He clearly has some uniqueness to the way he delivers the serve and the forehand.
That's huge stuff from Toby Samuel, though, and you see the massive fist pump. He knows how valuable that break is, and all of the sudden, Toby Samuel going to serve for the set on court number 2. Serve for the match, excuse me, on 2. In the meantime, let's go to 1. Arthur Ferry, as you can see, 5-2, 15-all serving, number 1 player in the country.
That was a big gamble there for Toby Samuel to take a second serve and go inside in. It's one of those, no, great shot.
Confirmed. All wide there from Arthur Ferry. 15-30 here. And you just love the way, well, maybe you don't love the way, I will say I love the way Arthur Ferry holds that baseline.
I think he has good vision, too.
Yeah.
Most of the players, doesn't matter. You go back to 1,000 years. So, Martina Hingis, Andre Agassi, different people that look like they're quote-unquote holding the baseline, like you mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
I think that they are playing tennis almost like a video game. I think that things are moving slower and they understand, they see with their eyes quite well. And allows them to do it. Yeah, it's like that.
Struggled to put that high backhand volley away, but that's the harder shot in tennis, right?
It definitely is one of them. I know that there's many nightmares on that shot.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure I could never have the forearm strength needed to pull that shot off. You've seen them. They're weak. That's why I'm always sleeved.
Yeah, we need to build your gun show.
So match points coming up for Arthur Ferry. Again, it's 2-1 Stanford right now overall. South Carolina takes the doubles point. Stanford wins at 4-6.
Yeah, first error right there. And I saw that back in the NCAAs when he played Pizzeri. There was a couple moments there where his backhand left the plantation just short, just for brief moments. He got a little for serving volley. Oh, wow. That's a way to finish it. Look at that.
That's a big roar from Arthur Ferry. He takes a 6-2 third set, and with that, Stanford one match away from the National Indoor Quarterfinals. But where's it going to come from? They are down breaks everywhere right now, and we'll start on court number 2. Toby Samuel serving for it of South Carolina, up 5-4 in the third. South Carolina also up 4-1 in the third at 3. 3 love in the third at 5, Mark.
Do
you smell that? Smells like an upset brewing.
Definitely. Oh, and that's why. Did you ever play with your hat on backwards, Alex?
I only started wearing hats as soon as the hairline went. I could never play with anything on the head, though.
I was a backwards hat guy.
Oh, yeah?
And I definitely think some folks can do it and some can't.
I am one of those cannot.
He's just coming forward. Look at that.
It's playing on your terms. Playing to win, right? Not playing not to lose. Toby Samuel now 3 match points. And I'll tell you what, it's 3-1 Stanford on the scoreboard. But if you ask anyone, truth serum, who would you rather be right now? You may say South Carolina.
Yeah, it's a fair question. A lot of tennis still left to be played, and no games left to be played, but it's a great return. That's good tennis. That's a great return and a quality backhand angle. That is 2 well-located balls under an extreme amount of pressure. Coming in last night and watching Ohio State practicing, I say they put almost 40 minutes into serve +1 types of coming forward patterns in this building.
I literally yelled serve +1s. Great call.
That's important.
Swinging backhand volley. You thought the fairy celebration.
Like a shovel board flip across. Wow.
And now the entire Gamecock roster comes out to meet him. South Carolina 2-3 down. Upset brewing. Let's go to court number 3 right now. Axel Geller in jeopardy of going down a quick 5-1 deficit here on court number 3. We can move that court angle up. I appreciate that. And that ball wide. Overruled.
Oh, wow. That's a big moment. Still 40-15, but this is why they're paid. They're paid to try to make sure that there is the benefit of the doubt given at particularly tense moments like these.
Meanwhile, Bar Botzer has ring. Well, let's focus here.
Big shot.
It's big from Geller. Cannot go down a double break 5-1 here, given the scoreboard pressure they're facing on 5. And again, it's 3-2 Stanford overall, but James Story, the transfer from Memphis, 3 love, 40 love up in that third set. Meanwhile, again, 4-1 here, South Carolina in the third as well. Botzer has flipped that match 4 straight games from 4 love down to 4-all. He's heating up at Nordstrom. Feels like we got 4-3 matches on our hands to start the day, Mark.
We do.
So 5-1 Connor Thompson, 4 love James Story. Wow, oh wow.
Before the day, the question I posed to you was how many SEC teams you see in the semifinals of this tournament?
Well, I think one of them might be walking by us right now in some Florida Gators here in our broadcast booth. But that's the question, right? You get 7 teams in. Can you get any to the Final 4? You feel like Tennessee? I don't know.
Wow, that's a big time backhand.
Geller just unloading on some forehands here, looking for any answer possible. again, I am keeping my eyes on the action. Still 2-1 over at Nordstrom Tennis Center. Virginia taking the doubles point and a win at 3 singles. TCU a straight set win at 5 third sets in all 4 remaining matches. Some of them coming down to the wire. Of course, we're not going to miss out on any match points here as our Cracked Racquets Redzone coverage continues throughout today's round of 16 action. Now Connor Thompson, 2 points away. Meanwhile, massive overrule on court 4 in UVA TCU. Barbotzer deuce point 4-all. Return landed awfully slowly on the sideline. He calls it out, overruled. So freshman Viva is now going to serve for it, up 5-4 in the third there. Hop over there as soon as that gets back to action. Meanwhile, let's check out the end of this match still. But drama everywhere. As James Story about to take a 5-4 lead as well. Match point coming up. South Carolina's Connor Thompson. And you said this earlier, Mark, and I'm definitely going to steal it from you throughout the day. Everyone's moving forward to the net here.
It's a theme. People are creating lanes. Good thoughts in terms of where they're serving and where they're building their rally ground strokes, but pay dirt is coming forward in this. Wow, he's unloading on every ball.
Oh my God.
Every ball.
Axel Geller says, I'm not done yet.
That's ego.
Yeah.
That's like, hey, I've been one of the best in the world.
I'm not afraid of
I've
you.
graced the stage and some of the best. That right there, it's a put up or shut up type of moment, and he's trying to send him. Sometimes people can do it. Sometimes someone can face that level of scoreboard pressure and flip the script by just bringing it to someone at that moment and almost intimidating them into believing that maybe they aren't going to win. But that serve right there.
Called wide, confirmed from the chair.
Oh, wow. That's a big moment.
And to ask the chair to overrule that, it's just never going to happen.
And that's where it would be nice to.
Somewhere on that tee.
Or just have some electronic way taking a look at that.
So the double fault. So 2-5, we change sides. Meanwhile, you do imagine, given there are only 2 matches left, we do have a far sideline official right now. No one in that immediate T sideline. So 2-5, play carrying on there. 4-1, James Story at 5. We got to go back, though, to Nordstrom Tennis Center. Court number 4, Botzer, Vives Marcos in this TCU UVA battle. TCU is up 4-0 here in the third. Botzer ripped off 4 straight games for 4-all. 4-all deuce point. Return seemingly drifted wide, but it was awfully slow, and Botzer ultimately overruled there. So now it's the freshman Pedro Vives looking to serve out the match here. Even this scoreboard up at 2-0 against 2-1 UVA right now overall.
Here it comes.
We've seen him miss a couple of those.
That's just stony. That is a brick.
And can we get the scoreboard up on the screen just so everyone knows again where things stand here?
He looked at where he wanted to hit it, and his hand split too soon, so he got no catapult, no mousetrap popping on that volley. It was just a dud firecracker. Oh my goodness. It's another one of those scenarios where there's an inside out forehand approach shot, but the player is still there. He only had to move a step and a half to find that backhand pass.
And it's another one of those approach shots that has you think he's a freshman, right?
But he's also in a tricky spot.
Sure.
I've seen some people, even Roger Federer at Wimbledon against Djokovic, missed the same. or underplay the same shot, right? Going to a different spot. So it's not an easy ball when it's low like that.
It's a nice first serve, though, from Pedro Vives into that Barbatzer backhand. And now we play deuce point coming up.
And it looked as if he was going to serve volley, like he was coming forward. Oh, wow. That is an outstanding way to finish. What a serve +1, and that overhead stayed high enough just to tempt him.
There we say gutsy
You have to lay out and smack that thing.
Absolutely.
You have to go to the big part of the court and bring it.
And now in the meantime, we got to head back, and it is 4-love. Can we quickly pop in on court number 6 here? UVA, TCU. Get court number 6, where it's 4-love TCU. So now 2-all overall. We are on serve and third sets on courts 1 and 2. Wouldn't have it any other way here, right? 4 third set matches, both these or 3 left. Both teams need to take 2. About as even can get here in the Nordstrom Tennis Center, but we got to go back to the Seattle Tennis Club. Connor Thompson served for the match, up 5-1, had 2 match point chances. Again, that's Thompson Geller. Court 3 here, Seattle Tennis Club. To see it on your screen, Geller is attacking, folks, and now all of a sudden, he's 2 points away from, listen to this, Mark, getting us back on serve in the third.
I was worried when he went for that ace and psychologically felt that he had won.
Mm-hmm.
I was a little worried. And now I'm sure Josh Godfrey is quite worried. Because it's easy for us to say in the booth, oh, hey, mentally you have to be like bowling pins and just reset yourself.
Sure.
You know, give the speech. But when your adrenaline is running and you thought that you just aced to win and it's close.
I want to quote a wise man who I heard point out the fact on that 40-30 match point, Axel Geller was just swinging away. And I believe you referred to it as just his, sort of, for lack of a better term, put up or shut up sort of moment for Geller. And he put up on that point, went down swinging, seems to be doing that again.
Boy, he's got pep in his step. He looked light. He didn't look heavy there. He looked really, for a big guy, he looked really light on his feet. And he was just, we can't hear it because we're not in Seattle, but I bet he was breathing and emoting and striking. Every one of those balls had purpose.
So now 3 break points. He was 5-1 down. He faced 2 match points. He now has 3 break points to get us back on serve in the third. Oh, yes.
Oh, wow. Red line the backhand on the stretch. Like it's nobody's business. Here we go.
Axel Geller, have yourself a day. We are back on serve on court number 3, 4, 5. And again, it's 3-2 Stanford. We haven't checked in. Let's quickly pop over to court number 5 here at the Seattle Tennis Center. Sangeet Sridhar. Gets the hold for 3-4. So still down a break, is he, to James Story, but Stanford making a push now. And with that in mind, we're all over the place, folks. Need you to go to court number 2 at TCU UVA. Break point chances now for Juan Carlos Aguilar. And if we can on this site, and I apologize, super producer Daniel Westoff, because you may kill me. But if we can here, split screen between 2 and 1s. We've got a break point chance here for Rodesh. He fights off one deuce point coming up, but break point chances for Luke Famba as well. Again, right now, overall on the scoreboard, 2-all. But if you're asking me who I'd rather be, TCU a 5-love lead at 6. Break point chances on courts 1 and 2. And in fact, you see it, Luke Famba, with the break. So now 3-2 lead. Let's go full on 2 for this break point chance for Chris Rodesh. What a get.
Missed the volley.
You love that read from Chris Rodesh to move forward, but just better execution.
I love Aguilar getting even tighter on the passing shot because you're in trouble there. If he can somehow get his hand organized, he makes that volley and you don't have an answer for it. But just keeping the court small on the passing shot, the wheels Aguilar had and the miles per hour on that backhand pass was just enough.
So now it's 2-all here, TCU Stanford, but TCU now with break leads in the third sets on 1, 2, and 6, our 3 remaining matches. We're going to go over to court number 6 right now. Court number 6 here, Virginia TCU, 5-1 lead for the freshman Lou Maxted. And again, right now it's 3-2 break of serve lead for Famba of TCU at 1, 4-3 break of serve lead for Aguilar at 2, although Aguilar and Rodesh have traded, I believe, breaks in 6 of 7 games,
Yeah,
in that third set.
There's just been a bad 8 minutes.
Sure.
For the Wahoos. It's been a bad 8 minutes. Just Rodesh not being able to handle some of those opportunities. Gianni Ross is now on the back end of this score. Montez is getting a little disappointed at some of the points right at the same time Famba starting to unload. It's just been a tough short stretch here for
really tough stretch for Stanford for South Carolina as well as Geller now 40-15 to get back on serve. Sangbeat Sridhar 2 points away from there as well. Really good first ball.
Another great run forehand.
Although you do have to ask, though, right, Mark, with how hard Gianni worked just to win that second set. Had to extend so many rallies, 10, 12 shots?
He did. I feel he gave a lot of emotional energy,
yes.
too. It was important for him to stay there. And it's not that he sort of tapped out. He's still competing and fighting. I think with the new can of balls, I feel in this third set, it's been a nice job. Just wide. It's tough though. It's tough. I feel like he's doing a nice job. Ripping, coming forward.
Called wide, confirmed wide, and that's right below our broadcast booth. Ball did seem to miss. Very, very small margin. It did seem to miss just wide. Meanwhile, and I appreciate all of you out there pointing out that comeback from Axel Geller. He has held for 5-all. Now it's 40-love Connor Thompson. Meanwhile, James Story, 5-3 lead now in the third at 5 singles. Of course, we'll get back there as soon as we can. Want to see here if Louis Maxted can serve out this match, give TCU a 3-2 lead. Then we'll be able to hold here at Nordstrom for a little bit longer. Of course, again, we will get back to that Stanford match momentarily. It's the difficulty and the joy of Redzone, right? Get to watch everything. Hard to watch anything. See again a long exchange there. Gianni Ross did not like that call.
These are so close.
Ooh, he's not gonna like that call either.
We're right on the line. It's really close. And it's all happening on the far sideline away from the ref.
It's brutal. But again, that's our sideline here in the broadcast booth. Both balls were wide. Very, very close. Just missed. One drop's good.
I think the story here is just that he's willing to match Gianni Ross's intensity and shot tolerance and competitiveness, and when appropriate, net appearances as well. He just matches him at every aspect of the level.
Ball sends wide as well. So freshman Louis Maxted, and it's been both freshmen, Pedro Vives, 3 sets over the grad student Bar Botzer. Now Louis Maxted, 3 sets over the 5th year Gianni Ross, and TCU now 3-2 overall lead with 3rd sets and break lead at the number 1 single spot. Worth noting, Rodesh got the break back, so 6 breaks in 8 games, 4 all in the third on 2. But we got to go back to Stanford, South Carolina. Drama. Felt like Stanford may have survived a big push, but all of a sudden we go to court number 3 right now. Stanford leading 3-2, 5-6, and again, if we can, let's go to court number 3 right now. Or actually, I lied. Let's stay here. You might be right, super producer Daniel Westoff. Sangeet Sridhar down 3-5, 30 all here at the number 5 singles position. Meanwhile, Axel Geller 5-6, 30 all at the number 3 singles position. Coming down to the wire everywhere. Ooh, second serve. Bold aggression there from James Story. I like it. It's a nice hold from Sridhar, 4-4-5. Meanwhile, got to go to 3. Match points down is Axel Geller. Court number 3, he's down 30-40, was down 5-1 in 2 match points. Now down 2 more match points here. Again, 5-6, 30-40. We apologize here. Again, these track tennis cameras. See here again, the refresh coming. Oh, wow. I do apologize, folks. In the end, Axel Geller, 7-5 in the 3rd. He takes it. Excuse me, Connor Thompson over Axel Geller. So apologize for the camera difficulties there. Not exactly sure what's going on. In the meantime, we got to go to court number 5. Here at South Carolina Stanford again. Court number 5, South Carolina Stanford, if we can. I know, we can stick around for this deuce point if you'd like. 4 all deuce point coming up. But then again, South Carolina Stanford, court number 5, where we're going next. Is South Carolina now 4 points away. 1 James Story hold from the upset. Wow, a Rodesh double fault. So we've played 9 games there. There have been -2, 7 breaks of serve. 7 breaks of serve.
That's hard to believe. That's something that you would You'd see in boys 12s tennis.
And so now Juan
It's
Carlos.
just the level of competition coupled with nerves and moment is with some no ad. It's becoming.
So now we go back
as
to
tense as it
5.
comes.
Yeah, South Carolina, Stanford.
And also Famba dropped the break. He had a break 4-2. Montez broke back at the number 1 position in TCU. So it is.
So apparently no cameras right now at the Seattle Tennis Club is the word I'm getting here from super producer Daniel Westoff. We apologize for that fact. Again, I know James Story is serving for the match there, 5-4, 15-30. Camera's just not quite up right now. Unfortunately, we do apologize for that fact. So we'll stick here where TCU is right now 1 game away from securing a 2nd win over Virginia this season.
Great defense. He is scrambling all over the
He is
screen.
so quick. So faster there. Juan Carlos Aguilar covering the court, or David Roditi protesting a call to the chair umpire? Because I think that's the spirit animal there, Mark.
It's tight. I'm going to give Aguilar a slight edge.
Aguilar 3 points away. Meanwhile, match point right now for James Story in South Carolina. Goes from an upset to a survival, now back to an upset. Should he pull that win off? Ball called good. What an inside in forehand there from Chris Rodesh. James Story, 6-4 in the 3rd. South Carolina delivering our first upset of the day, Mark. They knock off Stanford 4-3. Again, we sincerely apologize that we were unable to show that match point on our stream. Track tennis cameras slowly but surely finding their comfort zone here. What a win for the Gamecocks over at the Seattle Tennis Club. Meanwhile, that ball just wide from Chris Rodesh. So 30 all. TCU 2 points away.
The defense.
Both these courts, the level of play so high right now. Match point for the TCU Horned Frogs. He looks to send them past Virginia and into the quarterfinals. Aguilar does it. 6-3, 5-7, 6-4. TCU 4-2 winners. They advance to the quarterfinals to face the winner of Florida, Texas. Mark, what an opening session here. And I know, again, tech-wise, did we get to see as much of that South Carolina-Stanford match as we would have loved? No. But moving forward, we're going to have both sites for you. And I'll tell you what, for matches number 1 of the day, we're already an hour behind.
3 hours exactly. Well, I guess we're half an hour behind.
Yeah, sure.
Well, the second round is scheduled
I think
for
they're
12.
I was going to say, so we're an hour behind now because both these teams going to get an hour to warm up, of course. South Carolina, Texas, both working their ways onto the court now. But, I mean, let's start here with the match we saw at Nordstrom. TCU drops the doubles point, take 3 first sets in singles, send 4 matches to third sets, just across the board. I thought that was an excellent, excellent performance from the Horned Frogs.
Coach Roditi, I always feel, has the right balance of determination, but understanding that there's going to be an ebb and flow in a dual match. And he has a lot of spunk, but at the same time, for lack of a better term, emotional fortitude and repression to take the punches in the stomach, because every single time these matches keep turning back and forth and back and forth, you have to be a very calm force for your team while you're still delivering the messages and encouraging. But Virginia did a lot of things right, but couple of bad momentum shifts at the end of a few matches, and I'd say 4 was a big one.
No, you think about the 4-love deficit they had in the third set at 4, the early deficit 4-love as well at 6, just seemingly constantly down an early break at that number 2 spot. TC was the fitter, more aggressive team down the home stretch. Ultimately, that confidence from the win in Fort Worth 5 days ago had to have helped, but it is extraordinarily difficult to win any sort of to beat any team twice in a 5-6 day span. That's precisely what the Horned Frogs do. They advance to the quarterfinals, where they will meet the winner of our next matchup here, Florida taking on Texas. But let's quickly talk about what we saw at the Seattle Tennis Club. And I know we didn't get to catch too much of it on our stream, but look, we were both pretty high on Stanford coming into today's action. Did not anticipate South Carolina would, let alone take the doubles point. But, you know, their number 1 player, Daniel Rodriguez, who had yet to lose this season, he lost in this match. And, you know, again, same deal. Number 4 singles, Rafael Lampling, one of the rocks of their lineup, he lost in this match. Ultimately, though, in the end, didn't matter. Like, South Carolina, what a performance from the Gamecocks and Coach Goffey.
Big efforts. Thompson, huge effort taking Geller down. You're not going to call that in Vegas or in your backyard. You're just a certain matchups that you would just like to think Stanford owned, and the bottom of their lineup, they obviously are good.
Yeah.
But
and to use
doubles point is significant. And so today we're 1-1 relative to the doubles points, but for sure with the competitive nature schedule, South Carolina, even though maybe not a big signature win, they've been battling. They're battle tested, and this goes to that question about this 7 SEC team field. And right away, South Carolina gut checks for the conference.
No doubt about that. And you know who the story is? James Story. Story's the story because, of course, the transfer from Memphis, number 1 singles player last season, now playing 5-6 singles role for South Carolina. Simply put, he had not been playing up to his standards. 3-3 overall in the dual match year. Coming into this match, it may have actually been a little bit worse than that, as I know a couple of matches missing from their statistics. But now he gets that signature win. And now you move forward in your Coach Goffey and this team. And I mean, you get the win over Stanford, right? Monumental for NCAA seeding come May. And now you've pretty much, I don't want to say secured yourself a top 16 seed, because, you know, the 7 SEC teams we see here this weekend, they're going to have to see all conference long. But what a start to the year for a South Carolina Gamecock team that I know, talking to Coach Goffey, they're experienced. They're calloused. They're coming off of a round of 16 run last year. They want to take a jump to the next level. A win over Stanford like the one they had today is precisely a step in that direction. With all that said, we still have 6 matches to go here on day 1 of the 2022 ITA National Indoor Championships. We will be back 12:30 start, not 1 p.m., excuse me, 12:30 start for our next wave of matches. Of course, over here, it's going to be Florida taking on Texas at the Seattle Tennis Club. It's going to be Tennessee taking on Texas A&M. So we reached the SEC hour, I suppose, of the day, as we've got 3 SEC schools coming up in our next wave of matches. Of course, we will be back for those matches, and we continue to cover all of the action from first ball to last of this event. But for now, for the fantastic Coach Mark Bay, our super producer Daniel Westoff. I am your host Alex Gruskin. You've been watching the 2022 Division I Men's ITA National Championships presented by Cracked Racquets. Welcome to Wave. Ever since then, obviously NCAA semifinals last year, and start out the season on the road with a win over TCU. And you look at what they've already accomplished this season: a win over TCU, a 4-3 win over Wake Forest as well, 4-3 this past weekend over Columbia. Still no Blaze Bicknell. So, Maddie, take your victory lap and do what you got to do here. But
tried to tell you that.
Yeah, I'm still
Weeks
holding out
ago.
hope. We'll see. We'll see.
No.
It's still in the we'll see category.
I don't think any of us are going to be seeing Blaze Bicknell this year. But anyway,
we will. He's actually going to be playing for Wake Forest. But you'll see. You'll see. No, thank you for laughing, Chris. All right. With all that said, Tennessee is very good. Is there any reason to doubt him heading into this one?
Not at all, man. If Tennessee needed kind of a get right match, they've lost a lot of doubles points this year. We expected them to be incredible in doubles, and they haven't been so far. This is a perfect matchup for them. A familiar SEC opponent. They're going to be extremely confident. And again, I go back to the way that I just talked about Stanford, right? It's just the firepower, the talent of the lineup. And I know A&M's been hot. They've had a great start to the season. They've exceeded my expectations. I didn't really expect them to come out of their region at kickoff weekend and even be here in Seattle. So the fact that they did that, that was a major plus for me. But again, I mean, we're talking Adam Walton, Johannes Monday, Emil Hudd, Mitsui. All these guys, I can't look down this lineup with these matchups and pick out spots where I go, ooh, yeah, that's really going to be tough for Tennessee. I just think, again, 1 through 6, it's going to be way too much for A&M. An indoor matchup as well. If it was outdoors, maybe that helps A&M a little bit, but indoors, I think Tennessee wins dubs. I think they finally get that doubles point that they've been missing. And again, they're going to find 3 singles easily. They could find all 6 singles if they needed to. So for me, again, easy argument here. Tennessee, I think they win big.
Aggies, cut the clip, and this time make it Stakowiak, not me. He was the one there openly downing you. You're dancing on his words, not mine. Look.
That's fair.
Fair. For this Tennessee team, no Martin Prada this weekend. Their number 3 singles player from last year, half of the number 3 doubles duo of Johannes Monday, who have had a bunch of success this season. That matters, right? You're without a player like that, particularly as the event goes along. But Walton's been a rock at the number 1 spot in 8-2 overall in the year. Monday's been damn near untouchable at that number 2 spot. The lefty sophomore playing so well, 15-4 overall on the season. Now, after that, everyone steps up, right? Is there any doubt Emil Hudd, who's 15-3 on the year, the big server from Oklahoma State, can play well at the number 3 singles position? No doubt about that. He absolutely can play well there. Same deal with Angel Diaz, the transfer over from UTSA, I believe. He's been pretty darn good for the Vols this season. I think Shinsuke Mitsui at 5 is just as dangerous as the former top 10 junior in the world for the freshman at number 6. You feel good about him no matter what. Now, after that, it's interesting, right? Because Gannon, Harper, Wallner, you do feel like there's a drop between them and Mitsui at 6, which is what you have to play here without Martin Prada. But, to your point, Hudd and Mitsui now 16-3 overall in the year. They're up to the number 1 dub spot. Harper and Walton have dropped down to number 2. You have the NCAA champs at number 2 doubles. On paper, you feel great about that. I don't care. You could throw Johannes Monday with Chris at the number 3 double spot. They've got a shot to win. We've got that much talent like Monday at number 3. That said, we all made this mistake. All of us on the kickoff weekend. We doubted Texas A&M. A&M, they just have battled all year long. And you look for this team 6-0 on the season, 4-1 over Arizona, 4-0 over UCLA, 4-3 win at USF, 6-1 at home over Texas Tech on Tuesday. They're not flashy. It's not exceptionally excellent, right? They're not running up these score lines, but they're winning, Chris. And simply put, without Prada, without Bicknell, I'm sorry. I just don't think it's a lock at the bottom of the lineup for Tennessee. I do think A&M's going to hang around.
Yeah, it's not a lock at the bottom of the lineup, but we're talking about one spot, because under no circumstance should Shinsuke Mitsui lose at 5. Okay.
Sure.
So we're talking about that spot at 6, but yes, I will say this: Tennessee should be, they should be, and I will be the poster child. Please, Perego, IG me, whatever you got to do. I'll be the poster child. Under no circumstance should Tennessee lose at 2 or 5. Okay. Johannes Monday, Shinsuke Mitsui have been just money. Now, that being said, let's say we give 2 and 5 to Tennessee. That leaves 5 spots. If you're A&M and you're going, okay, how do we beat them? Well, frankly, they just haven't been very good in doubles. They should be great in doubles. They haven't been. So take the doubles point. You take the doubles point now. Between 1, 3, 4, and 6, you got to find 3 of those matches. Certainly one of them you have to have is 6. 6 is a must, right? I mean, they're going to play, whether they play Gannon or Wallner or Harper, you have to beat them. So that's 2. Now you're down to, okay, we've got 2 out of 3, Walton, Hud, and Diaz. Okay, I'm going to say you have to beat Diaz at 4. I don't necessarily, I don't love it, but I'll call that a 50-50 match, even if that gets you to 3. Now, Walton and Hud, you have to beat one of them. Wow, that's a big ask. I mean, Schachter can certainly play with Walton. Even though he's going to be a prohibitive dog, I might like the chances there better than Perot beating Hud indoors. I mean, indoors, Hud's game is just so good indoors. It's going to be hard, but I think the recipe probably for A&M is probably 1, 4, 6 in doubles, and outside of that, it's going to be really tough, which means the first one of those that goes down, it ends up being a 4-0, 4-1 match because you didn't get it, and you're playing clinch.
Yeah, no, I mean, again, this is going to be interesting for Tennessee. If they win this match 4-0, then even without Prada, you think, all right, these guys can absolutely win this thing. If A&M pushes them, if they have pushed everyone they've played thus far this season, then you start to think quarterfinals wise, okay, for this Tennessee team, are they a bit vulnerable against whomever they face? Are they a guy or two short just ultimately this weekend? Something for us to look at as we watch this first round match. Sounds like the predictions are pretty clear. Maddie, you're taking Tennessee 4-0, 4-1?
I'll go 4-1. I'm going to go 4-1 Tennessee.
All right, Chris?
Yeah, I'll say 4-1. I'll say the interesting side note to this match, Gruskin, is Tennessee knew they were going to be a top 5. A&M probably knew they were going to be a bottom 5. And if you asked each of them, pick the one team, if you said to Tennessee, pick the one team out of the bottom, granted, you're not getting Washington, who do you want? And you asked A&M out of the top 5, who do you want? They'd have both picked each other, right? Yeah. I mean, Tennessee's the most vulnerable top 5, A&M probably the most vulnerable bottom. They're both getting the match they want, so it should be fun.
Oh, my gosh. Clement Sheedek just went around the net post in warm-up, and it was the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. On a side note, oh, my God, is this kid talented? Anyways, with that in mind, and by the way, everything you said about South Carolina, you probably apply to A&M, right? In terms of getting a win here, needing a win for your top 16 seeding purposes. And so I'm just going to assume that's going to apply to all of these teams here as they try to avoid that dreaded 0-3. With that said, let's move over to a match I've also been mocked at for calling the best rivalry in men's college tennis right now. But look, if they're going to keep playing this frequently, it's going to be harder and harder to deny. Florida and Texas is just the match. There's this unavoidable gravity. These two are going to play each other if it comes to a national event. And once again, we have a Texas versus Florida rematch here. Of course, Florida escaped with a 4-3 victory over Texas in the first weekend of the season. Ultimately, it was Ben Shelton clinching the win with a 6-1 win in the third over freshman Pierre Bailey. You look for the Florida Gators, Maddie. Currently start the year 5-1 overall. Their only loss, a 4-3 loss at TCU. Very first match of the season, January 14th. Since then, 7-0 over UCF, 4-0 over Princeton, a couple of 4-1 wins over Florida State. I don't know. feels like we still don't know much about this version of the Florida team, even though we have all the returning cast of characters for last year, right? Out is Bicknell, in is Matthias Seymour, and yet, I don't know. I'm a little unclear with these Gators. How are you feeling about them entering the indoors?
Yeah, I would say I'm a little unclear as well, but we can bank on the information that we do know, right? I mean, we know these guys, we know what we've seen in the past. They're champs. I mean, they won the title last year, but this is an indoor tournament. And so that does make things a little bit more interesting. I think for Florida, what's going to sway me over to the Gators side in this matchup are the individual matchups. When you actually break down 1 through 6 and you kind of look at it and go, okay, Riffis against Braswell. We didn't really expect Micah Braswell to be playing number 1 for Texas. I think we all thought Elliot Spizzirri was going to play that position. He's been injured. Things have happened there. But I'm just saying what we've got here, you look at it and go, okay, Riffis Braswell. Well, Sam Riffis should win that match more times than not. I like him there. You just brought up Ben Shelton against Pierre Bailey. They played not that long ago. Shelton, I don't think performed that well, to be fair, in that match. He didn't play up to his normal standard, and he still came out with the victory. I like Ben Shelton, especially indoors in this matchup. Again, you look at Duarte Valle at number 3 against Richie Ciamara. Good match, right? I think a lot of these matches really have the potential to be close. But when I break it down, you look at Andy Andrade against a banged up Elliot Spizzirri, veteran Matthias Seymour, against Ciam Waldib, who hasn't looked that great this year. You've got Josh Goodger, who was undefeated last year, going against Cleve Harper, who's really good. But I just look at these matchups and I go, man, I just favor Florida a little bit more when you're breaking it down. And I don't know if they're going to win the doubles point. I think Texas could potentially win the doubles point. I don't think it matters. I think Florida can find a way to win 4 singles matches in this duel, even if they're very close. I'm expecting 3 setters. I'm expecting the sets to be very tight. But at the end of the day, I'm looking at these individual matchups 1 through 6, and I think it breaks down pretty well for the Gators. I think they have to like their matchups.
My flip side to that, Maddie, would be how well these two teams know each other. There are no secrets from a scouting perspective. The entire Texas staff has watched the film on all of these Florida players before. And so regardless of whom is matched up with whom, you just feel like there will be no secrets, right? Tactically, there's going to be a clear-cut game plan on the Texas side. To your point, though, Texas has been extraordinarily banged up to start the season. It is worth noting, you look at the Florida lineup, there are no shocks, right? We were wondering, is it going to be Shelton 2, Valle 2? It goes Shelton 2, Valle 3, both behind Riffis, Andrade, Seymour, Goodger. It's exactly what we projected entering the season. Now, doubles-wise, you're right. Riffis, Shelton, they're 2 and 3 overall in the year. We need to see more from them. Seymour and Andrade have been pretty good. They're 6 and 1 overall. Valle and Shelby 3 and 3 overall. On the flip side, Chris, you look at this Texas team, and it's just the lack of continuity in lineup, the lack of continuity in health. We just have yet to see Texas flex their muscles. And last year's 4-3 darlings, who had everything break right for them, are experiencing the flip side of that to start 2022. And, again, you look for Micah Braswell, 14 and 9 overall in the season, 2 and 2 at the number 1 spot. It's been tough for him. Pierre Bailey, 5 and 3 here to start out his college career. I think he's looked really good at being asked to do something really hard as a freshman, play top 3 in a singles lineup, but he is still just that, a freshman. Now, I think Ciamara looks rejuvenated, and he's been excellent for the Longhorns. And, again, Cleve Harper at 6. Come on now. Like, if you'll take that bet every day of the week. At the same time, to me, what this comes down to, well, even against Goodger, like I really do. I think you don't feel bad about Cleve Harper, right? You don't go in there saying that's a clear loss. Like Cleve is going to scrap. He's going to claw. He'll be right there, Maddie, right? You look like,
but he's also not a lock. Usually you would go, oh, Cleve at 6. That's a lock. He's going to win for sure. You cannot say that here at all. At best, you would give him a 50-50 shot. Maybe not even that much.
I completely agree with you. To me, though, Chris, when it comes down to Texas, this entire weekend boils down to one thing. How do their third years perform? Do we get the return of the Ciam Waldib and the Elliot Spizzirri we saw at the beginning of last season, who are emotionally, physically the leaders of this Texas team? Or do we get the duo we've gotten here to start the season, which is Spizzirri, incredibly banged up through no fault of his own, and a Siamaldi who just respectfully is not playing well right now. The big server, indoor conditions, you think, okay, this is good for him. But he has played, I mean, he got worked by Marko Milutinovic at Baylor. Just absolutely worked. And I know that's a rivalry match, and it's a completely different ball game. But just, I think, objectively, Florida's not playing their best yet. But Texas is nowhere near their ceiling right now, Chris. And I do actually think if you're Bruce Burke and a Longhorn fan, that's the positive, right? Is it's like we have not even come close to playing our best match this year.
Yeah, I mean, look, first, here, I'm going to, we
all
know
yours. Yeah, all you.
Yeah, we all know I'm taking Florida. But that being said, here goes my Bruce Burke make the case. Give me a second to get into character here. Alex. Okay, look. I got Spizzirri at 4. You want to get the kid healthy? Come on. The Andrade second serve. How else could he get healthy? He's all over it. We're going to win that match. Okay.
You know, Bruce, you sound a lot like Chris Halliors. Are you okay?
we look, we lost doubles last time. We had 2 match points. We never should have lost doubles. We're taking doubles. We got doubles. We got 4. CM at 5 played CMR. When's the last time CMR played? Like 2 months ago? The guy hasn't played in forever. He's not coming out fresh. We're beating CMR. Okay. We got CMR. We got Andrade. We got doubles. All we got to do is find one match. I mean, I don't care if it's Braswell over Spizzirri. I don't care if it's Ciamara over Vale. I don't care if it's Cleve over Goodger. We got one more for sure. It's ours, Alex. It's in the bag.
Kind of talked me into it. Now, let me be clear. Coach Bruce Burke would never sound so incoherent, like not ever. But I mean, it's not a horrible argument, Maddie.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Yeah, it is.
Tell me why.
Well, because Spizzirri, like you're just there's so
I actually
many
think the
ifs.
doubles argument was very good. Like
I think doubles
absolutely.
is fair. Look, I could see Texas potentially winning the doubles point. We know Florida loses doubles points all the time, but they don't care. That's the thing. Like Florida losing doubles isn't going to affect them the way that it would affect some other teams. I still think Florida can find a way to win 4 if they have to. But I think the doubles point could be close. And I could see a scenario where the Gators do win the doubles point, you know, if they sneak out a tiebreaker or something like that. So for me, yeah, no, I've got to take the Gators here. I do. I think right now, based on what I've seen, Texas is so good. And I think hopefully by the end of the season, when we get outdoors, they get healthy. They're very scary. And I like Texas a lot. But right now, I got to go Florida. The matchups are too much in their favor.
See, I think the swing matchup is that center of the lineup. In particular, I'm leaning 3 over 4, but 4 over 3, excuse me, because I do think Ciamara can beat Vale just straight up. Like that is just a matchup. Rich is playing so well. Richard, what do we call him? Ciamara is playing so well. Again,
you're calling him a lock. You're guaranteeing the win over.
No. Not calling that a lock at all. I'm saying that's a swing sort of match where it's like, hey, if Texas gets that one, now we're talking, right? Because now, I do think that's the one. Well, I think that's when they get Harper. They get if Spizzirri's playing well. Like again, this is Texas playing their absolute best. Then they can take 3, they can take 6, and on paper, Spizzirri's that third singles win. Spizzirri's the one you circle. Where if he is healthy, you need him to win over Andrade at that number 4 single spot. Now, again, it's a narrow path, right? And Braswell can be right there with Rifus. But I would agree with you, Chris. 3, 4, and 6 of the year, which they've yet to do thus far. We should win those 3 singles matches. And then you're right. Like it does come down to doubles. And it's like this, there's nothing Florida has done to prove thus far that they are that good at doubles. There's nothing Texas has done to disprove. I actually think doubles might be the thing. If you're Coach Burke, you're like, hey, that's kind of not gone horribly for us thus far. Like that's a little low hanging fruit kernel of positivity for us from the season thus far. Again, we're inside too. That's the other thing I would point out. Florida, we were at that match in 2020, Chris. Florida, A, didn't make the national indoors last year, but B, North Carolina worked them, absolutely worked them in the quarterfinals. Florida looked like a fish out of water here indoors. I think that matters. Like now they've played indoors more. They played indoors against TCU, obviously 4-3 early in the season. But I just think these two teams know each other so well. It's always closer than the experts predict. I would say 4-3. I know I'm not going to give a straight prediction, obviously, but I think this is just a 4-3 match. Just simply based on the institutional knowledge these coaches and teams have on one another. With that said, I'll open up the floor to you. Maddie, you're sticking Gators.
I am going to stick Gators 4-2 or 4-3. I don't know how the 4 points are going to shake out. I think if Florida wins the doubles point, it's probably a 4-2 match. If they lose doubles, I still think they can find 4 and they'll end up winning it 4-3. So yeah, I'll stick with Florida in a good, tight dual match, but I'm going Gators.
All right, Chris.
Yeah, I'm with Maddie. I've got to go 4-2 to 4-3 for Florida. The only match I think that I feel super one-sided about is there's no way Ben Shelton should lose an indoor match to Bailey. He played him outdoors. Bailey grinded him for a first set win, and then Shelton took over, moved that indoors, and Shelton should do more of the same. He should win that match, but but for my Texas argument, the one that has me the most uneasy, I do think they can win doubles. I do think if you're going to win the match, Spazzeri is a must. I mean, you put him down to 4, he has to win if you're going to win the match. So you go, I got to have doubles, I got to have 4. The one that gives me the most pause, honestly, is Waldeeb at 5, because as you stated, I don't care that it was a rivalry match indoors at Baylor against Marco. He looked terrible. I mean, just not good at all. That has to turn around now. As I said, Seamar's been out for quite a while. I'm not even convinced that he's actually going to play. I mean, he's submitted there. Is he going to play? I don't know. It could be another one of those we pull Seamar and it's Gujar at 5 and and Benetto at 6. But
that changes everything. Then I'm not going to factor that into my prediction. I'm going with the lineups that we have.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not going to factor it in either. But I think that's what you have to. If you're Texas, you got to say, man, he's got to step up and whether it's Gujar, whether it's Seamar, he's got to win that match. That's the one I just don't feel all that great about, just because CM hasn't looked that good. And then find another. It's the odds are stacked against you, right? It's if you're playing the odds, they're in Florida's favor. I like a 4-2-ish type win for them. But as you stated, Gruskin, just like we saw when they made it to the quarters against Carolina, I don't want to look past a first match, but that's the same kind of setup we have here is get past your first round to face a TCU team or a Virginia team that are both really good indoors, and you're an outdoor team. And all of a sudden, even though you might be the better outdoor team, you look silly indoors again.
No, the more I think about it, the more maybe that match at number 1 might be the inflection point. Riffis versus Braswell. It's like if Braswell is still out there long enough to have beaten Riffis, things are probably going well for Texas. But I'm telling you, this is going to be a 4-3 battle. Buckle your seatbelts, folks. That's going to be the one that pushes us back on the day. But of course, again, as fun as our morning session of matches were, the 3:30 matches are the only 2 matches I don't know what I'm going to hear from the two of you. I do think these are the 2 toss-ups. And of course, from a seeding perspective, that would make the most sense. Our 3:30 matchups are 7 through 10, our 8 through 9 matches. Let's start on the 7-10 side. Kentucky, USC. Interesting teams, right? Because certainly for the first time in a while, you actually think, is Kentucky the more established group in comparison between these two? And certainly you look for this Kentucky team bringing back Draxel, Hurrian, Diallo at the top of their lineup. We know exactly what to expect from those guys. You bring over a guy like a Musatelli, you have a Lapidat, you have a Zemmel, you have a Mercer, all of these familiar faces to college tennis. We know on this University of Kentucky Wildcat roster. And you look for the Wildcats this season, they've taken care of business. They're 8-1 on the year. Their only loss at Columbus to Ohio State, which again, everyone has suffered. Now, again, we talked about the seeding at the beginning. A 4-2 win over Mississippi State, 4-2 win over Duke. Are those truly exceptional enough wins that they should be seeded over Virginia and firmly at number 7? Maybe, maybe not, but they are. And so with that, their matchup with number 10 USC, You look for this Kentucky team. It's been a while since they've been in the Final 16. First time for this group of Wildcats to get there. And yet, Maddie, on paper, it's a very deep team, talented team. What are you expecting from them in this one?
I would actually say that their depth isn't as good as what we thought, Gruskin. I just saw Kentucky play last weekend at Duke, and their depth really got exposed by Duke. Duke was significantly better in the lower portion of the lineup. I think for Kentucky in this match against USC, they have to rely on their big guns at the top, right? You need Liam Draxel to step up and beat Stefan Dostanic. I think he can do it. You need a Milan Hurrian, a guy like that, to step up and win. You need Diallo, who's a 6'7", awesome athlete that can rip serves indoors. I mean, you've got to have him win over a guy like Bradley Fry at the number 3 position. So I think for Kentucky, they've got to rely on those top 3, maybe win all 3 of those matches. At the very worst, win 2 of the top 3 courts. Doubles, I don't know. I really don't, because I was not impressed with their doubles point. They did beat Duke in doubles, but they shouldn't have. Duke won court 2. They went up a break and held out for a 6-3 win. They were also up breaks on courts 1 and 3. The Blue Devils should have won that doubles point, and they blew it. They lost it. Kentucky just looked like the more confident team, and they were able to find a way back and steal that doubles point, but they absolutely should not have. I'm not confident that they can win the doubles point here. If they do, that's huge. Then they've got to get 2 out of those top 3, and then somebody in the bottom 3, probably a guy like Musatelli, who looked – I think the formula for Kentucky in this matchup has to be, hey, if we win doubles, we're either going to win the top 3 courts or win 2 out of the top 3 and hope to get 1 of the bottom 3. Or if you lose doubles, I think it gets really tough, because then you probably need, maybe the top 4, you need to win 1 through 4 or 1 through 3, and you get a match at 5 or 6, but that's going to be really tough. So I think the doubles point might decide this dual match.
No, I think for all of these matches, you could say that. And certainly when you look for this Kentucky team, again, 2-1 at 5 singles, 1-2 at 6 singles to this point of the year. Like, they haven't needed to finish many matches, but they haven't been running away with success. Now, I do think the big thing you look for them, we said 1, 2, 3, right? And Draxel's been shaky to start the year, but you're not going to bet against Liam Draxel. I would argue more importantly, Milan Hurrian 5-0 at the 2 singles spot. They're 7-0 and overall as a team. You look at them, that number 3, that pushes down a Diallo, or that pushes down a Hurrian, who's ever in that spot. They're 5-0 overall at that number 3 single spot. So the top 3 have been, outside of Draxel, as good as. Welcome back, everyone, to the Division I Men's National Indoor Championships here at the Nordstrom Tennis Center in Seattle, Washington. Alex Struskin, joined by the coach, the legend. It's my friend Mark Bay here as we take in our second batch of round-of-16 matches on the day. Of course, here on day 1 of the National Indoors, we get to employ what we here at Crack Racquets call our red zone coverage. Not only will we be covering the match here at the Nordstrom Tennis Center, we'll also be covering the action happening at the Seattle Tennis Club. But for now, we're going to lock in here to our matchup of a number 5 versus number 12 seed. And in my opinion, one of the best rivalries that has emerged over the past few seasons in all of men's college tennis. University of Texas, national champions in 2019, knocked off the Florida Gators on their pathway to that national championship. Take on last year's champs in the University of Florida. Of course, this is a rematch from a matchup we've also already seen earlier this year. Florida headed down to Austin, earned a 4-3 victory over the Longhorns. Excuse me, this is a 4-13 matchup, not a 5-12, my bad, but about as loaded as it's going to get from a 4 versus 13 perspective. And, we pick things up here at the number 1 doubles spot. Sam Riffis, Ben Shelton, taking on the Texas duo Richard Ciamara, Cleve Harper. I'll bring in now my partner in crime, Mark Bay. Mark, your preliminary thoughts here as we look at this match.
2 teams that historically are great at doubles, but have struggled a little bit this year in doubles. Florida for sure has had some seasons, and even last year no different, where the team is so strong that they can go for the hard way. But both teams are barely over 500 with their results. We got an indoor match, definitely some newness to the matchups relative to getting some players back like Spazzeri. So I feel, as always, that this sets the tone, but I think that the surface is fair. So I don't feel that it's too fast or advantageous for one or the other. But with all the power and firepower and the confidence that the Gators have from last year's championship run and the recent match, I want to see how Texas tries to diffuse it.
Of course, when these teams last faced off again, 4-3 win for Florida in Austin. Gators actually took the doubles point. Got a win at the number 2 and 3 doubles positions. This is a different matchup. And on that occasion here again, see here, hold at the number 1 spot for Shelton and Riffis. Move over to court number 2 now. Introduce our second of our matches here. And again, same doubles lineup for the Gators here. Different lineup for Texas. Meanwhile, I believe we are now on court number 2 indeed. Pierre Bailey, uber talented freshman for Texas, partnered with CM Waldeeb, serving on the near side of your screen. They're taking on duo of Matthias Seymour, Andy Andrade. A couple of experienced veterans here for the Florida Gators.
Oh, it's great volleying from Andrade. We know Seamers is a strong doubles player coming over through the transfer portal from Michigan Wolverines. Watched him last year's Big Ten championship, and he's very active at the net, quick, great feel, understanding.
Got to rip my heart out there, don't you?
Coach Shelton very comfortable putting him in
the
lineup mix right away with his prowess coming in.
Tell you what, I got to watch a lot of Matthias Seymour during his time at Michigan. He and Andrew Fenty, one of the top 10 doubles duo in the country. Extraordinarily talented is the lefty. Just going to put that return in play, move at the net. You're not going to beat him in the cross-court rally, and just like that, again, a valuable piece here for the Gators to add. A lot of fire here. Unfortunately, again, cameras. Not sure what exactly is happening here on court number 1 as we work to get all of that worked out. Let's go to court number 3. In the meantime, Texas did hold for 1-1 at court number 2. There we go to the number 3 double spot. Tabula Shelby, freshman. For the Gators, serving on the far side of your screen. He's partnered with the veteran and now no longer shaved head, Duarte Valle. I have to tell you, Duarte with hair is just a whole nother monster. Taking on the talented duo Michael Braswell, Chi-Chi Huang for Texas.
And you'll see throughout the course of this championship, many star singles players in the 3-hole and the doubles lineup. The emotional mentality of a number 1 singles player in a 3 position in doubles sometimes gives a team an edge, I think. A player that just doesn't believe you should be losing in a position. And that's a nice adjustment. Often you'll see in lower level doubles, maybe juniors, where they'll try to run I formation, and if the first serve fault happens, they will abandon ship and go back to standard formation. Here, it was the opposite. They ran the standard and then used the I after the first serve was missed. And the second serve, who just does better in second serve points in general, I think, wins doubles matches, because it's always a confidence boost in the arm. The other team thinks they should be winning a point when you're not on the offensive terms. I like the both back also as well early on and get a read for how the other team's service game, how strong they are, what type of targets they're going to hit, what type of plays they're going to run. Oh no, miscue. Got a little bit behind him and he actually framed it.
Of course, you see on the near side of your screen now, it's Chi Huang, the last player on this roster to be a part of that 2019 national championship winning team. Chi played the number 2 double spot that year. Yuya Ito.
That's a good first serve and a good finish there. I love the early brand new balls, big serve into the body, get your partner involved. You want that touch happening as often as possible early on with your up guy. Nice move by Dash, nice hold, and the forehands on the middle instead of the outside allow for some great poaching opportunities. But on the same note, as you saw in that game point, if you're not able to take that backhand early and really hit it with authority, then it's hard to get it away from a poacher. So the outside backhand returns, Ballet's got a great one. Sort of the jury's out, I think, right now on Shelby and see how he does throughout the course of this match with the outside backhand returns.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, Texas, who you can hear in the background, a lot of Longhorn energy, a lot of big Go Texas roars. They've opened up break leads now here on court number 1. It's the duo Ciamara and Harper. Extraordinarily successful thus far for the Longhorns. You look for them overall on the year. Obviously, they're top 15 ranked duo with their fall success. 14-5 overall are Harper and Ciamara.
It's an interesting team because you've got Harper with the movement and the attitude and the energy, and Ciamara with just raw firepower. He could just pop you and hit you in the chest with the ball. So right now, breaking Riffis like they did.
To your point, in my opinion, you're so distracted by all the nonsense that is Cleve Harper that Richard Ciamara is just going to rip the ball by you. Yeah.
Well,
very quietly, you're like, wait, who's the better player?
Yeah, I think it.
Ooh, great return there from Riffis.
I think it just depends on what part of the court they're in and what ball they're receiving to maybe best answer that question.
Sure, absolutely. Again, it's number 4 Texas here versus number 13. Number 4 Florida versus number 13 Texas. our other site right now, Tennessee taking on Texas A&M. Of course, we'll get over there in a bit and focus in on this action now. Let's see if the Longhorns can consolidate. So 3-1 lead for the Longhorns here on 1. Let's go to court 2 now. Game points here for the Longhorns to consolidate. Another break. See him wall deep coming off of the poor performance against Baylor.
Great move.
It's good stuff there. Energy level right where you want it to be if you're the Longhorns. And now 3-1 lead. Of course, we talked about this with TCU Virginia, Mark. It's so hard to beat a team twice in a month span.
It really is. I loved in that last game point that they served into Seaman's forehand. Even though it's his forehand, it's the middle of the court. And because they're down game point, he has to actually put that ball in play.
Sure.
Because he has to pull off a little bit, that gives enough space for Waldy to use his athleticism and length and knock off the post. It's a great, great play.
Abbreviated I here.
Missed it.
Did he?
I think it was a little, no, I guess he didn't.
Ball called good. I agree with you. Looked long. All Bailey feeling themselves right now. Of course, the freshman Pierre Bailey, futures title prior to coming to school.
Oh my goodness. That falls in.
Well, you know, you pay more for the frame than the strings.
That's probably the case, but I don't think that's how they drew up the play on either side of the net. Seamers, though, even though he was part of obviously a very good Michigan team, top 20 Michigan team, he's walking into a situation where he's playing for a team with a target on their back, and he's inheriting pressure that he actually never stomached.
Sure. Of course, I was there in 2020 when Matthias Seymour and Michigan reached the semifinals of this event in Madison, Wisconsin. It's a slightly different context here as he joins defending NCAA champs at the indoors. By the way, first time at the indoors since 2020. Last year, Florida losing to Texas in the kickoff weekend. Ultimately not making the Final 8 at the National Indoor Field. Again, that speaks to the rivalry between these teams. They played in the NCAA semifinals last year. They played in the kickoff weekend last year. They've opened up the season against one another in 3 straight seasons. 2019 NCAA semifinals as well. If that's not a rivalry, I don't know what is.
It definitely is happening recently, and Texas was winning the majority of them.
Sure.
Those last 2. That's better. Starting to get the lefty serve to have a little bit of cut and movement and create some motion and action with the net player. It's not that Seymour is hitting a huge bomb of a serve, right? Seymour is more of a placement and location. I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say he's Tom Glavine, but I'm saying he's definitely a location server. So it's really important that he does hit his spots. He doesn't have a bunch of second serve tennis, and most certainly is getting Andrade involved.
Absolutely. We see the hold there, 4-2-3. Let's go back to court number 1. Or let's go to court number 3, excuse me. Court number 3, I apologize there. So we've got break point chances, 2 more for Vale and Shelby at number 3 spot. Shelby's had success with just about everyone he's played with here this season. He and Matthias Seymour in the fall. Very successful. They go 7-3 overall. Deuce point coming up here now.
Good hands. Could have probably been better suited whipping that forehand through the middle. He gives the other guy an opportunity to find his feet, but he delivers with the hand.
Absolutely. Now we go back here. Court number 1. 30 love for Harper and Ciamara, who again lead this team in doubles wins for Texas. The duo 14-5 to date on the season. They just play with so much energy, so much fire.
This point is quick. And if you don't bring that, it'll go by you. Great location.
And you hear the roar from Cleve Harper again, spiritually, absolutely the beating heart of this team. So now that's a 3-1 consolidation, 4-2 consolidation by Texas here at 1. Meanwhile, we are going to take this moment to head over to the Seattle Tennis Club. Now, still need to figure out exactly who's playing where, but let's introduce our doubles action over in Seattle, where again, an all SEC battle, number 3 seed Tennessee taking on the 14th seed Texas A&M. Kick things off here, number 3 double spot on serve. It was early break leads for Texas A&M across the board, but we're back on serve here at 3. Joe Monday partnered with Mark Wallner today as his normal partner, upperclassman Martin Prada, out with injuries. So Prada out, Wallner, the senior they're turning to, in here at 3. Again, 2-3, little consultation. Maybe had a ball pop. Something here, but again, 2-3. And again, we're just wanting to sort through all of our courts right now. Let's go to our next court if we can, super producer Daniel Westhoff. This here looks like court number 1. In fact, it is court number 1. So on the far side of your screen, Emil Hudd, the Oklahoma State transfer, playing with freshman Shinsuke Mitsui. They have been extraordinary to this point of the season, taking on the Texas A&M duo, Abrad and Schachter. Right now, 2-3 on serve here after Abrad and Schachter raced out to a break lead. And again, let's pop over to our final court here, court number 2. Just want to make sure we have all of our organization here correct. This here, court number 1. Here on court number 2, again, those are the singles matches you see up top. It is defending NCAA doubles champion. You recognize that serve anywhere. Adam Walton, Pat Harper. 2-3 against the Texas A&M duo of Rollins and Ross. And let's pick things up here at that number 2 double spot. Again, Walton, Harper, NCAA doubles champs.
Playing in the 2-hole.
They've struggled a bit this year, though, Mark. It's just, and I'm sure I know you talked to their coaching staff. I feel like this change earned at this point. Like, not to be disrespectful to these two, but that's how good Hudd and Mitsui have been.
There was a lot of parity at the end of the doubles tournament last year, many teams. So it wasn't as if it was just a knockdown, drag-out, dominant team. So results should be factored into who wins. So last year's results shouldn't guarantee a this year position. So I agree with you. It's not a stacked, if you will. It's what is best for the team and where they're playing at this moment.
And with all due respect to Florida, Texas, where of course the doubles point matters, but it does feel like more so than anything else, it's that doubles point in this matchup for Texas A&M. If they want to pull off the upset today against a shorthanded Tennessee team without Martin Prada in the lineup, it absolutely starts at the doubles point for the Aggies.
It does. And they're capable. Coach Denton practices it. The pedigree at Texas A&M is very good. Look at how Aguilar was playing quite well in our earlier match. And Austin Krychak, several players that have been part of that.
Patty Habib, Val Vastro, the recent grads. Juan Carlos Aguilar looked pretty darn good earlier today.
They do a nice job. And Steve was an outstanding player in singles and doubles at his time. And they do
Steve Denton was okay.
They do a great job with the feel and the formations.
Only what? How many Grand Slams he win? Couple? One or two?
Yeah, He was top in both singles
top
and
10.
doubles.
Yeah, just ridiculous. So
I
again,
ball boyed for him, by the way.
did you?
I told him that my hand's still sore. Trying to catch a serve. He and Kevin Curran trying to catch their serves as a ball boy. I didn't have insurance.
I told Coach Den you should rock those same short shorts today. Just throw everyone off.
Well, maybe not. That's what happens when there's a lot of first serves missed. You're missing first serves, and the other team's hitting forehands, the other team's getting poaches.
And that's what this team does so well, right? Is they pinch forward Tennessee. They have a system that they play extraordinarily aggressive. And you're talking about good players. Obviously, Steve Denton may be the standard in college tennis amongst coaches, but Chris Woodruff wasn't too bad either for Tennessee, was he?
No, not too bad. Top 25 himself. That's a little bit better. Yeah, that's much better positional playing. Setting up the partner with the ground stroke and the serve and looking for the ball. It's a tight doubles point. There's a little bit of separation at number one, but
Right across the board right now. Meanwhile, you can hear some noise in the background. Energy level is up here in Texas, Florida. Some close calls across the board. Texas leading 5-2 at 2. Upper break 4-3 at 1. Keep our eye here, but right now things all square in this SEC battle. It's a nice serve into the body. What do you think about that body serve in doubles? Feels like I was so often you're taught, try to poach or follow at the net the direction you're serving. That body serve.
it's a good one if you have enough power and spin on it.
Okay.
Particularly, it's a little bit of slice into it as well, so it's cutting into someone's belly button. They can't get out of the way. They're not getting full extension on the ground stroke, so then that is a lame duck poachable ball.
I like that term, lame duck, poachable ball. Can I steal that?
Most certainly.
I appreciate that, my friend. Meanwhile, again, you see associate head coach Kevin O'Shea recently promoted to that associate title. Very well deserved. There's a hold for A&M, 4-3 on serve there on 2. Let's go over to court number 1. Schachter and Abrad. Excuse me. Taken a break lead here over Mitsui and Hud, 4-2-30 all. And again, I made the mistake of doubting these A&M Aggies during the kickoff weekend. Thought last year's round of 16 team Arizona was going to knock them off. Not the case. Aggies undefeated. Pretty darn good so far this season.
Good movement, good recognition, and there's so many winners hit through the middle of the court. I'd love to see what the ratio of percentage is on that in a normal doubles match, but having that basic target service line in the middle, it does more than solve riddles. It's a great place to hit.
And a reminder how our college tennis scoring works. Everything no-ad scoring. Play the doubles point, 3 sets of doubles, whichever team captures 2. We'll take a 1-0 lead heading into our 6 singles matches. Of course, each of those singles matches worth 1 to the overall scoreboard, whichever team ends up with 4 total points at the end. And that's why we're a bit behind already. South Carolina takes the doubles point. Upsets number 6 seeded Stanford 4-3. Couple of dramatic 3-set victories to get the job done. Meanwhile, Virginia takes the doubles point, but number 5 seed TCU roars all the way back for a 4-2 win there. Point here. So we're back on serve, 4-3. A&M leading. It's on serve everywhere, 4-3, 4-all, 4-all. In the meantime, we got to go back to the Nordstrom Tennis Center, court number 1 for Texas, Florida. Texas, Florida serving for the set, 5-4 at the number 1 double spot. Texas taking a 6-2 decision from Waldeb and Bailey at number 2. That's a really nice win for that duo.
It's been great energy, great passion the entire time. We've been hearing a ton from the Texas team and the small crowd. Every single point that they've won, they're showing how badly they want this point to set the tone for this match to Florida.
I completely agree. You see Cleve Harper there missing that ball in the net. I would also say Cleve Harper has brought it today.
He has.
He is Mach 12 on the volume.
That's a tough situation with that ball coming into your face from the forehand of Shelton. And he's just kind of defending himself in that regard.
And that's Harper serving on the far side of your screen. Redshirt sophomore.
Nice job. Took a little bit off. Knowing that Riff is going to try to put that in play and not take a risk.
It's also so fun to watch that ball come off the racket of Richard Ciamara. Transfer from the University of Notre Dame. Top 5 in the country, singles player while he was there.
What a decisive poach there. And Ben Shelton, who normally doesn't get cheated on swings, they're both playing measured and just trying to make sure that they're giving the other team an opportunity to put the ball away. But Texas is okay. They are comfortable with putting it away. There's a lot of exclamation point going on right now at this number 1 doubles. And there it is again.
Says, thank you very much for the ball, Sam Riffers. I'll send that one to the bleachers. 40-15, 3 match points for the doubles point here as the Longhorns get off to a strong start against your defending NCAA champions. There it is. 1-0 Texas here at the Nordstrom Tennis Center. Of course, right now, head coach Ty Tucker undoubtedly coming to talk some smack here in the broadcast booth.
Ty Tucker doesn't talk any smack.
Never.
Now, tucking his sweats into his socks like 1986, like we used to, that he does. And that's great. Long-time friend and played junior tennis back in those years.
Of course, that's my guy. Shout out. But with that in mind, let's go back to the Seattle Tennis Club. And if we can, let's go to court 2 there right now. Court 2 at the Seattle Tennis Club. Walton and Harper, your defending NCAA champions. When you can get them at the number 2 double spot and feel as though it's there legitimately, you're feeling pretty good if you're Tennessee. Again, let's head back over to the Seattle Tennis Club if we can. Court number 2 right now. Deuce point coming up. And by the way, simultaneous break points right now for Tennessee. Deuce point break point chance here at 2. 30-40 break point chances for them at 3. Tennessee slowly making their push now. And not a shock, by the way, to see this return go to Walton.
It's not easy when you're in a pressure situation having to hold to tie the 0-1, 1-2, 3-4. But once you build up some momentum and consistently answer the critics and keep tying the score, then later on you get a little bit of a breathing room in the game, and then you run it. You're able to take advantage of that because you stomach the pressure in those situations. It's just the dynamic of confidence. It's no matter how good you are, no matter how much confidence you have, you're always affirming it every single day as a tennis player.
Absolutely. And you see there, we head over, I believe, to court number 1 instead, where we got a deuce point hold. Let's go to 3, where we've got a deuce point break point chance for Monday Wallner. Take a 5-4 lead. The associate head coach, James Mackay, there on the screen. No shock to see this return go to Monday. Ball sails.
Nice job.
There's the Tennessee roar. Coach Woodruff, little high five for the team. They now take a 5-4 lead. They'll serve for the set on 3. Meanwhile, Mitsui Hud hold on the deuce point, so that's 4 all there. Let's go back to 1, our only match right now in action. Singles courts being sent out here at Florida, Texas. We'll get back there as soon as we can. here for the end of doubles, though. And again, you see on your screen, it's the new duo for Tennessee, Shinsuke Mitsui, Emil Hud, two newcomers to the Volunteers. Of course, Emil Hud, though, top 10 doubles team in the country when he played at Oklahoma State. Former partner Mate Votzel, Shinsuke Mitsui, near side of your screen, former top 15 junior in the world. And I'll tell you what, having spent some time around this Tennessee program this fall, Mark, Mitsui's got all the talent.
And it begs an interesting question. I truly believe that the skill set for singles and the skill set for doubles are mutually inclusive and exclusive. I think there's different things that you have to be good at in doubles. And then sometimes if you're great at those, then that can translate and make your singles great too. I try to stay as far away in my coaching and from two words. Yeah, I feel like they're two of the most overused words in sports, but talent and potential, I think, are the two overused words in sports. And I try myself to, and what I mean by that is very simple. I think talent is a compliment, but often it needs to be complemented with hard work, effort, dedication, day in, day out. And without that, it doesn't actualize. So I struggle with using that word because sometimes the pacification and a good feeling about that doesn't drive you. And we all know that we need to be Michael Jordan getting cut from the varsity basketball team, or you need to have that piece that takes you with the actual God-given ability to the great heights.
I will say this: Associate Head Coach James Nakai has sat sideline for every Shinsuke Mitsui match played this season. He is, to your point, he understands what he's got, this uncut gem, dare I say, in Shinsuke Mitsui, and it's just about refining it into proper form. That's the hold for Texas A&M here at the number 1 double spot. Let's go over to number 3 now. Monday Wallner serving for the set, 5-4, 30-15. Now 40-15, big serving lefty Joe Monday. 2 points away here.
And then an extremely tight doubles point. Just getting one of these and putting some scoreboard pressure on the other team is it's just outstanding for the Vols if they can pull this one.
Particularly, again, without Martin Prada. Still unclear if we'll get to see Blazebick now. They're transferred all this season. That'll do it, though. 6-4, and you see Joe Monday shouting to his guys, trying to raise that energy level. That's one double set to the goods. Meanwhile, 5-all on court number 2. Harper Walton holding. Send us to bonus time there. Let's go to court number 1. Learn about Hud and Mitsui with their back pushed against the wall, right? It's not, anyone can hold that 1-2, but 4-5.
Different moments.
Gut check time. So we see it here again. And I know this is a big picture conversation. 4-5, 15-all. We have 7 SEC teams from the conference here at amongst our 16 at the National Indoors. My question to you, what does that say about the level of the Power 5 schools? What does that say about, is the SEC truly that much better than everyone else right now?
That much better is a dangerous word.
Sure.
That much deeper?
Sure.
Is a fair word. The level of competition and fight. We know it's a numbers game, and if certain teams get exposed, they get the right victories and the right wins early in the season, then they cross-pollinate, and that helps them in a calculus that's trying to be a top 16 team. So I feel that South Carolina, like you said earlier, is showing that there's a lot of pride and respect for that group and for the conference. It's now look at it. Big Ten only has one, but who's missing right now?
No Michigan, no Illinois.
No Michigan, no Illinois, no
Michigan, 4-3 losers to Wake Forest, by the way.
And right now, Northwestern's pretty darn good. So, but that's it. Those teams are not in the mix.
Sure.
Pac-12, okay, we have 3. No UCLA, no Arizona. ACC, we have 2. No Duke, no North Carolina. SEC, we have 7. And Mississippi State was an actual host site. Could have been 8.
Yeah.
Scary. Big 12, we have 3. Oklahoma is the top 20 team that's out of the mix. So I feel like they're
deeper.
Depth-wise, yeah, the strongest conference.
Perfect. And you see here again, 4-5, 30 all. I almost felt like he had 2 hands on him. Meanwhile, can we go to 2 right now? Court number 2, 30-40 set points, break points for Harper and Walton. They try to get the break to serve for the set. And again, for what it's worth, action Florida, Texas underway in singles. We'll get back there as soon as we're done here. This is the joy of our Red Zone coverage. We have the opportunity to cover all of your round of 16 action today, and we will be here from first ball to last, 1:11 p.m. right now, Pacific time, 4:11 East Coast. Say we got a good 10 hours left in us, something like that. So buckle your seatbelts, folks. Order that pizza. It'll be well worth it. Deuce point coming up.
Oh, wow.
And they clearly have a far sideline court there. Line judge there, excuse me, who confirms the call. So break Tennessee, 6-5 here on court number 2. A reminder, Tennessee took the decision at number 3 doubles Monday. Wallner, 6-4 decision at court 3. In case you missed that one, 27 forever in the comments. That was a court 3 win for Tennessee. Let's go back to 1 in the meantime. Mitsui Hud did hold 4-5 all. Of course, we'll go back to 2 as soon as we see Harper Walton out of the chair serving. I believe that's Pat Harper running out right there. Adam Walton now running out as well. Worth reminding everyone, this is a Texas A&M team that loses out their top 3 players. Valvashero gone. Eddie Habib gone. Carlos Aguilar gone. Barnaby Smith, another one of their contributors, gone. Page has been turned in Texas A&M tennis. It's a new era now, led by the Noah Shachters and Pierce Rollins of the world.
Nice placement on the overhead. Coach Denton's okay with that. He's fine if they turn the page. He has a lot of belief in his ability to develop players, and he just rolls up his sleeves and go back to work.
No doubt about that. Let's go back to court number 2 right now, where Tennessee is serving for the doubles point. Walton, Harper.
Wow. That's a great little dipsy do.
And I believe that's Mathis Ross. You can hear it in the background right now. Texas bringing so much energy. And in fact, they're up 1-0 or breaks of serve on just about 5 of 6 courts. So we'll get back to that singles as soon as we're done here. But right now, love 30. All righty. Love 40 now for the Aggies. Not going away quietly, and I love the aggression that A&M seems to be playing with here.
Plot's thickening. It's always a double-edged sword. Do you go for the big serve to a safe target? Do you go for the three-quarter serve? It's easy to second guess.
So the break goes to the Aggies. 6-all tiebreaker coming up. Meanwhile, let's go to 1 right now. Break point chances for Mitsui and Hud. This is what the anticipation was for Tennessee. When you have a duo as successful as Hud and Mitsui, who, again, you look for them this season. Done so much winning. Duo's 11-1, 16-3 overall, excuse me, on the year. Can afford the luxury of moving those NCAA champs down to 2. Hear the energy from Mitsui, who has fit like a hand in a glove into the energy of college tennis. So Tennessee going to serve for it again. Up 6-5 at that number 1 spot. Meanwhile, early mini break here to Harper and Walton. 1 love, and you see Walton serving near side of your screen. And this team, by the way, Mark, you asked me earlier, this team, straight backwards hats. Never going to see those hats turn front ways. Not ever.
That's true.
By the way, when you win an NCAA championship, you've earned backward hat status, right?
No doubt.
I know you used to tell Bob and Mike, keep those hats forward until.
Well, I didn't tell him Mike did. that was a family decision.
Sure. Whew.
Good hands.
And I love the fake there from Harper as well.
It's basketball attaché.
I like
Moving without the ball.
Absolutely.
It
So what's a fake poach the equivalent of? A back cut?
Close.
Good start here for Walton and Harper. 3-1 lead on court number 2. Let's go back to court number 1. Hud Mitsui 2 points away here. 6-5, 30-15. It's the freshman Mitsui. Going to learn his chops here as he serves for the doubles point. I love how low he got on that half volley.
He did. He was committed.
I had a coach who used to say, maybe a man, Ed Nagel, you might know, said, got to get down like Saturday night.
That's a great line. I know Eddie very well. Shout out to Eddie.
Of course.
Amazing, great tennis player back in the day. And that was one heck of a Michigan team during my years.
There's
Eddie Nagel in the 1 hole, Goldberg 2, and a little guy by the name of Melvin Washington.
That's
Final Wimbledon in the 3.
How about who's 4? John? Oh, you know, we're not going to do Michigan history. We're going to focus on this Tennessee taking the doubles point. We'll do that a little later, I promise. But Tennessee, 1-love lead here over A&M, and you feel like for the number 3 seed Volunteers, that's the sort of start you need. A little adversity to begin, but ultimately your team rights the ship. We're in a winning position at 2 as well. With that said, we got to get over to this Texas-Florida matchup right away. Energy level through the roof, screaming across the board, epitomizing what you love in college tennis. With that in mind, let's go over to court number 1, introduce all of the players here in our Texas-Florida matchup. We start at the number 1 spot. Not sure why Alex Moore thought no Riffis for Florida. We do have Sam Riffis here for Florida today, but guess what? He's down an early break to the talented super sophomore Micah Braswell. Braswell, so excellent in his freshman season. All Big 12 performer for Texas last year. Of course, Riffis, your 2021 NCAA singles champion. I've seen him, again, early here, but Riffis, a guy who's going to love to move forward and going to do it that much more so indoors.
Well, Rufus is actually the type of guy that plays some different styles,
Sure.
but indoors he's going to be encouraged to come forward and do so. The match at NCAA's was rather close, really, really close. But Rufus is playing on his home court with all the experience he's had working at the USCA with his mom being a USCA coach. So it is just a sort of the nature of the way that match went, that he was able to win some close points and close sets. Today on a neutral court, slightly different dynamic.
Meanwhile, for Micah Braswell, tell you what, the one speed for Braswell, power, power, power. Sarasota native. Look to hit the big forehand. Look to keep Rufus on his back foot. Deuce point coming up. All right, a little defense from Sam. You hear the big roar. 2-all, we're back on serve here on court number 1. Let's go to court number 2 now. I think we're in a changeover here on court number 2, and it's a rare sight. I know Ben Shelton, not too frequently coached by his father, Brian, during the match, but you see Coach Shelton currently sitting down with his son. By the way, I don't think enough people have asked Coach Shelton, what did it feel like to have your son clinch a national championship last year? I don't think we quite know the answer to that question, Mark, but obviously Ben was able to deliver that for his father. Now Ben, maybe the player of the summer, Kalamazoo champion in doubles, Kalamazoo finalist in singles, was 2 points away, right, from knocking off Botic Benson in the U.S. Open qualies. Botic ultimately making the second week of the event. Shelton wins a futures title in singles as well. Now wins the ITA All-American in singles. Now playing the number 2 spot where he's got an early 2-1 lead, break of serve on super freshman Pierre Bailey. And this was the clinching match when these two teams played earlier this season. 4-3 win for Florida. Came down to this match. Shelton, third set victory over Bailey. There's controversy here. So here was the argument here. Shelton said Bailey gave him a little fist pump, or as said, good serve. Chair umpire confirmed an out call. Not sure if Bailey's been able to say Bailey even called that ball out. Little bickering ensues. Second serve coming up for Shelton.
Sometimes it's important after you've lost a doubles game to let it go and come out and get into your singles mentality. It's not easy because you're going to be more scoreboard conscious right away, looking up and seeing. There's a huge scoreboard on this court. You can see. He knows his team is at the top of that board. He knows, okay, I'm looking across this. We're down a little bit in a couple positions already, and it's hard not to know that.
And I do want to clarify right now, because on the scoreboard, the tennis tracker, it says Matthias Seamar's playing the 1 spot. It says he's also playing the 5 spot. I can tell all of you, Sam Rufus is at the number 1 single spot. So that's a tennis tracker issue. We'll get that properly fit. Again, everything else is fine here. Scoreboards look good. It is Seamar at that. It's Seamar at 5, Rufus at number 1. So you can ignore that on your scoreboard. Again, Shelton, Bailey, your matchup here at number 2 singles. Let's pop over to number 3. And this is an interesting one, because certainly if you're Florida, the luxury of your number 3 singles player, whether it's Rufus, whether it's Shelton, whether it's Vale, you feel like that's a lock of locks, right? That third guy of 3 potentially top 10 players, they've all been top 10 at some point in their career, Shelton, Rufus, Vale. You feel like that guy should always be a lock here at 3. But in this matchup in particular, Richard Ciamara, former All-American, top 10 player from the University of Notre Dame. Of course, the graduate student as well. Make up an early break here for 2.
Indoors with new balls and a lot of firepower, with Vale being a little bit more of of the counter puncher role in this. And CMR, Coach Berg told me, he just leaves him alone. He just lets him rip, lets him be himself and go for his shots and play the way he likes to play. And so far, it's paying dividends in this match.
In particular, look for that CMR forehand. He's looking to hit it whenever possible, as big as possible. Serving there. So now love 40 volley. We've seen a bit of a pushback here from Florida. Texas has come out with so much energy through the first hour of this match, but as things start to level out here, that's the NCAA championship poise, right, Mark? Just the steadiness of these Gators.
That's true, but it's just math right now, Alex. Texas needs 3. And CMR is an important part of that because he's up a break. If he can maintain that break, you have breaks over there against Andrade, and you have a big score with Harper going on with Bridger. So far, so good if you're Longhorns.
Really, there's that forehand from Simone. It's the depth he generates, too. You mentioned this earlier when talking about Axel Geller. I just don't think a live stream does justice the heaviness of that CMR ball.
Sometimes you don't feel it on the vertical screen. It's a big point right here. Oh, wow, the defense. What a great, compact, simple. It was like almost like an Andy Murray little hand bunter. This CMR for sure doesn't want to have a shoestring volley after ripping a big forehand.
And so we go to court 4 now. We're listening to this. Elliot Spazieri, last year's #1 singles player, #1 doubles player, the heart and soul leader of this team last season. He's just been banged up. Hasn't been able to play to his level. Really struggling on that backhand wing, and yet he's a gamer. Coach asked him to go. He's ready to go. He's lined up here at #4. Already a break lead, 3-1, 40-30 on Andy Andrade.
And it's a
big serve
good
for
serve,
Portland.
but
We go
it's
to
a
court 5 right now.
psychological thing. It's like, wait a minute, I'm a 4 and I'm about to play their 1. And he's so far on an indoor court, taking care of his serve, taking care of the forehand. He's been practicing just slice backhands for the last, this morning and today. So I'm not sure he will come over a backhand here. He's going to actually just play a Steffi Graf tactic here and try to get the job done down at 4. But already with the doubles point in hand, you can get a point from Spazieri, and you're off and running towards
and we're going to go to
another upset.
We're going to go to 6 while we wait in the meantime. Cleve Harper is just working. Got Josh Goodyear here at the #6 singles spot. And of course, Harper so successful for the Longhorns last season at that #4 role. Quite the luxury to have him move down to the #6 spot again. Harper, overall, you look for him last season, was just a remarkable 20-5 overall in dual matches. 20-6 overall in dual matches. Of course, Josh Goodyear was undefeated for the Gators last season at 6. Undefeated at 6. Now, he's already taken a loss here this year, but the energy level of Harper and just the in-your-face nature of his game seems to have really gotten in the head of Josh Goodyear here early.
This time, and he has a big wind up. He keeps his hands really close to his body, and when he's feeling good and loose, no problems. But a little quicker conditions, maybe feeling like he's got to play bigger than he'd like to play, not being able to play at his tempo. I think he has to almost block out the scoreboard. That's always, for me, a big thing when you're at a 0-4 or 1-5 type of situation. You have to just start playing better. You have plenty of time in tennis with no time clock. If you don't improve your game, actually, you're not going to be able to make a push.
So Goodyear going to serve to stay alive here at 1-5. I know we blitzed over court #4 right now. Matthias Simar 4-1 lead for the Gators at 5. Look at where the breaks are right now.
Only 2 favorable scoreboards for the Gators.
Meanwhile, 2 Gators, 2 break leads for Texas, all squaring on the other 2. You know what that means. This has all the makings, Mark, of another 4-3 battle.
Be a lot of things.
There you see Goodyear again. Still trying to steady the ship here, take a hold. Meanwhile, singles is underway between Tennessee and Texas A&M. We'll get over there as soon as we're done with our first sets here as we toggle between these 2 matches back and forth. And I think that's the first passing shot I've seen him land. Harper's done such a good job of keeping Goodyear on that back foot. It's good tennis from Goodyear here on court number 6. Let's go quickly to court number 5 right now. Tyus Seymour looking to run away with a set. Boy, could the Gators use it right now. 1-4, 30-40, Seymour leading. That's the break of serve 5-1 Seymour here. Again, only 3 lopsided sets. Gators up 5-1 at 5. Longhorns up 5-2 at 6.
Tough. Got a little bit jammed on that forehand, so he couldn't get enough space to snap it hard enough. Easy pass for Seymour's on the down the line forehand there. There's just so much more forehand running around, but sometimes being in control, there's often a poorly played approach shot decision if they lose the point back on the defensive end.
Gotta give a shout out to the little man right now in these big man, little man matchups, whether it was Aguilar against TCU at the number 2 single spot for TCU against 6'6" Chris Rodesh of Virginia. Aguilar gets a 3-set win there. Virginia's in Maki Montes, probably 10 inches shorter than his opponent at number 1, Luke Famba. They were deep in a 3rd set there. Seymour making this match physical. Physicality over weapons, the name of the game here on day 1.
That's big. Took it early. Great feet. Good composure on the forehand. Hitting it big, but not overplaying it. A lot of times people get caught now in the semantics of, did he step into that one? Was his weight on the front foot? Which stance he used? I think ultimately the vernacular of like a closed stance comment is a bit archaic. It's important to use words like moving forward, transferring weight, because the stances can be square, semi-open, open. It's all just how much time you have and where the ball's coming from and what you're going to do with it. So.
You know, you look at this matchup as we see set point here for Seymour. Ace-T, set goes to Matthias Seymour. 6-1 here at the number 5 spot. Meanwhile, 6-2 set for Cleve Harper over Josh Goodyear at that number 6 spot. So we've got a split right now. Richard Ciamara happened to have just held 4-5-4 at that number 3 spot. Let's go to court number 1, though. Sam Riffis right now. 4-3 on serve against Micah Braswell. Of course, Riffis dealt with injuries all offseason, lost a very strange match at a UTR event. Junior Nico Godzik, son of Tony Godzik, Mary Jo Fernandez, 17-year-old, certainly talented, but didn't expect him to knock out the NCAA champ good.
Yeah, Nico's actually very good.
I actually have conspiracy theory. That's
yeah.
Sam saying, Tony, will you rep me?
Okay. And Nico's quite good. And
Yeah.
real proud of Nico. He just recently won a grade 1 ITF in Ecuador. So that's his first. Many double titles as he had. That's his first single.
Got
so
a couple wins at the Cleveland Challenger and dubs as well.
Yeah, with the pro connections, he's played with a lot of pros. So he's not going to be in awe or completely overwhelmed by playing someone like a Sam Riffis. So it's definitely a big result. But
No doubt about that.
Upsets are all part of the game in tennis.
Absolutely. Ooh.
Call wide.
Call confirmed just wide. Meanwhile, you do wonder in terms of the breakout teams of this event, who are one of those teams that can overperform the seeds, reestablish themselves top of college tennis. Certainly with South Carolina earning the victory earlier today, 4-3 over Stanford, you put them on that list. But I actually think Texas belongs on that list as well, Mark. I'm curious what you think when you look at this Longhorn team. Record-wise, 6-3 overall, losses at Arizona, at Baylor, to Florida at home. 2 of those 3 losses, 4-3. They haven't been healthy, though. Waldy was absent from the first Florida match, and Spizzirri still dealing with the left wrist injury as well, and just the wrist injuries in general.
That's why it's hard to call it a breakout for them.
Sure. I guess a healthy performance would be a first healthy.
Yeah. I think they have not been cooking, and they're still in the conversation.
So again, we are keeping our eye on the action happening over at the Seattle Tennis Club. Tennessee taking on Texas A&M, but we have reached crunch time here in our first set, so you can hear it in the background. Big roar from Micah Braswell after he takes that. Meanwhile, if I can, super producer Daniel Westhoff, I'm going to ask you to prepare a split screen with court number 4. Never mind, we get the hold here from Braswell. No split screen necessary. Let's just go straight to court number 4 right now. Elliot Spizzirri serving for the first set. Channeling his inner Wolverine here. The metal in the wrists. Double fault there. That's why you build the 40 love lead, right?
No. Build a 40 love lead to consolidate and get the game done. But it's nice to have a cushion in case an unforced error pops up.
Good ball there from Elliot Spizzirri, and just like that, you felt like it was a luxury. Is this given his injury concerns, I'll just ask you, is this a stack? And as you contemplate that, let's go back over to court number 3 right now, where
fair. He is chipping every single backhand. The truth is that it's a great matchup scenario because Andrade's second serve is kind of sitting there like a hanging curveball. He's jumping on that. So now on Andrade's serve, instead of Andrade being able to really pick apart this one-hander and come forward a little bit, Spizzirri's getting serve +1 on his serve and second serve situations where he's moving forward. So a decent portion of the match, Spizzirri's playing on his own terms, and that's why he's 6-3 up at this point.
Absolutely. What a get there, though, from Richard Ciamara. The on-the-run sprinting backhand flick cross court. He's got set points coming up. Get 2 first sets in the bag for the Longhorns. 3, excuse me, for the Longhorns. Put them halfway home.
Wow. To be honest, with the way he winds up, there is sometimes a little bit of top spin / side spin on it. That ball is staying low. I'm not saying it was Jimmy Connors low, but it's staying down on a quick indoor court and fading. That's a really nasty shot. He just hit there to the big part of the court. I like the idea. If he's going to hit it hard falling backwards, at least he's using some more real estate for it. Great attitude, great forehand, great energy, and after being up big and having that set get tight, it's nice to close Valet out there at 3.
Absolutely. And with that in mind, let's go back to court number 1 as you see the break for Seymour. So Florida looking to get a quick point on the board here at 4. They take us 3. They take us 5. There we go. 6-1 one love lead. Meanwhile, 4-all, 30-all. And you just hear the noise for this Texas team. Again, Ciamara screaming as he goes to the bench, jumping and pumping on his chest. Tell you what, they may get out tennised in the end, but Texas will not be out energy in this matchup. And now you see the break points coming up. Set point, break points here for Braswell to create the opportunity to serve for the set. By the way, that's 3 first sets now in the bag for Texas. They're halfway home.
They are halfway home.
Serve from Riffis. Of course, it's worth mentioning. We saw a team take the doubles point in 3 first sets and lose earlier today. Of course, that was the University of Virginia falling 4-3 to Texas. 4-2 to TCU, excuse me. Riffis doesn't love the call. Tanner Stump even gives it a second look, associate head coach as well. Second serve coming, though. And this first set has become an absolute must for the Gators now that they've dropped 3. So let's head over to court number 2. Again, one of our other final first sets. Of course, I am keeping my eye on the Seattle Tennis Club. Some early leads across the board for Tennessee. In fact, they're up breaks on 4 of 6 singles for Smart. Stay here where the action's close right now. Good hold from Texas freshman Pierre Bailey. Ben Shelton, though, going to serve for the set when we get back to court number 2. Let's go to court number 1, though, our final first set here at the Nordstrom Tennis Center in Seattle. Michael Braswell, super sophomore. One of the many talented sophomores. You look at the sophomore class this year. Guys like Ben Shelton, Michael Braswell, all those Virginia sophomores, Montez, Rodesh, Van der Schulenberg. Connor Thompson's a sophomore, I believe. I think a third-year sophomore. But just point being, that class particularly talented.
high on the drop shot. It's tough. The drop shot choice, you're either a genius or very disappointed.
Yeah. Whew. The way Rickus just keeps his weight moving forward, Mark.
It's a tough backhand volley play. I'm staying committed to putting some pressure on Braswell, and I don't think it's a bad thing.
All point coming up. Meanwhile, if you can, super producer Daniel West, I'm going to ask you to go split screen on courts 1 and 2. Yeah. So Braswell misses that forehand pass into that set point coming up for Rifus.
And it's another backhand volley dig.
Yeah. Meanwhile, see right side of your screen. Again, that's court 3. If we can get court 2 on that right side, super producer Daniel Westhoff, court 2 on that right side. There we go. Again, we got 1 on both right now. Really good look at Micah Braswell. Apologies to him. If we can get court 2 on that right side or left. So deuce point coming up. Nice serve there from Micah Braswell. Let's just get out of the split screen until we can figure out again. We'll go here, court number 1 on the deuce point. Is it? I think he got overruled. He is overruled there. Wow. Was that an overrule? Just a miss.
It seemed like just a miss, but
So 5-all here. Meanwhile, Shelton broken for 5-all on court number 2. Josh Goodger has raced out to a 3-love lead on court 6. So very much looks like we are headed to a 3rd set there. Again, let's go split screen now, courts 1 and 2. Here, Rickus Braswell, Shelton Bailey. How things stand right now, 3 first sets for Texas, 1 for Florida. These are now musts, right? Musts for the Gators.
Big must. Don't ever give up. Don't get me wrong. They compete till the last ball is hit and 4 points on the board, but I don't. The mood, it doesn't feel like anything other than just as a 19, 20-year-old kid. Sometimes you can come in and be a little confident or assumptive or whatever you might want to be, but that psychological edge of being able to take people's punch and then offer some more of fighting hustle is huge. Shelton trying to play the point and be solid there. He's not doing enough to really bother.
Well, you just feel like Texas did come out swinging, right? That they did punch this Florida team in the face, or in the gut, out of the gates. Maybe not in the face. That might be a little extreme. What a lob. Michael Braswell. He knows Rifus is moving forward now. The playbook is out here. For better or for worse. The deuce point coming up. Braswell likes to go right back to that ad side. Long from Rifus, so now 6-5. Listen to that roar from Micah Braswell. Again, they just keep swinging, Mark.
It's even more than a roar. He stared him down, stuck his chest out, walked 2 steps forward as if to say, yeah, I'm here, right at the same time where Rifus, who's captain, one of the leaders of this team, is a little bit not down on himself, just in a bit of a funk. He needs to sort out how he wants to play here, and he's got tools, so he can try to problem solve it, but you got to buy your own coffee sometimes. You got to believe that you're going to get it done at that moment, and he's just not showing that type of behavior pattern.
No doubt about that. Meanwhile, Ben Shelton has worked his way back to a deuce point here against Pierre Bailey and given that break deficit again. We had 3 teams last weekend in all of the matches. Front draw, consolation. 3 teams come back from dropping doubles in 4 first sets and singles. It's an awfully big thing to ask of any team. Texas coming very close to doing that to Florida here.
Good job. It's good pressure. All of a sudden, Ben Shelton's no longer controlling the center of the court. Bailey's taking his best punches. I don't see Shelton is caught between a rock and a hard, having to be able to find the right balance. Normally, he's just a swashbuckler that doesn't care, right? He's a go-on, even this a big hitter. But right now, he's playing measured and a little tight. And hopefully, Dad can talk to him.
And in the meantime, let's go over to court number 6. This is where if you hear roars in the background of your microphone, it's because of this match.
Oh, nice defense, good hands.
Yep.
And held it. Wow, what a great point. Richard did so many great things there and just wasn't able to finish the last shot.
And that's a break there. Meanwhile, again, I do apologize, Tennessee, Texas A&M fans tuning in. Right now, Tennessee up a doubles point, and listen to this. 6-2 lead at 2 singles, 5-2 lead at 1 singles, 5-1 lead at 4 singles, 4-1 lead at 5 singles. It is all volunteers right now. And in fact, let's hop over to the Seattle Tennis Center. Of course, we're keeping our eye on this first set between Rifus and Braswell. But in the meantime, actually, I apologize. We're going to go to court number 1 right now. Micah Braswell serving for the set. It's 6-5, 30 all. Court 1 here at the Nordstrom Tennis Center, Texas, UF. But it feels like we're about to get a wave of first sets off the board. over at the Seattle Tennis Center in that Tennessee A&M match. We're going to get there momentarily. I promise you, all the fans in Knoxville, in College Station, we appreciate your patience. No disrespect to the Aggies. It's the plethora of drama here that has us locked.
It is. These are tense moments. Well done. Great movement, good spacing. Let the ball come right to him. It's a great combination of moving up to the ball while still getting the ball right in that slot. That's what I mentioned earlier about the inside out forehand. When you're hitting it well from the right spot, it fades, it runs off the court, and just it creates winning space.
I hope he doesn't kiss his mother with that forehand, though.
Yeah.
Set point here, 2 of them for Micah Braswell on NCAA champ Sam Riffis. What a lob, what a get. Doubles and 4 first sets for the Longhorns. 7-5 Braswell. It's the energy they've brought. They have out energy the Gators.
Attitude, revenge juice, shot making, hustling, competing.
It's not much else to say. Super impressive. So with that in mind, let's go over now to the Seattle Tennis Club. And if we can, we're going to pick things up on court number 1 there. Court number 1, Walton Schachter. Again, that's Tennessee, Texas A&M. We're headed over to the Seattle Tennis Club right now. Court number 1 here, if we can. Well, we've got a set point coming up. Again, this is number 1 doubles. If we need to, we can work our way around number 1 singles if we can. There we go. So I believe we just missed it, but a 6-2 first set here for Tennessee. They've taken 6-2 first sets at 1 and 2. Hold on. We had a big, let's go to court 5. I was going to say, big scoreboard shift. I'll get to in a second, but let's go to court number 5 now. Shinsuke Mitsui, 5-1 lead. And he's got love 44 set points here. Texas A&M's Guido Marsan. Again, where do things stand in this matchup? It was a tight doubles point. A&M actually raced out to early break leads on courts 1 and 2, but ultimately it was the duo of Monday and Wallner. 6-4 win at 3. Mitsui and Hud, 7-5 win at 1. Give the doubles point to the Volunteers. They now have 6-2 leads on courts 1 and 2. Shinsuke Mitsui looking to put them halfway home with a third first set here on 5. This Tennessee freshman can play, folks. This Tennessee freshman can play. 6-1 first set for him here for the Volunteers. Let's go to court number 6. Pat Harper has gotten the call for Tennessee right now. Right now, worth remembering for Tennessee, no Martin Prada in their lineup. So they've elected to go with Pat Harper. Played plenty of singles in his time, but obviously better known for his being one half of the NCAA doubles championship pairing with Adam Walton.
It's like then quite a bit of some musical chairs trying to figure out who's going to play 6 positions in a few of these teams.
Tennessee's certainly one of those teams. way, scoreboard off there. It's 5-3 here. Borrego serving for the set. Meanwhile, unclear on that scoreboard on number 4 singles. To us, it says 2-5 Angel Diaz. I know it said 5-1 Ross when we last checked in.
Great, sir.
Oh, there we
Coach Denton feels really strongly about how, even though he's only been in there a short time, how his game, ball striking, just the way he's practicing, he, with a little bit of college experience, a little bit of sunlight, a little water, he's going to be moving up that lineup because his weapons and ball striking are very good.
I think for this whole Texas A&M team, it's just a matter of let's find who's playing well right now. And certainly Noah Schachter, their upperclassman leader, has earned that right to play the number 1 spot and has performed fairly well so far. 4-1 overall there through this dual match season. But after that, a lot of questions. And there's a lot of talent. Luke Casper, Nomar Sohn. Certainly Pierce Rollins has been around the block once or twice. But okay.
Well, after the unforced errors, the difference is that he's looking like a dejected, disappointed freshman instead of just shaking it off and finding a different way to change his targets. These courts over at Seattle are different than Washington in that they have, if you notice on the screen, they have the little quick start lines.
Yes.
And the nice thing about those quick start lines, you look at the court closely, you create some interesting little targets, like a cross-court ground stroke has a little rectangle on the side, where if you hit that with some width, you can actually move someone off the court. So I always like using some of those visual boundaries on a court when those quick start lines actually are available at various facilities. So,
deuce point coming up. Harper right back on that ad side. Not particularly surprising. And that's the side he plays with Adam Walton in doubles. A&M needed that one. They get it. First set on the board for Borrego. 6-3. At court number 6. In the meantime, we're going to go over to court number 4. Excuse me, let's go to court number 3. Court number 3, Emil Hudda of Tennessee. 3 break point chances in the service game of Rafael Perot. Currently 4 all there now. 30-40 after that volley. So she looked for Perot this season. 9-6 overall, 2-2 here in the dual match season. Perot, another one of those rare returners for A&M as he looks to step up this year. There just wasn't a lot of room in this A&M lineup over the past few seasons. Break cut. So it's a 5-4 lead here for Tennessee. Let's go over to court number 4. Angel Diaz, court number 4 here. Down 5-3 to Mathis Ross. Ross 4-1 overall in the dual match season. Played 3 and 4 single spots. You look for Ross. Sophomore. So looking to make the most of his playing opportunities this season. And I will say scoreboard-wise, Tennessee's up doubles, right? They're up 3 first sets. But look at the body language there of Angel Diaz. And certainly he is down in this set. But the positivity, the break from HUD, they're not taking anything for granted here.
You can't.
Mm-hmm.
you look across, you know a little bit about who's playing next door to you, probably
Sure.
over there. They don't have a scoreboard situation like they have here. So you're feeding off the vibes and the energy of your adjacent teammates. And that's all you can really focus on. You get 2 out of that, and then you're not really engaged in your own match. Also interesting to see that they've got some grandstand effect, like the U.S. Open coming in with some of the sun on the side.
Ball sent wide, excuse me. Mathis Ross now. Set point chance. No, excuse me. They're playing around with the scoreboard on us. I give up. I apologize again, A&M Aggie fans. We got to go back to the Nordstrom Tennis Center, court number 2. Mark, I know you've been watching this here as we're our broadcast booth set up at Nordstrom. 5-4 Shelton leading in the breaker. What have you seen?
Shelton had kind of lost his way in the early part of the breaker and was struggling a little bit and just simplified his targets. He hasn't really tried to take any risk, and he's fought his way back. Bailey's missed a couple balls there,
and you are about to hear a massive roar on your screen as Josh Gujar has roared back to take a 6-2 second set at 6. We're going the distance there.
It's big time. Gujar coming back like that. And now that energy is going to feed. And now look at what happens.
I was going to say,
lefty love next door.
Do you smell that, Mark?
That's a big forehand, and the Gators will sneak in and accept low volleys more than most teams I see. They really do believe they're supposed to make those volleys. Normally, unless you truly have somebody that's an offensive all-quarter, you wouldn't want them having to dig out those. But Riffus and Ben Shelton, they just come in there. They're not afraid of that low volley and actually have to play position, which is very old school. Credit to Florida just hanging in there, and look at that. Whew. Another, but after who knows how many low volleys he's already hit at this point. A lot of times, if you haven't been into the net, then you're not going to make that one because you just don't have the wherewithal of the field to get it done. But,
and we go to 5, by the way, where deuce points coming up here.
I give credit to Shelton because Brian seldom is on Ben's court, and when Ben was down 6-5, he sat down, he got on his knee, looked the son in the eye, he talked to him very calmly, very relaxed, and just said, "Hey, look, this is what you need to do. And we need you." And that's great coaching / dad. Yeah, that's both.
No, absolutely.
Where in the NCAAs, I agree with you. He was staying far away. The only time he came over there was on the
match point.
The set point for doubles. He ran over, almost knocked Coach Perlman over, and told him to go for a body serve and not go for a big one. And he did what his dad said. So.
Yep, all CMAR here on 5. And again, could be a world where we have 5 3-set matches. The only one not 3. The only one of 2 first sets taken by Florida as it's 6-1, 4-3 here. Let's go to court number 4 now. You just keep wondering, is the Levy going to break for Elliot Spizzirri? Might that slice backhand just slowly start to break down? Well, Andrade's finally worked himself a break point chance here on 4. And boy, do the Gators need this.
They do.
Much better as Andy gets the break for 5-3.
Well, Andy he always likes to play a 9 to 11 ball ground stroke grind with his heavy roll forehand and his very well placed backhand. That's his deal. That's how he likes to play. So he is now being asked to do something tactically that's just not in his wheelhouse. But the plays are there. The opportunity is available because Spizzirri will have some challenges trying to hit passing shots and lobs. He's not going to come over the backhand. So he's going to have to dink and lob and hit almost half oneies to try to beat him if he's up there. So,
and if we can, let's go back. I know Andrade's serving for the set here, but we have not spent enough time at the Seattle Tennis Club. I apologize for that fact. Tennessee taking care of business right now. We're going to go to court number 2 there, if we can. And by the way, you've seen Mathis Ross putting a set on the board. We're going to go to court number 2 right now, where Joe Monday is serving for the match. Up 6-2, 5-2, 15 love over Pierce Rollins of Texas A&M. And I'll tell you what, Joe Monday, another one of those super sophomores. What a spectacular class that is.
and no one is doubting that Monday was going to be a prohibitive favorite here. Even Coach Denton.
Is there anything on paper more appealing as a tennis coach than a 6'5" lefty?
6'5" lefty is a great thing.
Yeah,
That's a great phrase.
if you're told that, are you like, I'll take the lesson?
Great phrase.
Match points now for Monday. It's too good. Sophomore has been exceptional for the Volunteers thus far this season. Joe Monday now moving. I want to get this correct here. Yes, moving now to 8-1 on the season in those top 2 single spots, making a 2-0 Tennessee. She takes a 6-2, 6-2 lead. Let's go over quickly now to court number 1. Just check in on Adam Walton. 6-2, 3 love. Slowly, as always, cranking away.
I think Tennessee really understood how important that doubles point was, and they're trying to make sure without any doubt that they're the big brother in the SEC, and they're going to be trying to put Texas A&M down without much resistance.
And of course, last year's National Indoors was the breakout party for these Volunteers. See that ball sail long. So now set in 4 love for Adam Walton. Of course, you look at that event, they end up going 2-1. Very, very nearly knocked off the eventual ITA National Indoor champions, North Carolina. Had the doubles point on their racket before letting it slip. Kind of rode that momentum from their 2-1 weekend last year all the way through to that NCAA semifinal. I would argue Tennessee's a blue blood, right? In college tennis. They've been a blip there for a couple of years, but think of the Woodruffs and the Anacones over the years.
And J.P. Smith,
Ryan Williams.
They've been a formidable, strong force in the SEC and the NCAA for a long time. And how about the year that they did win it? Tennis Ingram was down there on number 4.
No, I mean,
he was at Georgia on the lower level, not on the upper level.
Well, I was going to say that team lost, I want to say, final to USC, right? That was the first of the 4-peats, or maybe the second of the 4-peats that sophomore year. Smith, Rhine, Tennis. And yet Stevie J was like, sorry, it's my time right now.
Stevie J was tough. Farrah was tough.
Farrah, D-Win.
D-Win 6, well.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't even.
Yeah.
There's people that are still having nightmares about the D-Win.
D-Win, fun fact here, trivia. D-Win lost 1 match at the NCAA tournament his entire career. Trivia to all of you listening right now. Daniel Wynn of USC lost 1 match at the NCAA tournament. Who was that match to? First person to name it, you're going to get a shout out on our broadcast here. You can earn that shout out too if you want it, Mark.
I'm trying to think right now.
I'll give you the year if you want it. 2012 NCAA tournament.
12. Team 12.
To see that ball float wide. So Adam Walton now has put his foot on the gas pedal, and now he's 1 point away from a 6-5 love lead here on Noah Schachter.
My ears are running into each other.
Yeah, it happens.
Serve.
Big serve from Noah here. Again, everything tightening up. Andrade did take a 6-3 second set, so we're going the distance on court 4 and that Florida-Texas match. Still got at least an hour left there. If no answer on the chat by 2:20, I'm going to answer that trivia for everyone again. Daniel wins 1 singles loss in NCAA tournament play. It's a good serve, better pass from Adam Walton. 6-2-5 love. Now he leads here at the #1 single spot. Let's head over to number 5. It's going to be a clean kill for Tennessee. 1, 2, and 5 is the motto for them. And
no, that's a strong motto right now.
Yeah, hard to imagine someone playing better. Freshman Shinsuke Mitsui right now. Ball sent wide.
Oh, what a great lob.
Ito not done yet. Beautiful lob there.
He loves to sneak in and transition, but that's a low volley that you're volleying back up, and that's giving the passing shot person time. So there's enough space to get that lob over.
I do love the continued aggression of Mitsui, though. Everything is moving forward.
And, you know, there's different ways. I mean, he was a top 10 ITF junior.
Sure.
Obviously, there's different ways now to skin the cat. So you don't always come into college with a lot of this confidence or sort of net experience, but he has it. He comes forward as if he's a junior in college.
Yeah.
See, there it is again. That's a great direction change. Fine, he's inside the court. The ball was in the strike zone. Good balance as he struck it. He recognized he hit it well. Like, all those things are what you want when you're making a direction change. But he just missed the volley, and now right away he goes right back to another offensive play that's very good.
Meanwhile, you may have heard a huge roar. Siamwaldi fights off match points to extend his match 6-1-5 all against Matthias Seymour. So nothing coming easy here.
Wow, that is a big moment.
At the same time, Florida has clearly made their push, extending matches at 4-6, taking that first set at 2 points away from taking the second set at 3.
Wow, see, he's almost hot dogging a little bit.
By the way,
he's going jump backhand.
Yeah, I apologize. 6-2-6 love Adam Walton over Noah Schachter. Missed that match point. That's on me. So 3 love now, Tennessee. We're going to stick here with Mitsui through this service game. This is, again, the cleanest pathway for Tennessee. They take the doubles. They take 4 first sets in singles. 2-2 win from Monday at number 2. 2-0 win for Walton at number 1. Freshman Shinsuke Mitsui, as he has all season long, looking to deliver the victory for the Volunteers. He's right back at the net. No hesitation after the last one. Another overhead, this time for the winner. So it's a set and a 5-love lead here for Mitsui at 5. In the meantime, I think we have to go back to the action happening over here.
But the fat lady's got Banaka.
Okay, you know what? You're right. You're right.
She's about to.
She's
about to close off the Seattle,
like that.
the song in Seattle.
So then let's stick around here for a hot second. Let's head over court number 4. Angel Diaz making his push there. Just looking across the board again. Tough sledding.
They're battling. They're not
sure.
They're not setless at the Seattle Tennis Club.
Sure.
But they're about to get put to sleep.
I wouldn't say they're
6-1-5-0.
What is it? It's sleepless in Seattle?
Yeah.
I would say they're, well, I don't want to say hopeless in Seattle because that's a little much right now.
No, but they're not setless.
Yes.
They're not sleepless either.
They are in need of serotonin in Seattle. I don't know. I'm stretching it there.
I think Tennessee just deserves a lot of
100%.
credit because they've had some ups and downs this season, but they respected what Steve Denton and crew can do, and they've come out and put a great performance on, winning a doubles point that was on pins and needles until the very, very end when they were able to break it open in some late parts of the sets.
So again, here it's Mathis Ross, and it's all Tennessee right now. That yell, you hear Michael Braswell now up a set and a break here in our building. Again, we go back to court number 5, Shinsuke Mitsui. Very, very close to making this a 4-0 victory for Tennessee. And honestly, what do you expect more of this weekend? 4-3 or 4-0 victories? 4-3, right?
4-3 is hard to come by in clinch, but
I just think 4-0 in this building, this event,
is difficult.
Very, very difficult. And again, A&M did take first sets on 4 and 6. Certainly, you look at Julio Perego, his performance here today, 6-3. Looks like he's about to be 3-1 up. That is absolutely something to build on if you are the Aggies. But right now, Tennessee looking very much the part of top 4 seed. He just keeps moving forward, Mitsui. There's no hesitation. I don't think, respectfully, this is why I think Shinsuke Mitsui moves up to the number 4, 3 singles position by the time things are done. Yeah, it's an absolute luxury to have him here at number 5, but put it on Sports Center.
What a point.
Cut the clip.
Yeah, he's doing all kinds of trick stuff. Angle backhand, open stance, flicker lob.
Now he's
and he takes any ball and just transitions on it. The confidence that he has that he's going to make the volley is as good as anyone here.
Meanwhile, boy, are things heating up in this Texas-Florida matchup. But right now, it's match points Tennessee.
Wow.
See him Walt,
he's
shaking.
He's
exactly.
He is feeling it. Wow. I don't know
he
how.
Is not sleepless in Seattle.
He could go from match point down to set point up in a matter of seconds.
1 foot off, though, from Guido Marson. And Marson, one of the few veterans with playing experience here for A&M, the Italian junior now. Shinsuke Mitsui sends Tennessee to the quarterfinals. 4-0 victory over their SEC opponents, Texas A&M. Again, if you're the Aggies, certainly some silver linings there. You had 6-3 2-all lead at number 4, 6-3 3-1 lead at number 6, but it's the nucleus. It's Walton. It's Monday. It's Mitsui. It's doubles. Tennessee advances to the round, a quarterfinal round. Where guess who they have next? Another conference opponent in South Carolina. Things breaking awfully well for the Volunteers here in Seattle. In the meantime, back to Nordstrom. And folks, we've got an old-fashioned barn burner on our hands right now. Let's start at court number 5. And we have to start there right away. CM Waldy was down match points. He now has his 3rd set point here to send us to a 3rd set. It would be our 4th 3rd set in the building. Right now it's 1-0 Texas, no singles matches, and that's into the net, and you can hear it. And let me tell you, University of Michigan grad, watched about as much Matthias Seymour as I think anyone in the nation. I have never, Mark, heard Matthias Seymour yell until that moment.
That's a big. I tell you, Waldeep showed me something with how passion and energy can fuel your footwork and your shots and your game. He just was a little bit. It wasn't like he redlined it. He overtried. He was a little anxious there. He got too close to the ball, but. What I liked is that he stopped accepting backhands and started trying to find a way to have more forehands. That's always a battle with the righty-lefty matchup through first serve percentage and movement. You want to be the one hitting more forehands through the other guy's backhand. I don't care who you are.
And let's go to court 3.
Waldeep, Seymour, it doesn't matter. That's always part of the storyline.
Absolutely. And we've got an early deuce point here in the service game of Duarte Valle. I love one here too, Richard Ciamara. By the way, Sam Riffis got the break back for 4-all at 1. Shelton down a double break 4-1. We may have 6 3-set matches here, Mark. Or a 1-all. Florida takes 5. Texas takes doubles, and we play it all out.
Oh my goodness.
This is what it's all about.
It really.
Oh,
that's wide open.
Oh,
and the wind's blowing out on court number 3. Where did that dust come from?
Spazier. You see Amara. You can see the disappointment on his face. That forehand just sails long on him. So 1-all now here on court number 3. Meanwhile, we got to go to court number 1. Riffis trying to do his part as that upperclassman now. Veteran leader. Technically a 4th year, but I know he's still got 2 years of eligibility if he wants it. Well, you can hear that double dose of Cleve Harper saying, hey, there might be gold in this building. Dig.
That's much better from Sam.
That's the decisiveness I feel like he was lacking earlier in this match.
Yeah, that's just good commitment.
Sure.
Nice balance, good open stance. Just taking the first ball on the first strike and looking to go forward.
Well, he certainly has the firepower, does Michael Braswell. That forehand is an unequivocal weapon, but Riffis now holding 4-5-4 here on court number 1. In the meantime, let's go to court number 6. Oh, might we have a roar getting ready, folks. Cleve Harper 4 break point chances. This match has been the epicenter of energy. Oh, excuse me. I knew something was wrong there. So it was actually a hold for Harper. They were a little bit late changing that game score. So good, you're serving actually up 5-2. In that case, let's head over to court number 5 right now. Again, Matthias Seymour was up match points, then down set points. Now back up a mini break 4-2 here. As the transfer from Michigan looks to put a big first point on the board. First singles decision on the board for the Gators. What hour mark is this?
It's 2 hours old. We're 2 hours old.
And it wasn't a particularly long doubles point either.
It was not.
So 5-2, and you can just tell CM used so much energy to get back into that match. Described him as possessed. Needs to find that again.
Yeah, that's well played.
So my question is how? How does he duplicate that pattern?
Well, there, Seymour just didn't get the forehand cross court enough. So now Waldeep is really transferring his weight on that backhand. He earned time, and with that time, he moved his feet quickly and stepped up in transition. So. That's another big backhand. Great depth on the forehand. Great angle on the backhand. Oh, wow. See, that's big. That's big boy tennis. He just caught a second win at a wonderful time. But that's done through movement on the backhand. Seymour is doing his job. Hey, let me make you move. Let me run you a little bit. Let me push you a little wider.
Serve called out, overruled. Wow.
Oh, wow.
That's near sideline to the chair umpire. Waldeep furious.
Yeah,
that's tough.
Yeah, that felt like it was out.
Well, why transfer from Michigan to Florida to play matches like these? Matthias Seymour overcomes a couple of set points. Little blip in the radar, 6-1, 7-6. After all of that, it's 1-all here in this match. In the meantime, we go over now to court number 1. Set points for Sam Riff as he's trying to make it 5 3-set matches here. That would feel fitting. Do you hear that for the first time in forever? An eerie silence here in the Nordstrom Tennis Center. Sort of intensity right now across the building. Oh, are you kidding me?
Wow. He was inside the court, but Braswell only had to take a step and a half for the redirect on the pass. I like the courage, but to me, earlier I mentioned making the passing shot player uncomfortable is a big part of transition. And that's where it's challenging, because Rifus and Shelton will challenge people by just coming forward on balls that maybe aren't the best approach shots. That was a well hit ball from a good position. It wasn't a great approach shot. That's a tough momentum shift there.
So 5-all now, and you do wonder here for Rifus, again, staying on court so key, right? We talked about this in our last match, Virginia TCU, a match ultimately won 4-2 by TCU. And in case you're just joining us, a quick reset. 4-2, TCU knocks out Virginia. 4-3 upset of the day, South Carolina over Stanford. We then had a 4-0 win just now from Tennessee over Texas A&M. Much like we talked about it there for Sam Rifus right now, even more so than winning, you're just trying not to lose. You don't want to be that second.
This is a big 10 minutes for Texas.
Yeah.
Right now, the scoreboard is just a little Texas favorable to pull it off, but not by much.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
So now 15-30 here. Again, you can tell Rifus just hasn't been entirely comfortable, right? We haven't heard the big Rifus roar at all this match. It's a credit to Braswell. Just keep waiting for the defending NCAA champion to make his push. Meanwhile, Vale got the break right back at 3. So we're on serve there. Ooh, that's a tough time for that. That comes off the head.
I used to do that. Because figuratively, you're telling yourself to put your thinking cap back on.
Sure.
Like you're what are you thinking? Come on, get your head on straight. Like it's that sort of nonverbal.
Huh. No way.
Well, that chip stayed in. It was almost, it felt like it was going to fly out, but it just didn't. Like the wind held it up. No, we don't have a wind machine here.
Strong breeze on those odds courts.
To the center.
Still 2 break points left here for Micah Braswell. Give himself a chance to serve for the set. Meanwhile, Josh Gujar is serving for the match on 6. Can go split screen right now, courts 1 and 6. Don't want to miss out on any of this action here. A pivotal moment. As you said, you feel like for Texas, if they play these next 10 minutes right, they can find themselves in the winner's circle. Rifus calls to return long. No.
Oh, wow. So Florida gets the favorable overrule with Suma. I don't know about that one.
Coach Stump irate.
I don't know about that one
with the chair.
Because he was on the baseline and he kind of fell backwards. It looked like he was.
We'll tell you what, we said they need to play the next 10 minutes. Well, that was the first thing Texas needed, the break, and now Braswell's going to serve for the match against the defending NCAA champion. Yeah, we've switched over to court 6, but Rifus right now with a continued dialogue with the chair umpire.
He's got to do whatever he can, but Rifus is.
Tell you what, that call isn't what made this match.
No, it isn't. He's been challenging and struggling, but at this moment, you're on pins and needles to stay in there. And Griffiths' character and sportsmanship is not under question.
Ever.
That's a tricky timing for that situation. And I mean, there's some people that I almost look at it like 3 different types of sportsmanship. There's some people who.
As you see, by the way, on your screen, 15:40 now. Cleve Harper, 3 break-point chance.
Some people that don't call it fairly, they're just some bad actors, and then there's some people who are wishful thinkers. At 1-1, they say, nice shot, and at 5-all, they go, just out.
Sure.
And then there's some people that are kind of blind, that they don't see very well, and they give you a call that's 2 foot out, and
then they take one that's 3 feet in.
Yeah, so I think you have to almost identify what. But what gets challenging, at least in the collegiate format, is the way it works. If you get a second over,
you see, I apologize, Harper quickly with the break, 4-5-4. So we're back on serve there on court number 6. Meanwhile, we go back to 1. I apologize. Go on.
Well, I think after you get your second overall, you get a warning.
Yeah.
So then the third one is a point, and the fourth one is a game, and the fifth one you lose the match. So there's something in place to try to
police it somewhat.
Put a little bit of pressure to some extent on anyone getting out of hand with it.
3 straight breaks of serve on court number 3. So it's now Ciamara with a 4-2 lead in the third. Again, Texas needs 3 more singles victories here, where things stand 1-all in the match. Longhorns taking the doubles pretty decisively. Matthias Seymour earns a 1-6 win. By the way, Andy Andrade now just earned another break of serve for 5-2, so he'll serve for that match on 4. As soon as they're back there, super producer Danny Westhoff, we get a split screen with court 4. Big serving, and now triple match point for super sophomore Micah Braswell here. The first singles victory on the board for his team. It's too good.
Wow, that's good movement, good commitment. It's not an easy shot. An inside in forehand off of a low ball that you're getting up and down. Very, very good shot.
And so now we see 2-1 Texas in the lead. Let's go to court number 3. Haven't checked in on Ciamara and Vale in a while. Right now it's Richard Ciamara up a break. That's going to transfer. 4-2 in the third. Up on the 5th year. Duarte Vale. Big hold.
Look at the hands.
And let's go to court number 4 now, right away. Again, Andy Andrade, 2 points away. And if we can, 2-1 right now, Texas overall here in this match after that Micah Braswell win. 2-1 Texas overall. As Andy Andrade looks to quickly tie things up at 2. Ben Shelton has come roaring back from a double breakdown. 7-6, 4-5 on serve in the second.
That's great. That is great. That's commitment. Oh, wow. Serving volley, but serving out wide like that instead of
you just can't
body,
do anything.
there's a little bit of an angle there. I mean, He's trying to make Faziri uncomfortable, but he's not necessarily comfortable having to hit that low backhand volley.
They're walking out onto court number 5 right now. Georgia, Wake Forest, beginning warm-ups. Trying to get as much time as possible. Match points here for Andrade. Yep, in the end, just Spizzirri, not enough backhand. You have to respect the fight. I mean, in particular, for him to get that first set, the scoreboard pressure it put on the Gators, what it did for his team, I would argue Spizzirri more than did his job here at the number 4 singles position. That was a win Andrade had to have. He gets it. But with that in mind, where to go now? Let's go to court number 2. And once again, it could very well come down to Shelton versus Bailey, Mark. As we saw, this was the matchup that decided it last time. Was a 3-set win for Ben Shelton over the freshman Pierre Bailey. Right now, Bailey 3 set points. And I'll tell you what, he wins this set, we might really be here for all night. Well, if we can go split screen, I apologize. Talking midpoint. Slice there. Let's go split screen with courts 2 and 3 right now. Richard Ciamara closing in on a match point. 2-5 right now. 15-30 there. Distance on 2, Pierre Bailey. 6-4 second set for the Horns. Let's go full on 3 right now. And again, where things stand, 3rd set yet to begin on court 2. It's 5-all in the 3rd on court number 6. And here, 40-30 now for Duarte Valle as he looks to extend the match. And it just feels like it's so much easier, Mark, for Ciamara to penetrate the court than it is for Duarte Valle. It feels like every volleyball is just hanging a little bit short.
That's fair. I think he's caught between playing a normal sort of outdoor style versus the type of indoor style. He has a lot of tools, and he served and volleyed and did a lot playing in the 1 position. It's almost tricky with the psychology of I used to be 1 and now I'm 3, and am I the man or am I not? I don't think this is the only position or the only player that played high on his team, played 1 and now is playing low. We've had a bunch of that so far in these lineups that we've seen. But
well, what a stretch there from Richard Ciamara on the run, forehand pass, sets up the backhand sitter. 3-2 Texas. Overall here in our round of 16 match. Meanwhile, let's go over to court number 6. Josh Gujar serving. He served for the match, up 5-3, now serving 5-all, 40-15. Again, 3-2 Texas, 3-2 Texas, not Florida here if we can, super producer Daniel Westoff. 3-2 Texas as we head to court number 6. Again, court number 6 right now. Court number 6 if we can. This is court 3 here right now, and you can see Georgia, Wake Forest going to get their warm-ups underway again. If we can go court number 6 here. Court number 6. Currently, not sure what's going on here with our screen. There we go. Nope, still on court number 3. There we go. Josh Goodyear, 40-15 here. Oh, it's in.
Wow, that's in. That's a tough swing from that far back.
Yeah.
Not an easy swing from that far back. Yeah, everybody's big and strong at this age, but that's a tough shot he just made.
That's smooth. Very, very smooth there. And a reminder, the last time these two teams faced off earlier this season was a 4-3 win for Florida. Both players on court right now, Josh Goodyear, Ben Shelton, earning singles victories. In fact, it was Shelton clinching the match with a third set victory over Pierre Bailey. And that match in Austin. A match also Florida took the doubles point in. Meanwhile, how did we get to this 3-2 scenario? Texas, and we go to court number 2 right now with our action in play there. Texas taking the doubles point. 7-5, 7-5 win from super sophomore Micah Braswell over defending NCAA champ Sam Riffis, and then Richard Ciamara in the battle of the fifth years gets a third set win over Duarte Valle, and now it's 3-2 Texas. And just by virtue of where we're at in this match, you'd probably rather be Texas.
Just at this moment with Ben Shelton
sure.
serving down triple big point.
I don't think yeah, I was gonna say, there we go, 15-40. Oh, let's go to 6 quickly, see if we can catch that on replay. An incredible shot on court 6 as you see the double fault from overhead volley off the overhead from Gucher. That's the good stuff.
That is really nice.
I'll take a double shot of that into my veins, please.
Wow.
See here.
Just doesn't give up on it. You need to stay with it. Come on.
15 now here for Gujar. Boy, would it be a nice boost for this Florida team, right? You can get Gujar off the court 3-all. We've been in this 3-all scenario before.
Yeah, you just would have liked for Shelton to have held that first game on the third.
For sure. So we talked about this at the top. These are not your father's 12 seeds, 13 seeds, right? Virginia, so strong. Texas coming off of an NC semifinal, and they're only bringing in pieces this year, so strong.
Harper's been committed to coming forward himself. He's not allowing Goodyear just to control the center of the court. If he has forehands with time, he's been following him up.
Oh, what a stick.
Very good tennis. Nice chip up the line, good split step, covered the line, and was able to reach out and get the backhand volley just short enough.
I would point out once again, this is a 6 singles match, Mark.
Great match.
6 singles, just the level out of this world. Gujar undefeated last season at the number 6 spot. Keith Harper 20-6 overall at the number 4 spot. Any other year, this would be a top 3 matchup. So we go to the Buster. Third set breaker to decide our action here on court number 6. Meanwhile, One Love 40-15 Pierre Bailey of Texas up that early break. Court number 2. Shelton there, imploring Gujar, throw the lob up. Cleat closing so tight over these past few points. You seen the same thing?
Cleat just picked up a whole bunch of net momentum now. He was a bit apprehensive in the middle of this match, and now he realizes that
My play site, it is not 7-5 Gujar. You can ignore that scoreboard. Throwing you for a loop there. Our play site, I can tell you, we are on serve 1-all here in the breaker. Oh, man. I mean, that's laughably good from Josh Gujar.
the fitness level is incredible. And there was one point in there where he took a forehand that should have gone inside out and he went inside in. So that made him actually have to run a whole bunch more, and he just accepted it. The caliber of fitness that these guys have to be at to be this deep in the match and still moving and positioning that well and covering, testament to the work that they're doing off the court.
1 here. Meanwhile, again, Ben Shelton down 15-30 in his love to service game. We talk about the fitness. I don't know how much he has left in the tank. We'll get there, though, after this. That match won't matter if Josh Gujar can't force it to a 4-3 decider. Oh, drops in. You're right. The fitness
Impressive.
so key.
But you wonder if a couple of points ago it's the reason why that point happened.
Of course, meanwhile, let's quickly pop over to 2 break point chances, 3 of them for Pierre Bailey to take a double break lead here. Oh, man. So 3 love, Texas at 2.
That's substantial.
You see a coaching switch here. Associate head coach Tanner Stump walking over. Offer a few words now to Ben Shelton. Meanwhile, back to 6. It's 4-2. Mini break in pocket for Josh Gujar. Worth remembering, Gujar served for this match, up 5-3 in the third set. Right now, it's 3-2 Texas, 2 singles matches apiece. Going down on his terms no matter what is Cleve Harper. Continues to push forward.
And I think with court position and shot selection, you're sending a message. How you're feeling, how you're going to handle a pressure moment, and both of these guys are transferring at the highest of levels.
Mini break still in hand for Gujar, 4-3.
Earlier. Earlier, Cleve Harper on the way to a changeover just yelled, "I want this. I want this," multiple times, really loud. He's just
he's the beating heart.
He's a unique sort of emotional competitor.
So mini break back to Cleve Harper, 4-all now. Oh, you love that.
And it always happens at the darndest of times. 4-all on the third set break. Are you kidding me? He gets that?
Welcome to college tennis, folks. Let cord service winner for Gujar. 5-4 on serve here in the breaker.
Harper has just, it feels like Gujar has been ahead in this match for hours. And it's 5-all in the third set break.
Oh,
You've got to be kidding me. 2 times, same part of the net. He should just go to Vegas and play some slots. What about odds?
Or can you just be like, can we give this luck to Shelton, please? So now match points, Gujar. I don't know what to
But it's an irony because normally the energy of your teammate closing something out potentially like this helps the player that's out there in the early parts of the third set, but what a job.
And it's all working for Josh Goodger, undefeated last season at the number 6 single spot. Gets the win when his Gators need it most, 7-6 in the third. That match was far too good to be at the number 6 single spot. Now we go to 2.
It really was. It was wonderfully played. Just competed for the last drop. Both guys leaving on the line. What's the difference? A couple left courts.
Yeah, it's absolutely 2 let courts going the way of Cleve Harper there. Let court ace, let court winner. But guess what? Who would you rather be right now? 3-all scenario, probably the team with the 4-0 double break lead. And that's where freshman Pierre Bailey, and I would point out again, these 2 teams played a month ago. It came down to Shelton Bailey. At that point, it was the sophomore Ben Shelton earning the 3rd set victory over freshman Pierre Bailey. Right now, though, the comeback has belonged to Bailey. And guess what? Here was your score then. Was 6-7, 6-2, 6-1. Shelton won that match. Right now, 6-7, 6-4, 4-love. Bailey up. Literally, the script has been flipped.
What I feel that I've been watching is 2 things. One, that Shelton's been watching that big scoreboard in front of him. He's known that it's come down to him. And for whatever reason, he hasn't had the normal response. His normal bravado, bring it on, I'm going to just blaze my way through this. He looks subdued. He looks confused. He looks down. He's missed countless backhands, either with Bailey attacking him or just off the ground. He has not been good on the concentration shots in that battle of my forehand into your backhand. He has lost it miserably in this 3rd set.
And that serve volley felt forced.
It's forced. It's confused. It's desperation. It's a kicker that's sitting to his forehand so he can find your feet. In a tough spot.
Serve. Yeah, it's the backhand volley for Ben Shelton. The backhand wing in general that has let him down. And folks, 5.
Yeah, that's just you're at the end of your frustration rope. He's tried to manage it. He's trying to mask it, but he is. This just it's one of those days. You can't always just assume that the hero is going to be able to come through. There's a lot a lot of weight considering the success he's had in the last 8 to 10 months. You just think, oh, well, it comes down to Ben. He's just going to win it. He's just going to win it. But tell that to Pierre. Sure. Pierre is brought it and played a very flawless set. He deserves a lot of credit because he's made his serves. He's moved well, but more importantly, he's recognized that Ben's been struggling, and he's not overplaying. He's just staying right where he needs to be, almost like on a 71-mile-an-hour cruise control to this 5-0.
No, and, I bet when you watch this match come in, you think there's no way a team with Rifus, defending NCAA champ Shelton, ITA All-American champion Duarte Valle, top 5 in the country last year, was going to get swept at the top 3 positions. And yet Texas is looking like they are 1 game away from doing just that. And that was not the match calculus for either of these teams coming in. And yet, let's take it where you can get it. Now, we framed it from the Shelton side. Let's frame it here from the Pierre Bailey side. You are a freshman playing a player you have already lost to in your first national indoor event. And you're 1 game away from the victory? What a win for the Longhorns.
It's credit to Cleve Harper playing next door and keeping him just the Cleve and Goodger drama. He was able to quietly acquire a lead before it became all on him. And
I like that, quietly acquire a lead. That's exactly what.
Discount that, but I like that he's learned from the last match, and coach has done a great job keeping him centered. I just think he's played well within himself, not overplaying, playing the moment well. Shows that he's learned something from that experience. That's well put. That's a rare instance where Ben is able to use his backhand to earn time for his forehand.
By the way, winner of this one facing TCU, loser of this one facing Virginia. That Conci match, Virginia versus the loser of this.
Exactly.
Hell hath no fury. It's the backhand again, Mark.
Yeah, something is just not mentally right. It's now bleeding into just basic footwork preparation and a routine concentration shot.
30 all now. Okay. Yep, ball a little long on him.
He missed it, but he's doing exactly what he should do. He put salt on the weakness.
That's one.
And it's like almost out the door. Suddenly he goes, oh, I'm going to move. I'm going to breathe. I'm going to compete. I'm going to emote. And I'm going to play my rally shot to a big target.
That's the second word you used. I'm going to breathe.
Where
it did feel like he finally started to breathe.
that been? Yes. How does that leave the plantation for 24 minutes?
Great pass there from Pierre Bailey. She thought that was a good approach from Shelton.
He sort of floated it. There was enough time for Bailey to get his feet set. And
get a clean rip on the ball there.
Yeah.
No doubt about that. Love 15 now. I will tell you right now, there's a look in Ben Shelton's eyes. Chats with associate head coach Tanner Stump. trying you can see in his eyes, he is doing all the calculus in his head. How do I find the courage? How do I summon it to get through this? That ball's...
Oh, what a get. But hey, credit to Bailey, because now the match has changed again now.
Sure.
You're playing a guy who was in a despondent tank mode, feeling bad for himself because he's about to blow it for his team. And now he's a braveheart, courageous survivor. I'm going to play every point until I go down for my team. This is a different mental match now. It's a different Ben Shelton from 10 minutes ago. And so it's on, obviously, completely on Pierre's racket to get it done, but he's going to actually have to play a little bit more now, not just play enough for Ben to beat himself. Sure. Ben's not beating himself anymore.
Pierre Bailey, the freshman, 4-2 overall in this dual match campaign.
You're just hoping when someone's confidence is down, they just give it to you and pack it in.
No doubt.
And that's not the case now.
Bailey, the freshman, won a futures title prior to coming to school. With that Shelton error, has himself a match point.
Well, the margins are so slim. When you're on a 1-5, you can't afford to overplay anything now. You dug yourself too big of a hole.
Second serve coming up here. Oh, the second serve, serving volley. You love to
that's
see
some
it.
old school. That's top 50 in the world dad play back from yesteryear. Second serve, serving volley. Well, clearly Pierre has to get that ball in place. He's going to back off with the high backhand. I get it, but it's definitely courageous because it could have easily been down at his feet and then possibly in a match point situation losing.
No doubt about that. And again, you see on your screen right now some love from the people who helped make this sort of broadcast possible. Of course, coming up after this, have our 3:30 matches. Wake Forest, Georgia, warming up on our odd courts right now. They'll be playing here at Nordstrom. Meanwhile, on the flip side, we've got USC taking on Kentucky over at the Seattle Tennis Club. Alex Gruskin here with the coach, Mark Bay, as we break down match number 2 of the day. Texas dropped a 4-3 decision to Florida in Austin early in the season, but right now it's Texas who's taking the doubles point. Super sophomore Micah Braswell with a 7-5 victory at 1. Transfer Richard Ciamara with a 3-set victory at 3. Meanwhile, for the Gators, they sweep that bottom. 4, 5, 6. Andrade, Sima, Gujar. Depth once again. Not an issue for these Gators, but right now it's been 2 straight games for Shelton.
It's a big moment here, Alex, and I'm going to give you a little fun stat. Normally in this situation, in a closeout game, you win the first point, and 71% of the time you pull it off.
I like that.
Yeah, so that's going to be a big moment from this first point.
That's efficient. Serve into the body, +1 forehand to the open target.
Exactly. That is well orchestrated. Whoever chatted on that break, give him something simple to think about.
Bruce Burke, a known conductor.
It's a great job.
Coach Ford Longhorns here.
It's a 71% clip on that, and we'll see how that plays out here. So he's.
I don't like that strut.
This is an interesting situation because you're serving into Ben Shelton's strength, but because he's down in the score, he can't take a cut like he normally would. So he's a different Ben Shelton return. He's in a different place. Makes it emotional on the return.
Three massive first serves from the freshman. And just like that, 4 match points here. Pierre Bailey.
What a job.
Welcome to college tennis. He clinches. 6-7, 6-4, 6-2, 4-3 Texas. They advance to the quarterfinals over the Gators. And anytime these two teams share the court, Mark, it is a special, special matchup. Now, of course, you're defending NCAA champions. They're not going anywhere. And there's plenty to build off of early in the season for all of these guys. At the same time, these Texas Longhorns, Mark, they ain't going anywhere anytime soon.
They showed some pride. They showed that they're the champions also. They recently won a title, and there is no way, and obviously these short terms, that they were going to just lie down. Injuries or no injuries, and they brought in the doubles. They brought the energy, and the guys that were not on the court, loud, vocal, boisterous, pushing each other, and it didn't matter. Look at the guys that did lose. Look at what Waldy brought, and look at what Cleve Harper brought. Even the guys that lost brought it and made sure that the entire group collectively, top to bottom, 1 to 3 doubles, 1 to 6 singles, gave the best effort, and that best effort was able to get the job done over the Gators, who were maybe not championship Gators. They were more.
I would add to your point there.
B Gators. They weren't A Gators today. They were B, but Texas's A was beating Florida's B.
Well, I would say,
today.
What about the energy level, Mark? The energy of these Texas Longhorns from the start, they were yelling, they were fist bumping. I think that was the thing for Florida. They just were so slow out of the gates in that first hour 15. It's an arbitrary concept. It felt like the hungrier team ultimately ended up winning.
But like I said, Harper,
sure,
and Wojdy and Spazzeri injured out there, just doing the best he can to move the lineup down. There was just a lot of great performances from non-winners, in addition to people who actually brought the point back. It was a great collective team win. Credit to Coach Burke and just the entire team that started from doubles point first, sent the message, was able to get it. And Florida, who sometimes they're not complacent losing a doubles point, but they definitely have enough brazen to think, oh, we can go for the hard way. We can go for the hard way. We can get the points. And to beat Captain Riffus and Shelton. Yeah.
No, that's really, again, really good stuff here from these Texas Longhorns. And now they've got a date with conference rival TCU, going to be one of a couple of times those two teams see each other on the year. Of course, by the way, things don't get any easier for the Florida Gators as now they take on a hungry UVA team. And look, I mean, again, that's what the National Indoors is all about, folks. We're 4 matches in. We've got 2 4-3 thrillers on our hands. And guess what, folks? The action continues coming up in about 15 minutes. We're going to have Georgia, Wake Forest here at the Nordstrom Tennis Center. A little 8 versus 9 action. Of course, our 7-10 split happening over at the Seattle Tennis Club. Kentucky taking on USC. You don't want to miss out on any of it, folks. And, of course, we'll be covering all of it. First ball the last year in Seattle on our Crack Rackets YouTube channel. A shout-out, as always, to super producer Daniel Westoff on the 1s and 2s doing a heck of a job. And, again, going to need about 15 minutes. Make sure all the cameras are set. Maybe grab some food. Mark and I refuel, get pumped ourselves, as we've got plenty of action here to go throughout the weekend. But for now, for the fantastic Mark Bay, super producer Daniel Westoff, I'm Alex Druskin. You are watching the ITA Division I Men's National Indoor Championships presented by Crack Rackets. Welcome to Hey, Great Shot. This is the Great Shot Podcast.
Those are the two guys that don't even get on and play as much. So they're really, really untested down low. If you're USC, you have to like your chances at 5 and 6. I mean, USC is going to be the favorite at 5 and 6. Now, if we call that doubles the toss up, right? And USC says, well, we're going to get 5 and 6. If we win that toss up, we've got to win one more match in the top 4. I'll take my chances there any day if I win doubles. I mean, the Dostanic Draxel match is that's going to be just a tremendous match to watch. And that is a legit toss up. I mean, there's no way that match doesn't go 3 sets. And unless it's a 4-3 match, it probably doesn't finish. And so then it comes down to every other position. 2 and 3, I'll say that, I mean, Kentucky should be probably favored at 2 and 3. My question really comes at 4. Haven't seen a lot of Peter Mock. Haven't really seen a lot of Musatelli either, and he's been up and down. So that, to me, that if it's not doubles, and doubles will obviously have been decided by then, but if it comes down to a close match, that match at 4 could be the decider, because I do sort of expect Kentucky to take 2-3. I expect USC to take 5-6. I don't know who's going to win that match at 1. And if it makes the match get down to 3-all and come and be all on 4, that would not surprise me at all.
It really does feel like if number 1 singles finishes, that it's a 4-3 match, right? Because Draxel, Steph, they're going to be doing battle up there. And that's by every definition of the word to pick them. I will say this. Having gotten to watch these USC freshmen, body type wise, they don't look like freshmen. Like, they have spent the time in the gym. And I mean, Ryan Colby at 6, electric. Oh, he is one of the freshmen I will be locked in on here this weekend. And I think that's a really good point for USC, regardless of who they're playing. And in this instance for Kentucky, they're lined up at number 6 against JJ Mercer, whether it's him or Zemmel, I don't know, but you just feel like, again, pretty good if you're the Trojans there at 6. I mean, with Strade at 5, like, yeah, he's rock solid. You feel really good about that. But Lapidat, the lefty, indoors, the weapons he has in these conditions, who knows what that matchup looks like. And then again, Hurrian's been great, but I'm telling you, Woj is a big boy. And like, Bradley Fry's just got the weapons. Him versus Gabe Diallo, that's +1 tennis. And you're right, you're probably leading Diallo just at executing that a little bit better, particularly while indoors. But toss up by every stretch of the word. And, you know, it's just interesting to see both of these programs where, you know, you feel like Coach Kaufman, they're really on to something right now at Kentucky. And this is supposed to be a year where those things sort of manifest itself. And you feel like if they can get a win over the USC team, this would be so valuable for their confidence, where you feel like for the Trojans, yeah, USC is always good, but it feels like they're a year away from mattering at this tournament, right? They wouldn't be in that upper echelon of contenders right now. Coach Macy would disagree with me if I say this, but I don't think from a projection, standpoint wise, they should be contenders at this event thus far. They're a really, really young team. Kentucky, a group of veterans. Jack's 5 Raiden has offered his pick. He says he's picking Kentucky 4-3. Start with you, Maddie. Who you got and why?
Yeah, for the first time tonight, I believe Chris has swayed me with his argument a little bit. I'm picking USC 4-3. I think
there is no way Chris swayed you, by the way. You had that pick coming in.
Of course I did. But I'm still gonna give him the credit on that, because for once, he I think had the right squad this round. I just don't trust Kentucky's depth. I think USC is the deeper team. I think they're going to perform better in the lower part of the lineup. And from what I saw with Kentucky in doubles last weekend, I'm just not buying it yet. I think doubles decides this match, and I think the Trojans will win the doubles point. So I'm going to take USC 4-3 in a tight one. I'm also not going to say, though, that Steph beats Draxel. Like, I'm not going to go there. I think Draxel can definitely win that match, and he very well could and probably should. We'll see how that plays out. Either way, regardless, I'll go Trojans 4-3.
I think that's fair. I agree with you, by the way. USC can win and Steph Dawson can still lose at 1. No doubt about that. Chris, final word on this one goes to you.
Yeah, this is our two toss-up matches that we're going to talk about. at this very second, I don't really know who I want to pick in either one of them. I think if I just step back from trying to dissect all of the individual pieces of it, and I just go in general, what do I feel better about? I don't feel, while I don't feel great about the depth at Kentucky, I feel like doubles is a toss-up, and I feel really good about the top 4 at Kentucky and potentially getting a surprise like we did at Ohio State from JJ Mercer. So I just sort of feel like I'm gonna lean with, and to me, it's just more of what's known, right? A lot of these USC guys, it's a lot of new guys. Marek, Mack, Colby, haven't seen them. I can't make, they're not known quantities to me. I'll stick with the known quantities, but I agree. I definitely think this is a 4-3 match. But I'll go the other way, and I'll take Kentucky 4-3.
Yeah, I'm just looking, by the way, right now here in practice, and we'll get to in a second. Andrew Luchanik is playing with James Trotter right now, and Boulay is playing with JJ Tracy. So they're messing around with some doubles right now. It has my attention. I would agree with you guys. I apologize. It's going to be a toss-up. Like, it's going to be really fun. I kind of like that you two disagree. It's rare. And finally, we have a spot of differentiation. So one of you will be more correct than the other come our shows later on. Toss-up. Every definition of the word, toss-up. I would pick against Chris just on principle. But no, it's like, I have no idea. I really could not tell you who's going to win this USC Kentucky matchup. And I think that's what makes it one of the most exciting on the day. Of course, certainly happening simultaneous to it is another really fun matchup, a match we've already seen go 4-3 this year. And that, of course, is the 8-9 matchup on our hands between Georgia and Wake Forest. That match could be here at the Nordstrom Tennis Center at 3:30. You look at when they played last time, Wake Forest, pretty close to sweeping the doubles, 6-1 at 1, 6-4 at 3, up 5-4 at that number 2 spot. Now, ultimately, we had 5 of the 6 matches go 3 sets in singles. Let me say that again. 5 of the 6 matches go 3 sets in singles. Ultimately, Georgia gets a win at, Wake Forest gets wins at 2 from Mustafalu, 3 from Eduardo Nava, and then the clinch from Jakob Schneider, 6-3 in the third at 6. But toss-up. This match was a toss-up again. 5 of 6, go in 3 sets. You look for Wake Forest, Maddie, and I think they're the number 8 seeds here, so we'll start with them. 13-3 overall. 3 matches they lost. 4-3 at Tennessee. They also lose 5-2 at South Carolina. Of course, everyone loses when they go to Columbus. They were there last weekend. They lose that match 7-0. You do feel like if they'd beaten South Carolina, they'd be seated even higher than this, that they may be top 6, top 7, that we'd be pushing everyone down a spot as well. That said, I don't know what this Wake Forest team does extraordinarily well, but they're just really good. Like, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You look for them, the fact that they've already played 16 matches, just like typical Tony Bresky. Why play one match on a day when you can play a double header? But, again, I can tell you this, they haven't been good at one singles, but Karamov is finally starting to play a bit better. Like, in my opinion, you look for him, by the way, this weekend, I believe Karamov not even listed at the number 1 spot, as Melios Ifstaflu has jumped above him. I mean, again, I think that's the most fascinating thing for Wake is, like, what lineup are they going with? And this weekend, it's Ifstaflu, Karamov, Nava, Maroney, Body, Schneider, Banthia at 7, but you feel like we're going to see him at some point this week. And again, when I think Wake Forest, Maddie, I just think really good everywhere.
Yeah, or solid everywhere.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, they're going to be solid 1 through 6. The Melios thing at 1 is a bit of a joke, though.
That's just Tony being Tony.
Come on, Tony. How does that not get protested? I know you're probably, if you're watching this, Tony, you're laughing right now. That's a slick move you pulled off there. But I mean, to have Nava down at 3, I think for Wake, look, if I need to make the argument for Wake Forest, they need to rely on this lineup change with Karamov moving down into the number 2 position. He's got to step up. He hasn't been great at number 1, but now he's moving down. So hopefully he can kind of right the ship here. Eduardo Nava at 3. Okay. I like it. I like it a lot. That's a positive sign for the Deeks. Maroney has been very good this year. And if the lineups stay the same right now, Georgia's submitted Trent Bride at number 4. That's very interesting because Trent Bride has been a complete shell of himself this season. I don't know what's going on there, but it's not the Trent Bride that I know. And I've known Trent Bride for a long time, going all the way back to junior tennis, him playing in Georgia. I've seen him for years, and something's not right with him. So, hey, Maroney, take advantage, go out there and beat Trent Bride. So for me, I'm looking at the Deeks going, okay, guys. I mean, you look at 2, 3, 4. I mean, even a little bit lower, Taha Body. It's a tough matchup with Blake Kreuter. I mean, I'd probably still lean Georgia there. Schneider at 6 against Pena. I mean, we saw that already. And Schneider won that matchup, I believe, the last time that they played, which was in Winston-Salem. So for me, a lot of things could go the Deeks' way here. And a lot of it has to do with that lineup change. Again, if Karamov at 2, Nava at 3, you've got Schneider at 6. Doubles? I mean, I haven't loved Wake Forest's doubles this year. I think Tony's still trying to play around with some of the combinations. The master lineup that they submitted in doubles, I think, was a little bit different once again from what we've seen. So I don't really know what we're going to get out of doubles. But man, if Wake can take that doubles point, I look at that middle portion of the lineup, 2, 3, 4, and then probably even at 6, because we just saw that head-to-head matchup. Schneider's got to feel good that he can beat Pena again. So there's a very, very clear path, I think, for Wake Forest to win this match, but it will be tough.
Yeah, it's, again, pick 'em by every stretch of the imagination, and watching both of these teams practice here today. I could tell you, you bring up Pena at 6, and, for Georgia, I can tell you head coach Manny Diaz today was riding Miguel Perez Pena, who's listed at that number 6 singles position right now. He knows everywhere across the board it could, it's going to be competitive. And I think that's the thing when you look at this Georgia team in comparison to Wake Forest, where, yeah, like very similarly, they're pretty good everywhere, but they have no rocks, no locks anywhere right now in the lineup. And certainly perhaps what Georgia's bringing to the table here, as interesting as Wake Forest is, with Efstafalu at 1 and Karamov 2, and, again, Schneider at that 6 spot, Georgia has pretty much rejiggered everything, Chris. Hamish Stewart up to the number 1 spot, and Phil Henning lining up at 2, McCormick at 3, Trent Bride. I think this is the lowest he's ever played in the Georgia lineup at that number 4 spot. Kreuter 5. Right now it's Miguel Perez Pena at that 6 spot. I don't know, Chris. I don't know. Like, when I would look at what Georgia's accomplished this season, yes, they're 6-1, or 5-1 overall. But you even look at the 5 wins, and obviously the 1 loss is 4-3 to Wake Forest, but 4-3 over NC State. That didn't inspire particular confidence. 4-3 over Georgia Tech. Again, not the most confidence inspiring. 4-1s even over USF and VCU. That USF match was not a 4-1 match. That was a 4-3 match, right? Those top 3-4 singles matches, I believe, all going the distance. I think Wake Forest has played pretty well thus far this year. Georgia has not. Like, if you're asking me who has been the better team to date, it is Wake Forest. And I know it's 8-9 seed, so you're like, that's not that very revealing, but like, I'm just not that sold on Georgia so far this year. Why should I be?
It's a tough argument to make based on what they've done so far this year. I hear you. I think if you're Georgia, right, you're getting to slide Trent Bride down to 4 again. Either we know clearly he's short on some confidence right now, and just hasn't been playing well. But if you get any semblance of Trent Bride out there, that's a guy that should be winning matches at 4 singles, no problem. Henning, we already saw him play Karamov. He beat him. Henning should beat Karamov. I will say the one thing to me that it's actually encouraging to me that Tony has dropped Karamov to 2, because I don't think he belongs in the top 2. And the fact that Tony's willing to drop him tells me that he's not stacking him anymore. And he actually, he believes that it's in his best interest to play them that way this weekend. So he's got faith. I mean, I think he sees something. I don't think, we've seen the results. Karamov hasn't been winning. And so in my eyes, fine, leave him at 1, take the loss and let everybody slide down a spot. He swaps them and feels good about that. As Maddie said, Nava at 3, sure, I like that, all day. We get McCormick up to 3, but that's going to be a banger match right there. Those 2 guys are going to hit the snot out of the ball. But yeah, that McCormick Nava match is good. Henning ought to have the advantage on Karamov. Bride, if you get any semblance of Trent Bride, should have an advantage. I mean, granted, Maroney's going to be that's going to be a long grind. He should have the advantage. We saw Kreuter already beat Body, and we saw Pena go a deep 3 with the match on the line. So yeah, I mean, a true pick 'em, another one that the doubles point will be huge. It's Georgia could easily win this match, but I agree with you. To this point in the season, Wake Forest has just shown better.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's fair. And with that in mind, again, match calculus pick. Manny, who you got?
All right, Chris, for the second time tonight, I think I'm going to go with your argument, and I'm going to take the Georgia Bulldogs 4-3 in this match. It's going to be close, guys. It's going to be a 4-3, and I have a gut feeling that Georgia's going to win it this time. I'm looking at courts 2. Chris just mentioned Phil Henning over Karamov. I agree with him. I like that match for Phil Henning. Trent Bride at 4. I'm not even going to talk about that one. You know what? That's just gravy. That's going to be a bonus. I'm looking at court 5, and I like Blake Kreuter there. So 2-5, and even probably court 1. I think Georgia has a bit of an edge there. I'll give 3 to Wake Forest potentially. 6 is going to be tight, but you give that to Wake. The difference for me, I think, is doubles. I think the pairings, even though they haven't been great for Georgia, Stewart and McCormick have been playing with each other now for this season.
And that's a tall, powerful duo indoors.
It is. I watched them. I was at their match at NC State, and I was right in front of their court. There's some big boys, and they can hit the ball. So I do like them. Henning and Bride, they've played together, for years now. So that's a team that can play. And then Kreuter and Gravelius, I think, as their third pairing. It's going to be a 4-3 match, and I think Georgia's going to be a little bit better in doubles. I think they split the singles, so give me the Bulldogs, 4-3.
Fair. SEC native. Chris, you going to stay with the bias here? You're going to zag on us?
I mean, this is a tough call. Look, I can either go with Maddie and leave the entire tournament pick on our discrepancy in the Kentucky USC match.
Yep.
Don't pick based on strategy. I want to hear a real winner. I don't want any of that.
Or I can no, actually. So I'm going to go back to the same argument I made in the Kentucky USC match. Is I'm having such a hard time picking a winner, looking at the individual matchups here, that I'm going to take a slight step back and look from a slightly higher level and just say that Georgia just hasn't looked that good. Wake Forest easily took doubles against them last time and has played better on the whole. So I'm going to go ahead and take Wake.
Are Wake, so the doubles pairings, if we pull up the results of that dual match, we're going to have different doubles teams for Wake Forest, aren't we? That's not going to be the same doubles matchup that we saw last week or a couple weeks ago.
You look for Wake Forest this weekend in terms of doubles. They've got Banthia Schneider at 1. Now, last weekend, Banthia and Schneider were at 1. It was 6-1 for them over Bride and Henning.
Top 2 are the same.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. It's also, Nava Thompson at 2 once again. Now, Maciag and Draper played 3 last time. This time it's Draper and Body at that number 3 spot. But I don't believe a doubles lineup submitted on it. Yeah, exactly.
They can change it, right?
And so,
especially 3.
The only other thing I would throw in about this matchup is how calloused both of these teams are. It's just they've played a lot of close matches. The USF and the Wake Forest and the Tennessees of the world. These teams understand being it for the marathon, not the sprint. And so I do think obviously that doubles point is going to be critical. I think whoever wins it wins this match, but 4 hours is the thing I'm betting on more than anything else in that one. All right. With all that said, we get to the 6:30s, and I don't mean to be disrespectful to Washington. Certainly don't mean to be disrespectful to Ole Miss either. I think I know which way you guys are going to be predicting on that one. Chris, this time. Chris, when you look at this Ole Miss team coming into this event, I would argue the season's gone about as well as they could have hoped to this point of the year. And you look for them overall 9-1 here this season, wins, over NC State, over Oklahoma, over Alabama, played TCU really close at TCU, 4-3 loss last weekend. What do you want to see from Ole Miss? How important is it for them to get a win here this week?
Yeah, again, I don't know that it's all that important for them to get a win. You know, the SEC teams are all going to get plenty of chances during the year to get wins. But yeah, I want to, you know, what I want to see is we saw you mentioned the 4-3 at TCU, but it was like, yeah, I think it was 4-1 when it was clinched, right? So, and one of them was a breaker at number 1, and I think they basically just retired the other match. So it's hard to, how much stock do you put into that? I don't know. That's what I want to see is let's see them play, you know, play a match, a couple matches here. It's going to be, you know, the first one obviously is a tough go, but you know, the one thing you can't underestimate with Ole Miss is they do play a lot of indoor tennis. They're very good indoors, and yes, they're going to be undermanned on paper, but it's kind of like playing NC State indoors. You look at them on paper and you think, oh, we have the advantage. And then you get out there and you play them and you're like, holy crap, these guys are good. I mean, that's what you run into. So you just can't underestimate them. I don't expect them to jump up and beat Baylor. I expect them to have some good matches in there and maybe surprise a couple people. But yeah, I mean, it's, you know, I think it's the post first round match is what you want to see, is what happens after that out of it.
Yeah, no. And again, just quickly, if you were to say strengths for this Ole Miss lineup moving through the weekend, what would you stress?
Well, I mean, the longtime guys down at 5 and 6, and I'm not staring at the lineup, but I assume it's Yunk and Hain down at 5 and 6. Yeah, I mean, that's a strong point for them. And then, you know, obviously Finn Reynolds at 2 and Slavic at 1. I don't know. I haven't seen tons of Lithin and Engelhardt, a little bit here and there last year. I think, you know, whatever, I'll call them, you know, it's a wash, 3 and 4, nothing. They're not going to be heavy favorites anywhere at those positions. But yeah, I think that's the strength is going to be kind of those two, you know, senior type guys. I don't know if they are seniors. They've been around forever at 5 and 6 and Finn Reynolds at 2. And they should play some good doubles.
I was hoping for some Finn versus Finn. Like, can we just play Finn Bass versus Finn Reynolds? When was the last time 2 Finns shared anything together? Like, I can't imagine it's very frequent you have 2 Finns in the building. Flip side, Baylor, obviously defending national finalists here at this event. You look for the Bears, pretty expected lineup. Boitan, Soto-La, Miladinovich, Bass, Mizuchi. That's what we've seen from them this year. It's Bass, La 1, Soto, Mizuchi 2, Boitan, Paralek 3 doubles. You know what you've gotten from the Baylor Bears. You're coming off of a good but uncomfortable win against Virginia. Virginia certainly pushed them well last week. Pretty solid win over Tulsa as well, considering what Tulsa went on to do later on in the weekend. Let's just start with this, because I'm sure we'll talk about them later on. What do you want to see from the Bears to start this weekend, Maddie?
Just clean performances. I think continuing the doubles success. Baylor's been really good in doubles this year. I mean, better than what I thought. I mean, I remember last year, you know, all the talent that came in on the Bears team, and it took a little while, I think, for the doubles pairings to kind of come together. I mean, we didn't see the pairings of, you know, Nick and Matthias until March, right? We didn't see Charlie and Finn together until later on in the year. And then it started to click, obviously, at the end. But this year, I mean, right off the bat, these teams, Finn and Sven up at the top, and then, you know, Wampy and Matthias have been fantastic at number 2. And Adrian, you know, stepping in there and playing some really good doubles. He's improved at that number 3 position with Teddy Paralek coming in. We know he can play dubs. So I just want to see them in this first match with Ole Miss continue to play well, get off the court, you know, don't drag it out, right? Don't split sets if you don't have to. Now, I do expect some of these matches to be kind of tight. I'm not saying every match is going to be a blowout, but for the Bears, if you have an opportunity to close these matches, just please close them, get off the court in straight sets, move on to the next round. I don't foresee them having any trouble here with Ole Miss. I expect it to be 4-0 pretty quickly, I think. I just think 1 through 6 singles, doubles, I mean, big advantage to Baylor.
Fair. Well, then with that said, I'm going to go flip side here. I'm going to start with you, Chris. What do you want to see from the Bears to start?
Yeah, I was going to say actually what Maddie said is whatever matches are close, that's fine. Get 4 of them, get them quick. You're the last match of the night. You don't want to be out there all night. Take doubles, take 3 straight set matches and get out. And, obviously after you get doubles, Mizuchi has no business losing a match probably all year at 6. He should be a straight set winner. Boitan, don't get off to the slow start you've gotten off to in a couple of recent matches. Come out firing, get your match in straight sets. And then I don't care. 2 through 5, one of you guys just do it quick. Let's get out in some quick matches. And that's fine. We can drop for sets elsewhere. We can have 3 setters going. It doesn't matter. We're going to get our 4. Let's just get them and not be out there for 3 hours in the process.
Fair. And Maddie, flip side again there, Ole Miss. Any thoughts? What do you want to see from them? Maddie, any Ole Miss? Yeah, any Ole Miss thoughts?
No, I mean, it's just a tough matchup. They don't really have a chance. I mean, it's not fair. Sure. It's a tough draw to get Baylor, but no, I think looking past round 1, they're not going to beat Baylor. But after that, depending on who they match up with, if they play like a Kentucky or a USC in the next match, that's where they, really have a chance, I think.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Division I Men's National Indoor Championships here in Seattle, Washington. Alex Gruskin, joined by the coach, the legend, Mark Bay here as we take in our 3rd session of round of 16 matches. And this time we're starting out over at the Seattle Tennis Club. And we're going to go right to court number 2 if we can. Court number 2 here in the Seattle Tennis Club in our battle between number 7 seeded Kentucky, number 10 seed USC. Here on court number 2, it's the Kentucky duo of Josh Lapadot, JJ Mercer, 5-2 overall in the dual match season thus far. Had a ton of success in tournament play this fall as well. They've got a 5-1 lead here on the USC duo. Freshman Peter Mock, Woj Merrick. Of course, Mark, as we pick things up here in this match, worth noting a lot of drama thus far on the day. 4-2 win. TCU after they took the doubles point. After they dropped the doubles point, 4-3 win for Texas here at Nordstrom. Meanwhile, over there, 4-3 win South Carolina over Stanford. Then a 4-0 win for Tennessee over Texas A&M. And when we look at the matches that we've seen thus far today, yes, we've seen some shockers. But I would argue it's this 3:30 wave of Wake Forest versus Georgia, Kentucky versus USC, that I think college tennis fans in general had the most questions about coming into the day.
That's for sure, and that's why any given Friday, we're out here playing it out to see what happens. But JJ Mercer struggling to find any kind of opportunity at Ohio State to play, gets over there in Kentucky and did a good job when he played against Ohio State, and now is making good contributions. Obviously, he comes from a big tennis family and has been a good player. I just feel that in some instances, some of these top teams are so deep that you've got players that could be winning in other positions that they're just not getting playing time. So it's been positive for him. And clearly here, as they've dominated this doubles point and been doing well all season, I'm not surprised that in juniors, ironically, it was Mercer playing with Cash.
Yeah, and by the way,
top junior team.
I was going to say 6-1 decision here at court number 2. Let's move over now to court number 1. Drexel Hurrion 3-4 against Dostanek and Fry, 15-30 there. I apologize. Didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, no worries. But obviously now Cash is number 1 player in the nation in doubles. So.
He's done it with 2 different partners, by the way.
Yeah. So credit to Cash as well.
Indoor tennis, that overhead so difficult. Drexel, the overhead put away. You know, it's interesting. I was talking to, and you can see him there, I believe that is assistant coach Matt Gordon. Nope, that's volunteer assistant Pete Cobelt. Excuse me, another former Buckeye great. I was talking to them about the Drexel-Hurrian combination. They said it's a lot of energy. Some days it hurts us, but we're hoping here at the indoors, their boost, the veterans can give us that push here. And you do feel like, in terms of moving forward in this match, right, given how thin the margins are, you favor the team that wins doubles.
I think you do. SC's always been really strong in doubles over the years. They are missing some of those 6'5" to 6'7" guys have had.
No more Smiths.
Yeah, some of those guys are gone now, so they'll have to find ways with some players that are maybe not getting as many free points, but always a well-coached team. Excellent in terms of movement, volleying, transition. It's always been the mantra, and it's not just in Peter Smith's regime. It's transitioned on, and now Macy is doing the same thing and doing a great job of it as well.
Of course, you're referring to head coach Brett Macy here for USC. Crazy to think this. It's only his third year at the helm for the Trojans. Takes over in 2020, leads the team to a national indoor title. Of course, look last season for the team. I don't want to say it was a disastrous national indoors, but with retrospect, I think even Coach Macy would admit it was a disastrous national indoors as the defending champs, I believe, go 0-3 on the weekend last year. And of course, now really is a turning of the page. This feels like the first true Brett Macy season, right? It's all his guys. Yeah, you got some Brad Fries mixed in there and some Ryder Jackson, Jake Sands, but feels like this team much more crafted in Coach Macy's image.
Probably. That's always a big moment when you feel like everybody on the team is a guy that you picked, you recruited, and came to the school because they wanted to spend time with you.
Yeah, there's also great movement there from Draxel to take that overhead. You love the proactiveness, love 30 here. There's also absolutely the sense, I think, when you look at this team, that institutional knowledge, right? Daniel Kucherman was a tie-in between this era and the Peter Smith era. Obviously, having Riley Smith, I think Riley Smith knows a thing or two about those 4 Pete and 5 and 6 seasons USC teams. None of those guys on the roster any longer. So it's going to be fascinating to see how the team competes here this weekend.
Big time tradition there. SC has been
still SC.
Good for
ever.
Yes.
Rick Leach, all the way through. I mean, too many to name. Too many to name is the truth. Ooh. Hurrian will do that from time to time. Very goofy guy.
Well, the let court gives him permission to throw in something fancy, but right now, this is a tight situation.
And
4-all, 30-all.
And of course,
no points off.
Got action happening right now in the Nordstrom Tennis Center. You may hear it in the background. Wake, Georgia, underway now as well. A little further along here, so we're going to stick through this part of the doubles point. Ryan calls Dostanic off.
Missed it.
Overruled. No, looked for the overrule, not overruled. It's a far sideline call from Liam Draxel. Immediately confirmed from his partner, Mel Hurrian. USC a bit of disbelief on their face, but now 30-40, 2 break chances in the service game of Stefan Dostanic. But don't you love that Draxel was already taken off there?
I do, but I want that. You feel like that return shouldn't be overplayed. If he was reading it, he had a second really to pick and choose. He saw the mover, he saw the coverage, and just overcooked it down the line.
Serve coming, they stay in eye. Nope, they're going regular. Timely serving and a little over-aggression perhaps from Liam Draxel. Trojans escape with the hold 5-4 here at the number 1 spot. And again, you look for this Kentucky team. Draxel, the junior, Hurrian, the 5th-year senior, taking on the veterans for USC. Dostanic, the junior, Bradley Fry, senior. With that, let's go to court number 3 now. If we can, again, court number 3 over in, there we go. Okay, USC right now. It's two newcomers to USC. Ryan Colby, ultra-talented freshman, partnering with Paul Barreto. Transfer from the University of Cal. Taking on the Kentucky duo, Yasha Zemmel, Francois Musatelli. Musatelli, the transfer from Old Dominion. Zemmel, sophomore out of Haifa, Israel. It's good aggression.
I got to see quite a bit of Colby at the couple of the international junior tournaments that I went to, so I'm pretty familiar with him, and he will step in here and be able to make a contribution right away. He was ready to make the transition on.
Physically, I feel like he is so gifted, just so quick.
Way to go right at him. He's a physical target. It's like you had a big cone right there in the middle of the court.
Yeah.
Get an opportunity ball, you go right at him.
$15:30 now. Meanwhile, again, service game underway on court number 1, 30-15 for Drexel and Hurrian. Kentucky took the set at number 2 doubles already. 6-1 for Lapadat and Mercer.
And a problem with the balls.
Little confab here. Okay, and here comes Cedric Kaufman. Continued consultation going on. Let's see, assistant head coach Matt Gordon. Oh, and there's Anthony, the man himself, head official.
So something's going on.
I call him Tony the Tiger. Gets under his skin, he loves it. It's all right. While this drama sifts itself out over on 3, let's go back to 1. Drexel Hurrian serving. 40-15 now. Again, still very early Georgia Wake Forest. I don't see a break of serve anywhere yet. In fact, that is the case. On serve everywhere early on. 40-15 here, 3 game point chances.
That's like great challenging of the net player until he had an opportunity to find the lob over his head.
And you notice that focus, right? Everything there went to Liam Drexel.
Just went after him.
Something to keep in mind as we watch the home stretch of this set. And there's new USC assistant coach Rich Bonfiglio.
It's often common that as a ground stroking team, you target either a player or an area. Maybe this guy's backhand volley or the middle, or this person doesn't reflex as well. So you know what to do with second and third shots. Nice job.
Good hold, 4-5 all. Let's go back to 3 in the meantime. 30 all now for Kobe and Barreto. So play has continued. Maybe that was like a, hey, what do you want for dinner tonight? Ooh. Oh, come on now, Josh Lapadat. No, that's, excuse me, come on. Josh Zemmel there. Well, scoop-de-doop.
It's a wonderful play. And it's not that easy sometimes running forward to feel the ball and also place it as you're moving in like that. Oh, these guys are reflex really well.
Break Wildcats. So they'll serve for it now. 5-3 on 3. That massive roar you heard in the background coming here from the Nordstrom Tennis Center. Georgia did get their first break of doubles, a break at the number 3 double spot. And we have some lineup changes for Wake Forest in doubles. We'll get to all of that in a little bit from now. Let's see if Kentucky can take a 1-0 lead.
Oh, that's a nice job. Good reaction, taking a step back instead of having to hit a shoelace volley. Took a half step back, read it, played a nice backhand right through the middle.
It's the aggression of this Kentucky team. They keep pushing forward. They keep poaching, daring this USC team to beat them down the line.
Similar to TCU, they do play on a court surface that's quick at home.
Sure.
So they have to make a little bit of adjustment, but this intricate, tight, neat, smaller Seattle club space, I think they feel comfortable in it.
So now 40 love. Quadruple match point for the doubles point. I don't think it's quite loud enough here in Nordstrom. But all the noise in the Seattle Tennis Club coming from the Kentucky faithful Wildcats. 6-1 decision at 2, 6-3 decision at 3. They take that all-important doubles point, and with it, a 1-0 lead heading into singles. And we will check back in on that match in a bit. For now, we head over to the Nordstrom Tennis Center. We have another rematch on our hands, of course. At the 12 o'clock hour, it was a rematch of Florida, Texas. Florida took a 4-3 decision in their first matchup of the season. Texas flipping the script today. It's precisely what the Georgia Bulldogs are hoping to do as they take on 8th-seeded Wake Forest. You look for this Wake Forest team. They've already played a ridiculous 16 matches this year. Tony Bresky believes in only doubleheaders. You don't know this after this match against Georgia. They're playing me, you, and the ITA staff just to keep that doubleheader up. But, of course, you look for this team, 4-3 win over the Michigan Wolverines in the kickoff weekend, 4-1 over Notre Dame as well. They also, most importantly, beat this Georgia team 4-3 about 12 days ago. On that occasion, matched at Wake Forest, Wake taking the doubles point and winning 3 of the 5 matches that went 3 sets. That sound familiar, Mark?
It really does.
5 matches. I think we just saw that.
Outstanding that's just how even these guys are matched. It's a wonderful opportunity to play and showcase all these matches.
Of course, we pick things up here at the number 1 double spot. The duo of Sid Banthia, Schneider. Very successful thus far. 3 overall, 4-1 at the 1 double spot. Taking on the Georgia duo, Hamish Stewart, Tristan McCormick, transfers from Tulane and Notre Dame respectively.
Oh my gosh. What a reflex.
Alex dropped a bunch of doubles points thus far this season. Dropped one in NC State, dropped one to Wake Forest, to VCU earlier this year as well. 3 and 3 in doubles points thus far this season. Unexpected, right? You expect the Manny Diaz-led team to be a little bit better at this point.
They're struggling to try to figure out which guys to play with who. They've been messing around with some teams and also some sides as well. So it's early in the season. I still think that there's gelling that needs to happen with some of the doubles teams. Yeah, sure, it's nice if you Ohio State and you have the number 1 and number 2 team and they're already locked in, but for everybody else, there's still some question marks, particularly with some of the top teams.
You think about the Virginia men's team that won 3 straight titles from 15 to 17. They had Aragoni Altamirano, right, as that staple of a number 3 doubles team. You feel like Ohio State does have that component as well. And by the way, the winner of this match very likely to face the Buckeyes, who are our nightcap here at Nordstrom. Buckeyes taking on Washington at 6:30. Right now here again, Anthony Schneider taking on McCormick and Stewart. Hit 30 all points.
Just enough on.
So sends that one wide. Meanwhile, break point here. Can we split screen this? Courts 1 and 3 in doubles right now as Wake Forest has themselves 3 break points on court 3 to get back on serve.
Here you go, team!
Ball drops in.
Yes, it does.
So you see it there. Break for Wake Forest on 3. So we're back on serve. Meanwhile, it's Georgia that gets the break at number 1 for 4-3. So we'll kick things off here at 3 again. 4 all. Had a change in the doubles lineup for these Wake Forest Demon Deacons. Now Ben Draper, Robert Masiag. Taking on the duo. Like Kreuter, Eric Gravilius. Tell you what, this Georgia duo, Gravilius in particular, but honestly, both of these guys, Gravilius or Kreuter, they're loud. They bring the energy here for the Dogs.
Really good job just trying to block that return over the net player's head. And you have these walls relatively close. You got to defend that quickly, cut it off.
Again, you hear the noise. Not sure Gravilius hit a ball on that last point, but you're going to get the yell no matter what from both of these Dogs. Good eye there. Got one sail on him.
Couldn't get out of the way and wasn't really focused on what his target was.
Now that's Ben Draper, another transfer from Cal. Serving on the far side of your screen. Who, if you can,
will be enough with it.
And let's go split screen right now. Courts 2 and 3. We've got a set point coming up on court number 2, excuse me. Set points on 2 for Nava and Maroney of Wake Forest. No, you can avoid that split screen. Never mind. 6-3 decision for the Deacons. So it's 1 set. Wake Forest to the good. Great points down here and down to break at 1. But drops in. Wake Reuter beats him down the line, and now Georgia gonna serve for it, up 5-4. Let's go to 1 now. Break point chances for the Bulldogs. For the Deeps. Banthia, once upon a time known as Sid the Kid. Now probably have to call him Sid the Young Man. Sid the Kid, a freshman on that 2019 Wake Forest team that featured Petros Risokos, Monagoyo, of course, Bart Boxer. That team, those 3 guys, through sheer power of will, carried them to the National Indoor Finals that year and to the NCAA Finals. Just ran a little bit out of juice at the end, but that time he was Sid the Kid. Now he's Sid the Man, Sid the Leader.
Here we go, Georgia!
Partnered with newcomer Jakob Schneider. And that's Hamish Stewart serving on the near side of your screen. Still 30-40 down.
Blew him up.
Stewart hits that ball big. Of course, Hamish Stewart was one of the hottest commodities on the transfer portal this offseason. I understand why, to get a guy who played top of the lineup for a school like Tulane. Tulane head coach's name slipping my mind at the moment, but certainly one of the best developers in the business.
Mark Borst.
Yes, Mark Borst, thank you.
Childhood friend of mine.
Are you guys the Marks?
We played in the same class on Friday nights.
Ah, I like that.
Let's go, boys!
That's good movement.
Nice job. Fantastic hold. You just hear the Bulldogs.
I watched them in practice yesterday, and they were doing a couple of isolation reflex volley
As we go to
drills.
court 3, I apologize for their serving for it.
That was exactly what they just won on that point.
Yeah.
They had practice where they would go physical with it, and then they had practice where they would go finesse, and they were practicing both speeds and close range.
It's Gravilius serving. It's a harder ball than it looks for Croyder. You want to make sure you don't hit the net there.
That's true, but he has great feel. He just has a bunch of sort of tricks. And the racket's like a wand in his hand.
For sure.
A lot of continental grip skills, and that stuff you learn in an early age. You just grow into that.
Ben Draper not going down quietly.
That's a hand curved ball. He doesn't have, he has a pinpoint serve, but his foot balance is a little off, and the second serve is sitting there. It's much easier to attack in that instance.
30 all coming up now. Again, that's Eric Gravilius. Upperclassman, junior, serving. That's senior Blake Croyder.
It helps him because he puts a little bit of a slice on it, which keeps it down. Still a little unstable with his base as he goes into it. So sometimes it looks like he's rushing a bit. He needs to take his time here because this is a match point opportunity. That was better balance there.
On the center, like the play to let the forehand take it there.
A little indecisive in that situation on that backhand volley. It was for sure going in, but he didn't commit to it and move at it like it was for sure a backhand volley that he needed to hit.
Now deuce point. Match point coming up. Oh, it sails on Ben Draper. So 6-4 decision to the Bulldogs here on 3. A lot of energy from Gravilius and Kreuter.
And from their support group up here in the stands.
Absolutely. And of course, Gravilius and Kreuter lost a 6-4 decision to Maciag and Draper last time. The two faced off. So big play there for Georgia to flip that result. We now go to 1, obviously. Deuce point, match point on the serve. Sid the Kid Banthia. Serving 2. Looks like Hamish Stewart on the deuce side of your court. Indeed it is.
Nice job.
Good pinch.
Yeah, he's just right there looking for the ball. I feel that sometimes you're going to have to take some balls up the line earlier in the set to try to make that player a little bit more honest so they're not just immediately filling the middle that way.
Absolutely. And so we make the turn here. UGA, Georgia, UG. So it's been a long day. UG, I was referring to you. UG, Mark.
I thought you were going UGG like hard boots or something. I'm not sure where you were going.
No, me neither. UGA, also known as Georgia, going to serve for the doubles point here, up 5-4. For those of you tuning in for the first time today, welcome to our Crack Rackets broadcast of the 2022 ITA National Indoor Championships. Of course, we are so thrilled to have coverage from first ball to last year throughout the course of the weekend as 16 of the top teams in the country compete for the right to be a national indoor champion thus far. Your 4 results on the day. TCU 4-2 over Virginia. Tennessee 4-0 over Texas A&M. South Carolina 4-3 upset over number 6 seed Stanford. And then, of course, Texas just pulled off a 4-3 upset over Florida as well. 1-0 lead for Kentucky after doubles at the Seattle Tennis Club. Meanwhile, in a rematch of a 4-3 battle from earlier this season, Georgia looking to flip the result of doubles here. Serving for the point is transfer Tristan McCormick.
That's a big rip down the line. It's almost like they hurt me. I heard my comment about taking the return up the line. Okay, so I'm going to give you another shot.
By the way, I never answered the question. D-Win's only loss, I was reading in the comments, Mitchell Frank, NCAA Finals.
Shoot,
I knew you knew that
there.
one too.
Oh, gosh, I was there. So, another one. One of the most common recipes for a break of serve is love 15 and then a first serve fault.
Okay.
It's a very common recipe for someone getting broken, particularly in singles, but doubles sometimes you can get out of it a little bit because of having another guy out there.
Nice +1 ball there from Hamish Stewart. Just bunting that volley down for 15-30. See the eye form. suppose that's what you got to do when you've got 2 6'4" behemoths.
Just want to take some pressure off of the server's first volley.
Good volley.
And in that instance, he wasn't going to serve him volley. They set that up so he could stick the volley, and on the run, it would have been a forehand in the back.
So now Love 30 becomes 30 all. McCormick, your transfer from Notre Dame, serving now for the doubles point here. Georgia dropped the doubles point in their 4-3 loss at Wake Forest about 2 weeks ago. Who said down the line return? Not you, coach.
Well, that was a good play. I just felt that Sid was in such great position at the net.
Sure.
He needed to go middle with that forehand or topspin lob over Sid. He was almost, full body was almost within half a foot of the net.
Here we go, dogs! Let's go, Georgia!
Stick. Oh, he's going to let it drop.
Yeah. It's a good effort. It's not as easy because of his height. The ball doesn't extend up that high. But that's a play called head and toe protector. You get back for the overhead, and then the other guy ducks down. And then after the overhead's hit, he pops back up and tries to cover the middle. So it worked out well. Played with good aggression. They handled some score stress in that game and still got through the Love 15 start. It's a great doubles point for the Bulldogs. And the atmosphere up here is fine. It's not Athens with 5,000 people.
Sure.
But there's definitely, for this location, in this situation, in this match, some atmosphere for the Bulldogs.
No, it's a really good point from Georgia, who brought the energy. And that's been the biggest difference here on day one. Which teams have those extra bursts of energy, whether it be from the crowd, whether it be from their bench players. Just as a wise coach once said, it's not the team that's the most skilled. It's the team that loves each other the most. Now, the skills certainly help. But at this level, the difference is so marginal. The team that loves each other the most that ultimately gets the job done. And here, Georgia, I would say it. They loved each other just a little bit more than Wake Forest in that doubles point. Ultimately, they take a 1-love lead into singles. Speaking of singles, let's head over to the Seattle Tennis Club, where we have singles underway in our 7-10 matchup. USC taking on Kentucky. And if you are Kentucky, perhaps the thing you are more impressed about, other than taking the doubles point, is your start here in singles. Not only do you have the 1-0 lead, but they've got breaks right now on 3 of 6 courts. And we're going to start out on court number 1 in this matchup, where, as you see, Stefan Dostanek taking on Liam Draxel, 2 of the 10 best players in the country by ranking, by ATP accomplishments, you name it. These two have done just about all of it. Right now, it's Draxel with 4 breakpoint chances here early in the service game of Stefan Dostanek.
Yeah, that's smooth. Good drop shot.
So now 15-40. Dostanek, 3rd year at USC. Technically, I'm pretty sure that makes him a sophomore, given the eligibility right now for COVID. Nevertheless, Dostanek, extraordinarily talented player. Interested to see him play indoors, though, as a California kid.
True, he has a lot of options still.
Yeah.
He understands winning. He's crafty. He gets the back and forth and ebb and flow of match dynamics. Definitely a seasoned vet.
course, he's taking on Draxel here. Draxel, third year as well. Canadians lost fewer than 10 dual matches in his first 2 seasons, all of them at the #1 singles spot. Speaks to the special talent he is. It's a huge ball from Bostonic. So 3-all here on 1. Let's go through, just introduce all our players across the board. Let's start out with court number 2 now. Again, there's an on serve here. Now Hurrian, 5th year. One all. Hurrian did so much of the heavy lifting. I know, talking this offseason to head coach Cedric Kaufman, assistant Matt Gordon, even volunteer assistant Pete Cobelt, depth and doubles. That's what's going to take this team to the next step. Certainly forehands like that will help as well. To hold, 4-3-2 Hurrian.
Yeah, he has a big ball striking pro level game, and the weight of the shot, you don't feel what this other guy on the other side of the net has to deal with all the time against that level of a ball coming inside. And when you practice on fast courts like they do, and you get used to hitting big, it's like
as we go to court 3,
it's like now he's used to playing baseball and fast speed, and now he's playing T-ball or
Sure.
something. He has more time to wind up and just unload and hit punishing shots. Sure, it's more time for the opponent possibly if the courts are a little bit slower, but it's more time for him to hit the ball as big as possible as well.
So we get here to court number 3, and this is a match you felt like if Kentucky was going to win, they had to have. Gabe Diallo. It's been ranked as high as, I believe, number 3 in the country, if memory serves me correct here, if not number 4, certainly in the big server. Plays a big game.
With all the different matchups.
Indoors here.
Particularly the ones that finish here. You'll have a lot of data to get to. Oh, that's a big shot. Wow, that's a bigger shot. You'll have a lot of data to have a better sense of who's who and what's what.
Sure.
At the end of this, with all of the interplay that'll happen with these top players.
You see USC again. That's a new assistant head coach, Rich Bonfiglio, freshly moved over from Columbia just this January. It's a good serve, though, from Fry. And the serve, the forehand, really is the foundation for Bradley Fry. It all starts there. He has the opportunity to dictate off that wing. Hang with just about anyone.
Good job on the body serve.
Mm-hmm. So 40-15 here.
A little bit of a play call here. Let's see what he does. Interesting to me that the coaches never call the play from the sideline like a third base coach would in baseball.
Sure.
You could have signals that you arrange with you and the guy beforehand so you wouldn't have to come all the way over and talk. It's a darn good forehand right there.
And of course, that's the question for Fry is how much dictating can he do in this match? Overwhelming weapons for Gabe Diallo.
But Fry has a bunch of,
for sure,
of hand-eye and abbreviating and misdirecting. He can do some things. He definitely isn't. He likes an up-tempo speed. I just don't know, like you said before, how much indoor experience he really has.
Fry was on the team for USC that won the 2020 National Indoor Championship. I'll never forget watching that match in the final against UNC. UNC up a mini break 5-4 at the #1 doubles spot to clinch the doubles point. They lose 3 consecutive points, never recovered.
That's a tough nosedive.
Of course, and credit to those Trojans for ultimately getting the job done here. Fry trying to just keep things within the margin. 1-4 deuce point coming up. It's been all Kentucky. Although actually, now that I look, a nice little USC push. I'll get to in a moment.
There he is.
Smart play.
Makes a serve volley play that he didn't see coming, and he was able to get a nice above net level. He hit with authority. Made it look easy.
Yeah. And so 2-4. Fry holds here on court #4. Let's go to 4. Court #3, excuse me. Let's go to court #4. And this is where we start to get again into more of the freshmen, the new faces for USC. It's Peter Mock. Freshman. Budapest, Hungary.
Already off to a good start, too, being 46 in the nation at the 4 position.
Down about that. Of course, taking on Francois Musatelli, transfer from Old Dominion to Kentucky.
Good rhythm.
And does the body of Peter Mock at all look like a freshman? I know it's a weird thing to say, but it just, he looks like the guy's been in the gym hour after hour, right? And I do think for Coach Macy, I know that's something he stressed with this young team was physically getting them ready for the start of this year.
And there's so many different types of backgrounds
Sure.
coming from juniors as it relates to fitness. So getting a young body to the point where it can handle the demands of a 20-hour work week plus the matches is not always an easy task. And that's why you see some programs with red shirting and taking a while before they put a freshman in.
$30 point coming up. Musatelli, of course, at the #1 spot for Old Dominion before transferring him to Kentucky. And I just think regardless of the level, ODU obviously non-power 5, but to play at that #1 spot, you're just going to get good looks at player after player. I do wonder, is any of the pace of a player at that #4 singles position going to at all hurt Musatelli? Nice serve.
But still getting some free points on the second serve. And yeah, maybe in game 1 or game 2, that's one thing. Now we're starting to sink our teeth into this. This is game 7. I like to see a lot of the take the return early, deep up the middle, take time away type of mentality. And with that time, then start organizing the baseline rallies around your strengths.
Coming up now. Ooh. Musatelli gets that ball deep into the backhand of Peter Mock, and just like that. 4-3. Back on serve here on court number 4. In the meantime, again, I want to introduce all of our matches here. Let's go to court number 5 now. This is an interesting one, particularly indoors. It's the lefty, Joshua Lapadat, sophomore out of London, Ontario. Taking on one of the few returning veterans, sophomore Ludwig Vestrate, excuse me, of USC. And that's where you worry for Vestrate, especially indoors. Lapadat, the lefty, loves to hit that big forehand move forward.
Yeah, he was comfortable. And I think you have to practice it a lot. After you produce the forehand, you have to relax your hand, make the grip change, do a balance check, and then have the wherewithal to say, am I going deep, short, what am I doing with this volley? Requires a lot of repetition over time, particularly younger age divisions.
Sure.
So that when you get to this point, it's just a walk in the park. Here it comes again.
Ooh.
And that time, too cool for school.
Yeah.
Pass was low, though. He did a nice job of getting it down. And once someone does get that pass down, the first thing a baseliner should do is think about taking a step forward, because many times drop volleys are imminent.
All point here for Lapadat. And into the net there, so break point chances to get back on serve for USC. You do feel like for Kentucky, Mark, this is their window, right? You've got the fifth-year seniors in Hurrian, in Musatelli, in your singles lineup. Meanwhile, you never know Liam Draxel, junior, #1 singles player. How much longer does he really have in college? Particularly if he's not going to get a U.S. Open wild card for winning the NCAA tournament. Just not sure how much longer he sticks around. It feels like this is the year for Kentucky to push for those conference titles, do all those special things Coach Kaufman, Coach Gordon are hoping to do.
More than fair. You have an all-star lineup like that at the top of the lineup,
That's what I'm
and
saying,
it's hard
right?
to keep all of those mouths happy. And
especially when you only have 4.5 to work with.
And now, as you're in a situation where people are playing in the summers, you don't have as much COVID apprehension. People are playing these 15Ks and 25Ks and get back out there. Play is getting pretty close to normal at the entry-level professionals. So,
doubt about that. Deuce point coming up here on 5. Serve and volley.
wow.
You see the love between he and assistant head coach Matt Gordon. You like that play?
I first of all, I like the fact that the first serve went in.
Sure.
And he had been serving body and backhand a lot, so now he went forehand, which was a surprise. So it caught him off guard. And then his choice to block it, set it up high, and then he went back behind him. So there's a lot of positives there in that little no ad point
And
choice.
with that in mind, we go over to 6. Rasha Zemmel serving for the first set against freshman Ryan Colby. We're in first set still everywhere. On serve at every flight but 5 and 6. Leads right now for Kentucky. Should say we're Merrick up a break 4-3 at 2, but 3 break point chances for Millen Hurrion of Kentucky there. Here we are now, court number 6. Zemmel. Near side of your screen is the lefty.
Nice rhythm, and look where he was. He was practically at the blue line by the time the ball hit.
So now deuce point, set point coming up for Zemmel. Meanwhile, set points for Lapidat at 5 now, 5-3, 15-40. Unfortunately, no split screen at the Seattle Tennis Club. We'll work on that for tomorrow for all of you. But right now, a couple of set points across the board. Good serve from Yasha Zemmel. That's a set on the board. Now we go to 5. Set points there. Lapidat with Strate. Court number 5 here. If we can. Oh, excuse me. That might have been the action here on 5. So set done there. 6-3 as well. Let's go to court number 3. 5-3, 30-15 for Gabe Diallo now.
It was like they all coming in on the same track.
Isn't that how it always works? Sprays wide. Tell you what, when he's on this side of the camera, you can truly see the full frame of Kentucky's Gabe Diallo. Easy one, 6'6", 6'7", listed at 6'7" according to the website. Certainly, all skin and bones seemingly right now, but you see the frame there. You see the fluidity.
Yeah, I think 6'7". That's just a simple, easy delivery.
That looked like the serve of a man who's 6'7". And so now set points coming up. 2 of them for Gabriel Diallo here at the number 3.
That's what happened to the shot. Great off-speed kicker, and then the angle that he was receiving the ball in, he backed out, got out of the way of it, and still had enough space to rip a down-the-line winner inside in.
No, it's impressive stuff as we go over to court number 1 now. I mean, you know, we were talking about this beforehand and last night as we were preparing, but who is the best number 1 singles in the country right now? Particularly, who is the best number 1 singles indoors? I think both of these guys would be on your short list regardless of surface. I think Stefan Dostanek hits maybe the best ball in college tennis. Now, I'm not saying he's the most complete player, but the ball just flies off of his racket, and the explosion there, you just see, like on that inside-in forehand, how he could be a pro someday. But who do you is the best number 1 players indoors?
This tournament,
it's tough, right? As you see the big overhead there. It's tough from Steph.
Do you go just on numbers and say,
Sure. Number 1 player in the country. Earned a 3-set victory today over Rodriguez.
yeah, you look at it and say, wait a minute, let's take a look at who's just bringing major heat on the serve.
So like a Monte Votzel, who's lined up at 1 above Cannon Kingsley for Ohio State. The serve, the forehand for Votzel. You like that?
You look at Boitan. You look
Oh,
at
that's a good one.
Votzel.
Sure. As you see the Draxel hold for
Ferry,
5-all.
Boitan. Yeah, it's.
In the meantime, let's go to court number 4, see if Musatelli can't hold to survive there. Yeah, there are a lot of good ones, for sure. Honestly, Clement Sheedak of Washington belongs on that short list.
He's very good, and I'm really looking forward to that tonight.
And that's, of course, our nightcap, Sheedak of Washington.
And he's playing on his home court.
Yeah, taking on Votzel here. I'm going to go ahead. I will pay for dinner if that match finishes. I'm happy to pay for dinner if it doesn't finish. Either way, I've earned it. But if you want to take that gentleman's discussion.
I'm not taking that gentleman's discussion. I took enough of a bath on the Super Bowl. I think I need to focus on tennis.
No, I got dinner anyways. Then is what you're telling me.
Yeah. Odell Beckham getting injured hurt me a little bit there.
Now, super producer Danny Westoff agrees. I see this USC freshman, and again, it's an eye test thing, but there's a size to him. There's a presence to him. At the number 4 singles spot, it just doesn't look like your typical, physically overwhelmed.
No,
bottom of the line.
I would love to see the pictures of what he looked like when he was 14 or 15.
Sure.
Right. So you could see how much maturation has happened. But I agree with you. The way he walks, the way he's moving, carrying himself, definitely appears, mature beyond his years.
Sure. And of course, we are well aware action underway. Georgia Wake Forest, only one lopsided set right now, number 5 singles. All Wake Forest right now is Blake Freuder, 5-love lead on Taha Badi.
What I also like about Mock here at number 4 singles is that the winners that he hits, the ball speed isn't that high. And it's because he's hitting winners because of disguise and court position. He's not just unloading and hitting an 85-mile-an-hour ball from a foot behind the baseline. He's 77-mile-an-hour one from the blue line moving forward. I love when winners can be appropriate speed limits. So hard. This Luxembourg era, all these guys are big and strong, and then hitting the ball just harder than ever before.
15:30 here. USC looking for any sign to start the rally as they've dropped doubles in the first 3 first sets off the court.
Good pass. All
sails long, so now set points coming up here. Freshman Petermock, he looks to start the USC rally here at the Seattle Tennis Club. Now we go to the deuce point coming up. Had his chances.
Yeah, he's playing on his own terms and inside the court. Had a good look at that.
Ultimately, 5-all now here on 3. Let's go over to court number 1. Draxel, Stanek. And again, I want to head over to Georgia shortly. Georgia Wake Forest right now, 6-1 first set off the board. The only one off the board belongs to Blake Kreuter. Georgia at the number 5 spot. No fault there from Draxel to kick off this game. So love 15. Stuff from Steph, a short angle cross-court pass. You think Liam Draxel just always goes for Halloween as Bjorn Borg?
I would be happy if he had done it once.
This leads to a long running segment on our show. Who's the most recognizable tennis Halloween costume you could be? Like if you showed up, as opposed to saying, oh, you're a tennis player, who is the most recognizable? You can think on that one. Oh, that's such good tennis from Dostik. What's the song, Ariana Grande? You're going side to side?
Yeah.
He's been there all night.
Yes, to answer your Halloween costume, I'm a Halloween costume guy.
Okay.
I've never gone as a tennis player.
Sure. It's because it's not a costume. That's a life. Yeah, for us. Quadruple set point coming up here for Steph. By the way, any suggestions, feel free again. Fire away in the YouTube comments. What is the most recognizable tennis costume? Is it the Liam Draxel Bjorn Borg comparison? That ball into the net, though. So here's where the USC rally starts. 7-5 first set for Stanek here at 1. Although right now, Kentucky running away with a couple of courts. 6-3, 2-love lead on 3. 6-3, 3-love lead on 5. Let's go to court number 4. That first set, Mock Musatelli. Boy, did they need that one if you're USC. And again, we're still going to head over to Georgia. Wake Forest momentarily. First set's winding down here at the Nordstrom Tennis Center. For now, we're focused on the Seattle Tennis Club and this 7-10 matchup. Did UK get a new logo, by the way, and I'm missing something? They did indeed.
Yeah.
I don't know how I feel about that Wildcat. I'm more of a letter man myself.
It's blue.
It's blue. Fair. Meanwhile, breakpoint chances here. So that's a break, and it is all Kentucky right now. As they have now taken, again, doubles, 3 first sets. They have the opportunity to serve for 2 more, for a 4th here on 4. Let's go to court 2 if we can, Millen. Hurry on. 5-all, 40-15 right now as he looks to this first set from the freshman, Wojmerek.
Good shot.
He lets out a
Just always a dare, right? It's a big point. Marion is saying, okay, I'm going to stay in the cross court, stay in the cross court. I dare you, I dare you, I dare you. All right, goes, okay, boom. You dared me. There's been some really good defense. I've seen some approach shots that were underplayed today, but I've seen some ones that have been hit with some conviction, and there's just a confidence. The counter attacker, I think, in this generation believes that they have the upper hand on the net player.
Okay.
And it's evident sometimes, and they're not even feeling that they have to do anything with the ball other than just get it down and make the players volley up. It's a great mentality.
That same coach of mine. See after this set point, game point. You see it there, passing to the net. Hurrian just asking the question of the USC freshman. Freshman unable to come up with the answer. So 6-5 here. Let's go back to 4 where they're serving for that first set. And it is all Kentucky right now, but
what I like, so put my coach hat back on.
Please.
I've got a little system.
Sure.
That I'll share. It's 6 stages of a match. I talk about a lot of players, breaking down a tennis match into like acts of a play, if you will. So the first stage is the first 3 games before the first changeover. And the second stage is kind of a middle of the set, up a break, down a break type of period. The third stage is when somebody has 5 and they're about to close out a set.
I call that bonus time, but go on.
Well, not bonus. Like if I'm up 5-2,
oh, you're not saying 5-all.
I have 5 to the
all,
completion of the set. So that's a stage 3. And then stage 4 is just the first game of the second set. That in and of itself. And so when Dalo and Wapadai, these guys are already with the 7-3-0s, that's called the driver's seat. And then obviously when you have match game and closing it out, that's the closeout stage. So the 6 stages, I'm always big that if you lost the first set, it's critical to win the first. So here Drexel does it. He breaks to get the first game of the second and tries to spin the narrative in a different way. Try to reestablish yourself. And if you want it, you want to stay on top of the person and destroy their confidence and make them feel like it's not going to be their day. So that type of cycle is even more critical in a college school, because instead of like a normal match you're just playing for yourself, you're trying to actually get matches done as quickly as possible to put scoreboard pressure on other courts.
And when you talk to Coach Kaufman, I'm not sure if you did, or Coach Macy, or their feels for, I mean, again, if you're Coach Gordon in Kentucky here, as we see triple set point still for Francois Musatelli. Misses that one wide, so now 40-30. But talking to these coaches before the match, I don't think either of them would have pictured it going like this. Even I think if you asked Coach, I think if you would have asked him, he would have said, I don't know, like set and break leads.
He said
across the board.
Coach Kaufman said that our doubles point is better than people realize. He says that we're 7-2, and really the Mississippi and just he had match points in some of the matches that he lost.
Sure.
And they're 7-2 in their doubles point. So he felt confident about that. And he said, if I can get doubles plus 3 out of the top 4, then that's my path.
All right, I like that. And instead, he's going to end up with perhaps 3 out of the bottom 4. Just as he drew it up. All right. I see you, freshman. Fights off 3 set points, and you see Cedric Kaufman. I feel like he knows if we can take this set, man, make it what? 4 first sets in the bag here. Doubles and 4 first sets. We only saw 3 comebacks from doubles and 4 first sets in the what? 8 times 3 is 25 matches we saw. So it's a 15% rate at the women's national indoors. Obviously, men's college tennis, different beast. It's very difficult to overcome that sort of deficit. But now USC is going to have to do just that. Big serve +1 forehand from Musatelli. 7-5 first set here for the Cats on 4. With all of that said, super producer Daniel Westhoff, are we ready to head on over to Wake Forest and Georgia? Because certainly things are heating up in this building. We've got 3 first sets off the board. We're ready, if we can, to kick things off with our UGA Wake coverage. You give me the green light, super producer Daniel Westhoff, and we will head there as soon as we can. And in fact, he's given me the green light, so here we go. Semelios Astaphilou. Another one of those institutional know-how college tennis players. Has seen so many things throughout his time there. Gets a big hold, 4-5-4. In the meantime, let's go to court number 3. If we can, court number 3. It's 5-3, 30 all. Boy, did Wake Forest need this after dropping the doubles point. Eduardo Nava. Started his career at TCU now. I think this is his 3rd year in Winston-Salem. Obviously, that includes maybe 4th. Right now, again, first 2 sets off the board. To Wake at 4 and 6. If they can make it 3 here, they are on their way. Nice serve team. Bold starting position from the serve, too.
That's not an easy spot to hit because he's almost old school Andre Agassi in terms of how far left he was. Often it's just a tactic to kick it wide
and to guarantee a forehand, right? Yes.
But he falls left and still spots that small part of the T serve. It's a great, great location. But now you have to play a Noel point back to the same spot. What do? You go there again, or you go for the wide one? He goes for the wide one.
And I'll tell you what, in lesser circumstances, he may have called that first one wide. Tough to tell here on our stream. Doesn't matter, though. That's 3 first sets on the board for Wake Forest. They get it at 3. They get it at 6, and they get it at 4. So 3, 4, and 6 Wake has got with that amount. Let's go to court number 1. It's Melios versus Hamish. And right now, 15-30. For Georgia transfer, Hamish Stewart, trailing 5-4 here. In my opinion, the most solid player in college tennis. And true story, I've never seen Melios make an unforced error.
He's a steady guy.
Steady Eddie.
Yes!
3 set points. And it's anecdotal. But this sort of thing matters, that 2019 National Indoor Final. You knew Petros, Borna, and Barr were going to get points. The key for that team, find a fourth. And so frequently, it was Melios, who as a freshman at the time, was the one they turned you to step up. Can he step up now as the upperclassman leader asked to step into that #1 singles role?
That's tough. He missed long for deep
Is that
in the
forced
court.
or
I mean,
unforced?
yeah.
Is that the first unforced error I've seen from him?
I think
Oh no, the cherries popped. Oh no.
Jinx on because I didn't feel like that ball was so difficult for him to get behind and play back in.
So Wake fans, that's my unforced error, not his. My bad. Still a couple of set points. Big forehand. How about that kick serve from Stewart? It's literally only a pronation.
It didn't seem like it had much kick on it.
That's
It was
what I'm
like
saying.
an ick serve.
Kick without the K.
Yeah.
Trust your shots, Mel. Trust it. Believe in it right now. Go, Mel.
Wow, that's a big moment there.
Hamish Stewart escapes 5-all here on 1 with that amount. Let's go over 2. And this is certainly one of those players, if you're a Wake Forest fan, you are scratching your head thus far. And Jurabek Karamov, top 600 player in the world prior to coming to college tennis. Older edition as well. I believe Karamov, 24 years old. 3 years old, excuse me. But as a freshman, you always take that. Sails along. Karamov 2-6 thus far to start his college tennis career. Battle on his hands today. And again, one of those leaders of this Georgia Bulldog team in senior Phil Henning out of South Africa. Having 14-4 thus far on the year, 5-1 in dual matches. This is one of our rare rematches from the first dual match. In that instance, was a 6-1, 3-6, 6-2 win for Henning over Karamov. Feel the significance of this first set again. 3 on the board right now for Wake Forest. Just 1 for the Bulldogs. Nope, missed that wide.
Yeah.
It's 1 fight off for Karamov. And there it is, our first cracked racket of the weekend. I know we shouldn't celebrate that, but come on, every so often you got to give a shout out to the name. Can understand Caramel's frustration there. That's a nice push for the Georgia Bulldogs, and maybe that's just the one he needed to get out of his system. Certainly, you got to imagine we'll receive a point penalty for that. 5-4 here, Wake Forest on court number 2. Where to go next? I mean, look, USC's making some pushes in second sets back against the wall. They're up breaks in 3 of the 5 second sets going on. But let's stick here, and in the meantime, let's go over to court number 1. It's our last first set on the board. And feel like if you're Wake Forest, one of these first sets at 1 or 2. Doesn't look like you're going to get that one at 2, but if Melios can deliver here, 4 first sets on the board, halfway towards your comeback. Change over here on 1 as well. I apologize for that. Let's go to court number 4. Haven't checked in there, and this is perhaps the most surprising matchup thus far. I apologize, didn't take the time to introduce all of these singles matches. Filippo Moroni, who's clinched a couple of matches here for the Wake Forest Demon Deacons. Lost 7-6 in the third the last time he faced off against Georgia. Did clinch in the third set against Michigan in the kickoff weekend. Right now, taking on, here's a shock, Trenton Bride at the number 4 singles position. Bride, blue chip. Guy who's been an All-American consideration every season he's been at Georgia, and yet has really struggled here, Mark. Curious what you know about that situation.
He's just, according to the coaches, they feel like he's going to come around. He's just been on the backside of some tough losses and been a little dinged up, and just a combination of things not going well. So they still believe in him, and they think that his serve and backhand and all-court game will put him in position. Tennis is always going to be a combination of what you physically can do and then what you mentally actually think you can believe you can do. So it's both. What your attributes are, your game style, and then in the moment what you trust yourself to be able to do. And got to find his way back into that level of confidence so he can contribute in the position they have him in, and then hopefully move back up. It's always a double-edged sword when you play it high and then you start playing low, because the assumption is that, oh, he can just win down. Not if you're not feeling good about yourself.
I apologize, by the way, if any of you picked that up on my microphone. Big F-bomb from Perfilius as he's broken in that second set. Hopefully none of you heard that. I actually think he just got warned by the chair umpire for it as well, but I do apologize for that if any of you picked that up. Certainly, and you feel like with Trent Bride here at 4 singles, it's almost Spizzirri-ish, right? For Texas playing last year's number 1 singles player, Elliot Spizzirri, at the number 4 spot. Spizzirri a little bit different, can't hit a backhand right now. Physically, that left wrist just not functional. It's more mental than physical, it feels like right now for Bride. That said, I think if you're Coach Manny Diaz, you just want him out there, right? Playing not to lose even more so than playing for the win. Big deuce point here for one of the leaders of this Georgia team, Trent Bride. It's a nice serve. Nice serve from Bride. We go over to 1 right now. Melios Istopoulos, one of the veterans for this Wake Forest team. Again, Melios now crazy. He's a senior on Cyprus. What a coup for Coach Bresky. Back-to-back years. Hey, Wake Forest, I'm flying to Cyprus on your dime. No, I swear, it's for these kids, Melios and Petros. It'll be worthwhile. And it was.
Just diamonds in the Cyprus rough.
Yeah. Well, it's not rough on the Cyprus beach.
Rosocios initially was like a man-child.
Yeah.
Not that he had the beard and looked a little old, but he just his legs and looked like he could play all day. He was a tough college player.
No, I Petros, I love you. If you're watching this, I would say this to your face. He came into college with a beer belly. And that's just that's a man. That's an adult. By the way, the consummate winner, Petros Chryssokos, willed his team to so many results. Really nice, though, serving from Hamish Stewart. Fights off a couple of break point, set point chances again. And you see head coach Tony Bresky. There's a calmness and a poise to Mark Bay. You have a calmness and a poise to Tony Bresky as well. I tell him this all the time. Should I ever find myself with a girlfriend, he will be the one asking her if she'd like to marry me. Because no one says no to Tony Bresky. There's just a calmness to him in all these big matches. This man who's seen it all. That's big serving, though, from Hamish Stewart. Gets himself out of a jam. Tiebreaker coming up here.
Great amount of success as well. Being part of the Virginia. And then going to the Ivy and actually getting it done for a year for Cornell before translating over here and then doing an outstanding job.
By the way, after cracking that racket, and who says a cracked racket's not good for the soul? Karamov breaking back for 5-all at 2. So he's not done quite yet. Ooh, meanwhile, I do apologize to all of you tuning in right now, and it looks like we're going to have a bunch of third sets in Kentucky. USC has really made a push now, but we got to go back to the Seattle Tennis Club, court number 3 when you can, super producer Daniel Westoff. Court 3, USC, Kentucky, Diallo Fry. We've got match points seemingly coming up here. Indeed, we do. Gabe Diallo now 40-15. Again, this is where the red zone comes in handy, folks. We let this match, put it back in the oven. 350, said, hey, you need to cook a little more. And it has, folks. It absolutely has. There it is. Game,
Big
set,
time,
match, Diallo. 6-3, 6-2. It's 2-0, Kentucky. Meanwhile, let's go to court number 6. And I know this is a player you know better than I do. Ryan Colby, the freshman, coming into USC. He's now serving for a 5-3, for a 6-3 second set as well. What is it about Colby that's allowed him to have so much success here early in his freshman year? I believe the serving metric incorrect. I don't know. This is again, this is court number 1. If we can, let's go to 6. Court number 6. Here we go. Colby looking to force the split on Zemmel.
Similar to some of our top ITF players that we've been watching all day, there's a confidence, there's an awareness, there's just a bit of experience that you get from playing some of the best juniors in the world and playing a low-level entry pro. So I think that even though you come into college, you think, oh, I'm a freshman, a lot of the experience playing-wise has already been demystified before arriving. Sure. And so he has a lot of confidence in himself and is not, I think it's a sort of youthful exuberance. Sure. and it's still not even understanding the depths of the pool yet. He's just jumping in the deep end and saying, I'm ready to go. And that, especially if you start getting some wins and having the support of a college coach out there versus the juniors where he had to do it on his own is even more helpful. A guy that's just finished a bunch of independents and now he's getting support. And there you're seeing that he's capable of playing defense and then transitioning and playing offense and getting a positive reinforcement on top of it. It's just a different experience than maybe me seeing him playing at the grade 1 in Lexington, Kentucky just a few months ago.
Absolutely. And it's still 2-0 Kentucky overall here. And they take the doubles point, get that quick win from Diallo on court number 3. Love here for the Wildcats. Okay, sure.
I don't care for the squash shots. He was on to something there. He got into some good court position and then he was able to quickly find the backhand of Zemmel and then he took it to a chop shop.
Huge fist pump from the freshman Ryan Colby. That's a set for the Trojans. And here comes the USC push right now as we head over to court number 5. Court number 5 here. Ludwig Strate. Set points coming up as he looks to force the split. And right now, 5-4, 40-15. The split against the lefty, Josh Lapadon. Battle of the sophomores here. Oh. Apologies.
Great cross-court discipline. An outstanding surge coming forward after a big forehand. Stayed in the backhand pattern until he earned the opportunity. But this is 37 versus 59 in the country at 5. I just want to make sure I'm getting it correct, right? Because that makes me go, right? But also
Are you
impressed.
suggesting that the early season ITA rankings aren't the most accurate, Mark?
I'm not suggesting that.
Never.
I'm just suggesting that there's definitely going to be some adjustments at the end of the term.
I would agree with you, my friend.
The whole 9 yards. I think there's just a lot of unknowns. And
Of
that's
course.
okay. The body of work and the sample size will increase.
Well, it's also, where was Liam Draxel in the fall? He was playing pro events. Where was Stefan Dostnik in the fall? He was playing pro events. You can't blame them for that.
No, that's an important part of their experience, and it's great that there's a lot more support for
sure.
American players that can actually do both instead of having them be forced.
Oh, no way.
That's it.
Oh, lop it up. What a physical effort. You see both coaches, Cedric Kaufman, Matt Gordon, understand the importance of that get. It's now 6-3, 5-all for Lapadot. Meanwhile, again, first sets to USC at 1 and 2. They've earned the split at 6. Kentucky first point on the board with that Diallo win at 3. They have first sets at 4 and 5, but that complicated 4-0 victory, uncomplicated, clear cut, seems to have gone away. Trojans have certainly made this a match.
And winning that breaker at 2 was just big.
I always love an excited finger up. So thrilled to call that ball out.
That's the way line calls should be.
Yeah.
I don't like the too cool for school line call stuff that goes on now. I want it verbal and visual.
Be shameless about your out call. Make it very clear.
It's not even shameless. It's to be definitive.
No, sure. Definitive is the better word than shameless.
Here it comes again. He's done a nice job of that. I just feel that he's found the right court position and speed. So when he has an opportunity ball, it's pretty much taken care of. It's not very small chance of him just dumping a ball or missing a ball that's between maybe the service line and that blue line that's there in the middle of no man's land in his court.
Oh, absolutely. And if we can, let's go to court number 1, Georgia, Wake Forest. We hop back over to the Nordstrom Tennis Center here as right now, set point for Hamish Stewart. He was down a couple of set points. Man, you can hear it's getting rowdy in here, folks. George Bulldog bench letting their teammates here at Wake Forest bench also getting after it as well. It's all is fair in love and war. Meanwhile, 6-all at the turn. It's 6-5 Karamov as Wake Forest looks for that fourth first set. Also worth noting right now for Wake Forest. Also up 6-3, 3-1 at 3 as they close in on a couple singles. Quick victories.
Missed it.
Another set point here for Wake Forest at 1.
Just missed.
What'd you think of that point construction?
I'm not sold that that was point construction. I just thought there was no miss mentality.
Okay.
I didn't feel like that there was a means to the end, that they were just working the point and just sort of a
Meanwhile, I
high
apologize.
net clearance safe way.
Court number 6, make it 1-all as Schneider 6-3, 6-1 over Eric Revilius. So Wake Forest gets on the board. I think you quote One Republic. Probably too late to apologize on that left chord there. Set point Stewart, his second.
Let's go, Georgia!
Set Stewart quickly to 2, quickly to 2. We've got a set point right now for Karamov. Court number 2. How about that for a Georgia swing, Mark?
That's a big swing. Great effort at 1. And now at 2.
Great.
The plot thickens.
The plot thickens indeed. This is a critical first set here for Wake Forest. You feel like if they take this one for Karamov, they find themselves, oh, quickly, we got a court 5. We got a match point, Georgia. Appreciate that call, Coach Bay. Here. Kreuter, match point up on Tahabadi. This match has gotten particularly chippy. We'll say Kreuter objected to a couple of body calls.
It's tough. He's working the point, moving the ball around, outstanding. He gets very close to everything on the backhand side, whether it's a stroke or a volley. There's not a lot of space on that side,
Sure.
and so suddenly it's a little bit lower. He wants to put it away, but he doesn't have enough room to generate. Just kind of
Still a
walk through that.
second match point coming up. Feels very much like one of those body just trying to survive. Not be the first one off here for his team.
Always such a big moment right there when you have that opportunity and then it's gone. And how do you reset like bowling pins again and say, I want some more? It's Nadal's response when he struggled with Shapovalov and won 2 sets, and then all of a sudden Berrettini wins the third. And they say, well, Rafa, what did you tell yourself? He says, more tennis, more to pain. More to tennis, more to pain. And I looked at his face when he said that, and I just go, okay, this guy gets it. There is not always going to be a momentum shift and a score consolidation that goes your way. And you have to be able to stay the course in tennis. There's no sense of how long. Mentally, emotionally, nutritionally, physically, the sport it's a beast.
And as you heard from their teammates, he's got plenty more chances, right? Plenty more chances here. Again, it's 5-all on court number 3. Let's go to court number 2. Now, court number 5. Excuse me. Now let's go to court number 2. Again, this is that critical first set here. 2-0 Karamov. He calls that ball wide. Oh, and he's overruled. Oh my goodness. And you can see Wake Forest assistant coach right there on the sideline. Of course, that's assistant Chris Eaton, who's trying to tell his player, just go back to the baseline, keep playing. Urabek let this one go, but man, assistant coach Eaton was right there on that line. He's not happy. Not happy with the call. Still, you got to move on there.
It's tough. It's a tough job.
It is.
It's a tough job.
And a thankless job, too.
I took a provisional test when I was a young coach, and I said, that's all I need to take. I don't think I need to do anymore. I just need to know the rules, but put myself in that chair and having the challenging, just the moments. These are such emotional roller coasters, and then balls are close, and no one's going to get it all right. There is some human error and some mistake, even with the best of intention.
2-1, still a mini late break lead for what it's worth for Karamov. Key now, I think we've seen a couple of overrules. Got to monitor that, right? 3rd overrule is a point penalty. 4th overrule is a game penalty. 5th overrule.
Bye-bye.
And if you get to that 5th overrule, you deserve to be sent packing. Let's be clear.
That's true. Hey, I've seen some amazing tennis matches. Amazing tennis matches where the players were on their 4th overrule and they had to call every ball even a foot and a half out.
You think about the NCAA Illinois Vanderbilt 2003.
Well, that was just the championship
Brian
point.
Wilson, of course, championship point. I'm saying that's the most prominent
that was
overrule
Chris Martin, yeah.
Oh, Chris Martin, excuse me. Thank you, yeah.
But what I would actually, Coach Kronagi, who's Ohio State Buckeye assistant, he played one against Illinois where he had to play an entire 3rd set against Mark Spitzer-Jarek, and he was on his 4th. He had to play everything out, and he still ended up winning 6-3.
Right, I'm going to have to ask Coach Crow about that.
Yeah, that was a big one. At Tulsa.
All right.
It's a good response. What I like about Karamov is he is crafty on the backhand side, but then when there's an opportunity window on the forehand side, he does a great job with his open stance footwork, cutting the court off, and he can take that forehand either way. Here in this breaker, he's shown us a serve +1 going to the open court cross, and here in this point, he was able to break the point open going line. And there's just a subtlety with the front foot, the angle that you use, and he makes that look very easy. That's an important shot.
And again, this first set, massive, given where we're at right now. Kreuter, a game away at 5, 6-1, 6-5, serving for it again. Georgia with that first set at 1 as well, but everywhere else, 6-3, 4-2, Wake Forest at 3, 6-2, 4-all, Wake Forest at 4. Wake's already taken. And if we can't update that scoreboard, super producer Daniel Westhoff, it's 1-all here in Georgia Wake. That's on me, wasn't looking too closely. 1-all here in Georgia Wake following that win from Schneider at 6. Thank you. Wow, a lot of third sets seemingly in play at Kentucky. USC will check in back there in a moment. For now, we lock in here on the turn. 4-2 Karamov. He's 2-6 in his first 8 matches at Wake Forest. 8 decisions, excuse me. Really would love this first set here just to get him going on the right path.
That's right. In a tournament like this, he can take that ranking of 99 in the nation, and he can put himself almost in NCAA at large contention just for a few wins. And because the cross play that all these top players will play throughout their conferences will give him just the points he needs.
And you hear that roar. Filippo Moroni going to serve for the match for Wake Forest now. 6-2, 5-4 at number 4. If we can we split this with court number 5, super producer Daniel Westhoff? I want to split this with 5 as Blake Kreuter now of Georgia, 2 points away from the match against Taha Badi at number 5 singles. Again, 2 and 5 if we can here.
And he calls a letdown there on court 5. He's in winning position. Crowder's inside the service box, getting ready to hit an overhead.
It's just good, clean living. No, and you can see Coach Hunt not a fan of the call. Associate head coach comes sprinting over now. 2 points away still is Blake Kreuter. Meanwhile, 5-3. And the mini breaks back. Philip Henning of Georgia at 2. So match point coming up on 5. And now set point for Wake Forest coming up on 2.
Wow, it's a big win down there for Crowder at 5. Shot in the arm that the Bulldogs needed.
Absolutely. So now 2-1 Georgia. But Karamov takes that set. So that's 4 first sets in the bag now for Wake Forest. They get the trade they needed, right? They really needed that second set. Now we go to court number 4 right now with Filippo Moroni. And we're going to go split screen 4 and 3 if we can. Wake Forest serving for 2 matches simultaneously here. Meanwhile, I apologize to those of you looking for the Kentucky USC update. I missed it. Joshua Lapadat ultimately taken that second set over with Strate 7-6. So now it's 3-0 Kentucky. And by the way, they've got break points for a 7-5, 5-4 lead at 4. So very nearly at the finish line of our 3:30 match over at the Seattle Tennis Club. For now, we stick here. Again, split screens. Trent Bride has had so much success for his Georgia Bulldog team throughout his tenure there, the senior, Georgia native. He's an All-American as a sophomore. Preseason top 10 last year. Oh, Bride was there.
What a transition. What a point.
Again, this is your 4 singles flight, folks. Filippo Moroni, one of the unknowns for this Wake Forest team last season. He's become a known quality here. Opportunity to put a big point on the board and level things at 2-all. Wide though. So deuce point coming up there. Meanwhile, match points. Eduardo Nava. Now I just want to call him Emilio so badly. Eduardo Nava, of course, younger brother Emilio, Junior Slam finalist. But match points Wake. Both 3 and 4 to take a 3-2 lead in this match. Uh-oh. See second serve, I believe, coming up here. Oh, no. Net cord double from Moroni.
Yes, double trouble, and it's 5-all. And one of the things Coach
Let's go
Bresky was
full on
worried
4.
about
As
was...
that's, by the way, sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but worth noting, it is a match for Namba. 6-3, 6-2, Wake Forest at 3. So 2-all here, 3 matches to go. Wake Forest with first sets on 2 and 4. Georgia with a first set on 1. I apologize, Coach. Take it away.
There's definitely some concern about the mental up and down at position 4. And Moroni can really do a great job with using his speed to play both sides of the ball, but can make some untimely mistakes at key moments, and now so that was one. Bride is now not really looking to take much risk. He's sort of lifting up on all the forehands, and he's not getting a full swing on the back. He's kind of guide massaging the backhands and elevating every forehand. He hasn't really cleaned house on a ball in a while. I think he's hoping that he can gain. The younger player out of it.
It's a tough miss there from Moroni. Meanwhile, Peter Mock does hold 4-7, 5, 4-5. I said Maroney meant the Trent Bride miss there. 15-30 now. Really wanted to crack that racket there. You could tell.
I don't think so. I think I said before, he's not comfortable dictating from the back, so he's trying to get in as quickly as possible and not have the long grinder points. So he's kind of rolling that one. Doesn't come in on that one. And now here it comes. Another unsuccessful trip inside the service box.
It's tough. Meanwhile, Karamov of Wake Forest already taken a 7-6 one-love break of serve lead on 2. Let's go check in on court number 1. See what's happening there. Of course, Maroney getting ready to serve. Meanwhile, of course, I'm keeping my eye on the action over at the Seattle Tennis Club. Battles on our hand there. Across the board.
Nice,
2 matches in third sets.
Come on, buddy.
Telemark deep in that second set.
You're a beast. Remember that. You're a beast.
Still no clear pathway to victory here, so we're going to stick around. Just wait out that Maroney match, see if he can't serve it out there on 5. And we're going to head back to the Seattle Tennis Club for a little while as we wait for these second sets at 1 and 2 to work themselves out.
Yes! Good hold, Benzona. Good hold. Come on, good hold. You'll get it, buddy. You'll find it. You'll get it. You'll get a break. You'll get it. You got to stay with him all the way, and you'll get this fucking break, okay? Stay with him all the way. Bravo! Very smart, Melio. Very smart. Come on, bud. Stay tough, aggressive when you can. Come on. You're playing great. You're playing great. Come on. Trigger ahead. That's fine. That's fine.
So with that in mind, let's go back to court number 4 right now. Maroney serving to make it a 3-2 lead for Wake Forest. Again, we're sticking here right now. See if Maroney can serve it out. 15-30 was a quicker changeover than I anticipated. Both guys ready to get to the line.
Very good job. Just finding ever so little bit of court position and time. Clearly guys are being measured and making sure that they don't hit the wrong unforced error at the wrong time. It's a fine line when to take the right risk.
It does feel like that's the most aggressive point Maroney's played in a while. Good approach there from Bryden. I will say, if there's any Achilles heel for Maroney right now, the sophomore can definitely get tentative in the pressure moments of matches. Happened a couple times to him, including against Wake Forest earlier this season. Point chances for Bride.
Yeah, it's just tough court position. He's getting out of the screen, and then Bride is charging in and closing tight. All 3 times have been 4-3 last match on. Could they possibly do a 4th?
Maroney really does have a complete game.
That's beautiful tennis. Played possum until he decided to take a risk, and once he was ahead in the point, smooth footwork, great transition, good presence up the net, nice little fade volley there.
And I can't believe I'm doing this, and I apologize, folks. But I will, if we can, super producer Daniel Westoff, keep a very close eye on court number 6 over at the Seattle Tennis Club. Yasha Zemmel 5-2 up on Ryan Colby, the USC freshman, in the 3rd set. If we get to a match point or Zemmel serves for it, we'll head back over there. We're going to stay in this tiebreaker for now. By the way, it could very quickly, if Colby can extend that match, be 3-all here in USC, Kentucky. Shot galore in this match.
Nice pass. Good job.
Consistent play there from Trent Bride. We're on break here in the breaker on court number 4-2-1. Given where things are at right now, 2-all, but Karamov up a set and a break for Wake Forest at that number 2 spot. Boy, would it feel good if you're Georgia to extend this match to 3. You do that, you force Wake Forest to win at least one 3-set match. And again, worth remembering, Maroney served for this match twice, Mark. Twice!
Yes, he did.
Up 5-4 and 6-5. Bit easier for him to produce pace on that backhand side, but let's about to be called. Ball rolling onto the court. Yep, there it is. Let called from Trent Bride. Up a mini break here, 3-1. Meanwhile, I apologize to all of you. I know we're invested in this tiebreaker. We're working on cross-site split screens later on in the weekend, but for now, we have to go back to the Seattle Tennis Club. Court number 6 in Seattle, if we can, super producer Daniel Westoff. Court number 6 there, where right now we have Yasha Zemmel serving for the match. I do think that takes priority here, Mark, as Kentucky Still up 3-0 in this one. Despite 2 points away from being down a match on number 2. Break coming up on 4, by the way. Keeps attacking.
Was Colby's forehand in? Yes.
Indeed, you see assistant coach Matt Gordon, who I always feel worth pointing out, did a little coaching of his brightest pupil back in the day, a pupil by the name of Alex Gruskin, many moons ago. Focus here.
It's a great spot.
Better to be lucky than good, right? Better to be lucky than good. So 30 all now again. Kentucky either 2 points, potentially 2 hours away from winning this match. I mean, who knows?
What a string this is on.
Of course, coming up after this, Baylor going to take on Ole Miss, the Seattle Tennis Club.
Another good first serve. Coming in down the middle, gets a nice high ball. That defense, big time overhead. That is wow.
And Westhoff start that slow
stuff.
clap.
That's big boy stuff.
Point coming up for the Wildcats. Hide that scoreboard, super producer Daniel Westhoff, top left corner. It's beating us a bit. I want suspense. If we can hide that top left scoreboard, beautiful. I appreciate it. 40-30 championship point. Championship match point. I get excited.
Cervali and goes back behind him. Such a smart play.
Kentucky
love it.
Into the quarterfinals, and you see the rush, what this means to Coach Kaufman and the program. 6-3 in the third. They take it. It was 4-love by scoreline only, but still a 4-0 victory on the day. And guess what? We do have more 4-0s than 4-3s to this point, Mark. That is not something we could expect, but the strangest of 4-0 victories for Kentucky. SEC getting the job done once again. And now, of course, Kentucky can await the winner of Baylor versus Ole Miss. That match coming up next. In the meantime, we did get the split. Trent Bride forces a third set on court number 4. So, folks, as we head back to the Nordstrom Tennis Center, buckle in. We've got at least, I'll say, an hour left in this one. We head over to court number 2 there. Karamov up a break 3-1, but again, 2-all. Third set about to start on court number 4. On serve, 7-6, 4-3 on court number 1. And here, only break lead belongs to Karamov. 3-1, of course, coming up after this. Ohio State taking on Washington. We still got one to go, folks. So let me ask you, Mark Bay, esteemed coach, multiple All-Americans, esteemed multiple gold ball winners. Only your expertise can provide this. Who'd you rather be right now? Texas, Georgia or Wake? The answer is Texas, because you'd rather just be sleeping at the hotel. But Georgia or Wake? Who'd you rather be right now?
I would rather be...
Because this is about as 50-50 as it can get.
Yeah. Goodness.
It's tough, right?
Well, it's the psyche of Bride versus the psyche of Maroney.
Mhm.
That's really what you're making. I mean, you're calling these other two a wash. You're giving it to Karmov, and you're giving one to Stewart. I mean, you're anything's possible, but you want to say, okay, that's an even wash, and it's about this third set. And the way Bry was able to slime his way from match point down. Maroney, if I'm Maroney, I'm just not sure where I play from. Do I choose to play aggressive? And I don't know. I think Bride is going to play safe from the back and then rush him.
Mhm.
I think he's got a game style and he's got momentum and he's got experience. Oh man, it's tough.
That said, Maroney's played so many third sets here this season. Clinched in the third over Michigan's Gavin Young. Fell in the third the last time these two teams faced off. And you look for him again in that matchup.
But what did the new balls do? What did the new balls do this match?
Good question. You tell me, Coach.
Let me watch Maroney play 1 point. Here, I'll tell you what I said.
As we see here,
He had a big first serve and he ripped a forehand. He's gonna use the new balls. He's gonna play with some conviction. So, flip a coin. Every match has gone 4-3 last match on, and it's almost like the players are intentionally giving us this script.
Yeah, it's because they know nothing's better than a cranky broadcaster on day two.
Wow. And you got Washington, and I'm sure Ty Tucker's looking at this and going, oh, my goodness. And that's one of my comments that I mentioned to you earlier. How do the Bulldogs of Ole Miss and the Buckeyes deal with this late night starting at 7, which is really 10 p.m. Their time on the duel? They've only been there a couple of days. Their time zone is not adjusted.
Sure.
And they haven't played any matches that have been that late. It is it's a big adjustment to sit around all day. They were able during the doubles point of this match to come out and get about a 40-minute workout in.
And knowing Ty Tucker, he found a third tennis club in Seattle to go let the boys get their 2-hour hit in. But you see big break here from Karamov. Worth noting, and let's go over to court number 1 right now. Hamish Stewart going to serve for the match for Georgia at number 1. Just broke Melios for 7-6, 5-3. So now Stewart the opportunity to make it a 3-2 lead Georgia. Meanwhile, Trent Bride, 3 game points. Can we go split screen 1 and 4? 3 break points right now on court number 4 for the Georgia Bulldogs. In fact, let's just go straight to 4 if we can. Let's go straight to 4, whatever's quickest. Break point chances here. Still ask you to work on that split 1 to 4, but 1 we got some time on. So split 1 and 4 as soon as you can.
Nice, get a free point at 15-40.
Always take it. Meanwhile, 15 love, first point to Stewart. Big first serve again. When we can, let's split 1 and 4.
Big moment from Maroney. 15-40 back to
Come on,
Deuce.
buddy. You have to dig deep. You have to dig deep. You can do it. You can. Let's go, Fish. I see you, Bulldog.
Oh, net tape error for Maroney. Let's go full on 1 now. Hamish Stewart forces the passing shot error. So now 30-15. He's 2 points away again. Court number 1 here as it's 2-all. Georgia Wake Forest. Meanwhile, if you're just tuning in, Kentucky, the strangest 4-0 win you'll ever see. ultimately getting wins. Clinching win from Josh Lapadon, who comes back. Gets a point down to take the match in straights.
Good tennis, good tennis, good tennis.
Really kind of steady point
Good tennis, Melios. Good tennis.
from
Good
Melios.
tennis. Come on, buddy. Good tennis.
30 all here. And again, an eerie silence seems to have set into the Nordstrom Tennis Center. Everyone's very focused now on the task at hand. No energy left to expend that extracurricular nonsense, right?
Just short enough, just wide enough.
So match points Stewart. Those Bulldogs on the sideline, ready to rush him.
Yeah, it's fine, baby. Come on.
Sails long on him. Melios not going anywhere yet. And again, that connective thread to the national championship team of Wake Forest 2018 to this Wake Forest team today. He wasn't directly on it, but if anyone feels that connective tissue, it is Melios Efstafoulou, excuse me. Deuce point coming up here. Heard a big yell from Tony Bresky there as well.
Oh my God!
Super tight.
So I think it's safe to say Filippo Moroni served for the set twice against Trent Bride at 4. That was a bit of a bailout for the Bulldogs here. Hamish Stewart bailing out. Melios Efstafoulou still leads 5-4, but we're back on serve at 1. Meanwhile, let's go to court number 4. Get this. Break back chances for Filippo Moroni, the sophomore. Hear a roar. Perhaps you know what's coming. Ball goes wide from Trent Bride, so we're back on serve on 4. So let me get this straight, Mark. We're back on serve on 1. We're back on serve at 4. 4-1 deuce point for Wake at 2. Should we flip the coin again? You want to try that question? Who would you
The
rather
roller
be?
coaster just keeps going.
I wouldn't say it's the Raptor at Cedar Point. We're not quite there from a roller coaster perspective, but this is a quality Gemini.
It's hard to call.
So let's go over to court 2 right now if we can. Court 2, where it's a 4-1 deuce point for Karamov here on Phil Henning. That's a nice serve.
All I'm saying is if Maloney closes out that match, then We're a match game over here.
Yeah,
too.
and we're nearly
That's
done.
a big match point swing.
And that's why you keep Trent Bride no matter how poor he's playing in the lineup, right? That's why even if it means moving him down to 4, just him as a competitor. Never going to bet against the senior All-American.
Great speed.
Meanwhile, we got to go back to court number 1 now. Hamish Stewart 2 points away from the match as he opens up a love 30 lead here. And Eustachio 4-5 service game.
Go on, Mel. Come on. Come on, Mel. Dig deep. You can do it. Point by point. Have faith. Have faith. Believe in yourself. Good serve.
Just wide from Hamish Stewart.
Trust yourself, Mel. Trust yourself.
30 now. Meanwhile, break point chances for Trent Bride on 4. Let's split. Court's 1 and 4 right now. Trent Bride has himself a break point chance. Stay on break, I suppose. Take a 2-1 lead at 4.
It's not the preferred language.
That's spoken like someone with a good serve. I always like being on break. Meant I wasn't losing.
You can do it, Mel. Point by point.
Ooh, Bride breaks on 4, so let's go full on 1. Match points here for Hamish Stewart. And now a second serve look.
And come out. Yeah. Come out.
Ooh, just wide, and yeah, chair umpire right there to confirm that one. You got to ask.
We've had so many wet courts. Now I'm surprised to see one go against someone.
Still in favor of Melios, I suppose. But a deuce point coming up here. Can Melios fight off 3 more match points?
There it is. Now this side is clear, so I guarantee you there'll be
Buckeyes
some teams running out there to start
about to run a
practicing.
practice match. And
Over on that
prepare
side.
for that one. Meanwhile, let's go right over to court number 2. Karamov 1 game away from evening things. 3-2 now overall, Georgia.
And
Oh,
you gotta be kidding. Another
again,
wet court.
3-2 Georgia now after that Stewart win. We do see Washington, Ohio State immediately out on court. Milk the most of their practice session so we can get started as soon as this match finishes. Again, on that overall scoreboard. 3-2 Georgia now. And a match point coming up here for Karamov.
Come on, man!
It's a hold for Henning here, so Karamov going to have a couple of opportunities to serve it up, out 5-2. In the meantime, let's go over to court number 4 right now, and court number 4 if we can. Bride serving 2-1, looking to get the first hold of the set here, as they've traded 3 breaks here to start. Oh, what a get.
Oh, yes.
That's athleticism at its finest.
That's a nomination for the All-Madden team.
Speed rating for Maroney, a 96 on the video games. Change of direction, a 92. But now 40-15 as Bride looks to take a break lead. And now I can ask you, 3-2 lead, I imagine you'd rather be Georgia.
Yes, sir.
Meanwhile, again, let's go split screen here between courts 2 and 4, our final courts remaining. Fault there, 30 now. And again, if you hear a deep roar, those are the dulcet tones of Tristan McCormick, Georgia Bulldog, all in here. Let's go full screen on 2 now. Match point coming up for Wake Forest and Karamov to even things up at 3. Again, court 2, full screen here now. Oh, and the biggest fist pump comes from Wake Forest coach Tony Bresky. He knows Karamov's been beaten down here early in the season. Nevertheless, it is the newbie Karamov delivering the victory in straight sets. 3-all now. All eyes on court 4. Right now, Trent Bride up a break. 3-1 here. Philippa Maroney with the hold now. So 40-15. So 1-3, 45.
As you shift to the last match on for the 4th time.
And that is nasty stuff there from Filippo Maroney. So he holds still Trent Bride 3-2 lead here. In the 3rd set. Up a break here now on court number 4. Let's reset. Talk about how we got to this point, Coach Bay. Of course, it started out with an energetic Georgia Bulldog team taking the doubles point, earning a pretty definitive doubles point at that. They led from the get-go at that number 3 spot. Kreuter, Gravilius, 6-4 over Draper and Maciag. Then it was the 2 transfers, McCormick, Stewart, ultimately earning the 6-4 victory there at the number 1 double spot. Of course, you look at how singles has unfolded. 4 first sets for Wake Forest. And of course, ultimately Wake Forest getting straight set wins from the number 3 position. Eduardo Nava, 3-2. They get a straight set win at 6. Jakob Schneider, 3-1 as well. And then as we just saw, Jurabek Karamov, a 7-6, 6-2 victory. Straight set wins for Georgia at number 1. Hamish Stewart, 7-6, 6-4 over Melios Efstafliou. And Blake Kreuter, damn good. A 6-1, 7-5 win over Taha Badi. That leads us to court number 4, where it's worth mentioning Coach Bay. Filippo Moroni, the talented sophomore for Wake Forest, served for the match not once, but twice in the second set, up 5-4, 6-5 in the set, served for it. Ultimately, Bride able to break back, take the breaker. That leads us to where we're at, 3-2 Bride, up a break here in the third set. Your thoughts, Coach, take it away.
I'm impressed. I'm impressed that these teams are so close and evenly matched that it doesn't matter what happens with the doubles point or whatever, it just ends up getting back to this place. The deja vu of this, I just didn't believe after all of what I've heard about this matchup, and I didn't get a chance to see the one that happened at Wake earlier, but I'm watching it with my own eyes. This is as close as it gets, and this is why we have an 8-9. But there is the dynamic. So with Bride being ahead 3-2, a break at the official last match.
That lob for love third.
No, it's an amazing set of hands there. He has a lot of skill. But Bride being up 3-2, it's a break, but still, it's close enough in score. It's a little different than our last match on in the Florida-Texas match. It was already a 4-0 situation by the time it was official, and I'm not counting Moroni out here.
Oh. The dropper. Oh, give us the tweener. Give us the tweener.
Tweener lob.
Yeah, look, I appreciate the hustle from Trent Bride. Coach Diaz perhaps asking, maybe not for that, although at that point tracking it down, you just love to see it. Now 4 break point chances to get us back. Technically on serve, I'd argue on break here in the third set, as this would be break number 4 of 6 games here to start the third.
Been so many.
Ball goes long. We're back on serve 3-all here.
What I'm sensing is, well, if I was down there playing the X and O game, I would tell Moroni to build the points through Bride's backhand, because at some point you're going to get one of those decel guided backhands that you could step up and do some damage with. I think Moroni must have brought out a new racket with a stencil or something. The ball looks red to me, as if he picked up a new racket and it had a stencil on the strings. That makes it a little hard to pick up sometimes when players use a brand new stencil racket on a new ball.
By the way, you see the scoreboard there flipping out. Apologies for that. Place that gets a little excited when it's 3-all. Ball long, so 15 love here. We can do a little manual scorekeeping. Pretend it's 1972.
The other thing is, I feel Moroni even though he has the scapegoat jacket on his back by not closing out in 2, hung around long enough and did a nice job at 1-3 in this set, holding convincingly to give himself a chance to earn that break back.
I would also point out just how much energy it took Trent Bride to earn that comeback, right? Was on the brink down 5-4, was on the brink down 6-5. Not only physically, but mentally, that just drains you, right, Coach? It's now 30-15 here for Maroney, but
I'd just love to know the stat right now. What number 3 all match is Manny Diaz coaching right now? In year 100 of his coaching career. What number 3 all match is this with him with this stoic, both hands behind his back, kind of walking? Always the same demeanor, always.
True story. This is actually the only way at this point of his life to get the heart rate over 100. It's got to be 3-all clincher. Everything else is he's just so calm because compared to this, it's nothing.
It gives him so many great years.
So many great years. Same with Coach Bresky, by the way. Not his first.
Last night we were trying to figure out what the longest tenured coaches were in this particular tournament. And besides Melanie, for sure, Coach Anger is in year 28.
Coach Anger, of course, head coach of the University of Washington, playing tonight following this match against top-seeded Buckeyes. 40-30 here for Maroney. And it is worth noting, you see, the ball drops in. All right, can we stop hitting the completed button, PlaySite, please? It is not completed. It is 3-all deuce here for Filippo Maroney. That pass goes wide, so Filippo Maroney, 3 straight games now, 1-3 down, 4-3 up on serve as we make the tournament. I do think it's worth noting here, Coach Bresky, and I've always enjoyed this about his coaching style, he's never been one to overcoach. He's very much one, go with the flow, let's be comfortable, let's be confident and prepared, but let's stay calm. And you can see here, how are we going to stay calm? Associate head coach Chris Eaton has been in the ear of sophomore Filippo Maroney this entire match. Does Coach Bresky immediately run out there, start overcoaching, start demanding, hey, Coach Eaton, I got this from here? No. He lets Chris continue to do the job. What do you think about that?
Love it.
Yeah.
And Chris is
no
capable.
Disrespect to Chris, of course.
Chris is excellent. All the players. Most of the time, some teams, there are going to be relationships that are formed between either the assistant and the head to certain players. And if this happens to be, Maroney happens to be one of his guys and he has more time and energy, then ultimately, in the pressure moment, you're not going to break that bond.
So we see 4-3 here, 3-4, excuse me. Georgia's Trent Bride serving. Oh, he misfoots him.
That's an Andy Murray special. Running, holding the racket like you might go in line with the drive, and then you do a little flicker. It's a great play.
Love 15. What was the stat you gave me? You win the first point, 71%?
Well, but that's closeout games. That's
gotcha.
Winning the match. But
if you want a made-up stat, you go up above 15, you break serve 42% of the time. That's from the Alex Druskin playbook.
Yeah, what I figure at this point is it just seems to me that Bride is getting a little tired.
Sure.
And it could be physical, could be emotional, could be both. And he is going to try to transition, serve and volley, anything he can to get in quickly. and Maroney's going to have to pay attention to which entry route he's taking. Is he coming after the serve? Is he coming after the first forehand?
That's a great dash there. 30-15 now for Trent Bride, who keeps pushing forward. Again, what do you do if you're tired? The dead legs, look to approach, shorten those points. That's what Bride's doing here.
But Maroney sees it coming and he measured it. Good ball down at the feet and a great pass.
I think just wide on that pass. I think he missed that one just wide. So 40-15, I agree. He had the ball he was looking for. And worth remembering, this is the second 4-3 match these two teams have played in a 15-day window. Last time, came down to the number 6 spot, Schneider, a 6-3 clinch over Pena. Maroney actually went to a 3-set match. In his last one, lost Love 6, 7-5, 7-6 to Georgia's Tristan McCormick. Very much looking to flip the script here today. As you see now, 40-30 for Trent Bride. Actually, listen to this stat. You'll like this. Oh, that's a nice crossover there from Maroney to force the deuce point. You look for this Wake Forest team. They played a 4-3 match against Tennessee that they lost. That match came down to the number 4 single spot, Emil Hudd, 7-6 in the third over Filippo Maroney. Now kickoff weekend, 4-3-all. Came down to number 4 singles. Maroney gets over the hump against Gavin Young, clinches it 4-3. Can he do it third time? Can he earn a second clinch? That's one way to do it. Return past Trent Bride.
Great return.
Maroney
He has
to serve for
compact
it.
swing, so it's going to be good on the passing and returning aspect of things. What's going to impress me more is how does he manage the serve game here.
Meanwhile, for what it's worth, 6:40 start time for Baylor versus Ole Miss. 6:40 start time. So that match coming up in 3 minutes at the Seattle Tennis Club.
That was like a Federer flick.
Dare I say, that looks like someone who's been here before. And again, third scenario like this for him early in the season. This is who you want if you're Coach Bresky.
Great drop shot tactic and took that ball early on that pass. Picked it up. Nerves.
By the way, this is the third time in this match Maroney has served for it.
Oh my goodness.
Beyond the slide, backhand, flip shot, cross-court pass. 15-30 now. Again, Maroney served for this match, up 5-4 in the third, up 6-5. 5-4 in the second, up 6-5 in the second as well.
bailout. He was physically tired. He went from playing it safe to trying to dictate to then getting winded, and then he just threw the drop in and it was too high.
He wants it more so frequently. That's what these matches come down
That's
to.
a big moment though, 15-30 to throw the drop in at that moment. That's just pressure moments. I like more approach shots and drop shots.
Spoken like a coach.
Spoken like someone that's watching a guy who's lost his serve a bunch of times serving for the match.
Oh, he's there. Oh.
There we go. More approach shots than drop shots.
I love it. What a hit by Bride, though. Third set.
Yeah, this is gut check time. Both guys are leaving alone. There's going to be a need for an ice bath for both of these guys tonight.
Approach shots, not drop shots, says Coach Mark Bay. Two well-placed approach shots from Filippo Moroni. Match point Wake.
Okay, Coach Eden gives him the play.
Filippo Moroni.
Wow.
Have yourself a day.
W-O-W.
6-3, 6-7, 6-3. Wake Forest, 4-3. They advance to the quarterfinals. What a match, Coach Bay.
What a match. It's a tough loss for the Dogs, but it was won by Moroni.
What an effort there from the Wake Forest Demon Deacons. Hugs all around and the fist pump from head coach Tony Bresky. You can tell how much that one meant to him. Now, it is worth noting right now, all the Bulldogs surrounding their senior leader, Trent Bride, who truly left every ounce of himself on the court there, and it's worth remembering. This match could have been much simpler. Moroni served for it up 5-4. He served for it up 6-5 in the second set. All of that said, I mean, come on now. What a performance there from Wake Forest, who make it back-to-back 4-3 wins over Georgia. This time they dropped the doubles points. 3 straight set wins at 2, 3, and 6, and then the 3-setter here from Moroni. As we head to the camera again, let's look at us here, Coach Daniel Westhoff, as we reset things. Boy, oh boy, what a result there for the Wake Forest Demon Deacons.
That's impressive. Credit to Tony Bresky, 13-3, the most matches coming in. Push comes to shove. After losing the doubles point, his guys rolled up their sleeves, started winning first sets. They went to work, they battled, and a lot of it coming forward, a lot of it playing to win. I was impressed by the Deacons. It was a wonderful collective team win with a Georgia team that had a lot of fight.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And before we get ripped for copyright, I'm going to sign off here quickly. We're going to reset our cameras, take a quick break. I'll say we'll be back no later than 7 p.m., maybe a bit before then as well. Again, right now, Baylor taking on Ole Miss. That doubles point happening at the Seattle Tennis Club. You can find all of those individual links on the ITA website. Just search 2022 ITA Division I National Indoors. But for now, for my fantastic partner in crime, Mark Bay, our super producer, Daniel Westhoff, and all of us here at the Nordstrom Tennis Center, I'm Alex Gruskin. You are watching the 2022 Division I Men's National Indoor Championships presented by Crack Racquets. Welcome to... Hey. Dinovich, Bass, Mizuchi. That's what we've seen from them this year. It's Bass Law 1, Soto, Mizuchi 2, Boitan, Paralak 3 doubles. You know what you've gotten from the Baylor Bears. You're coming off of a good but uncomfortable win against Virginia. Virginia certainly pushed them well last week. Pretty solid win over Tulsa as well, considering what Tulsa went on to do later on in the weekend. Let's just start with this because I'm sure we'll talk about them later on. What do you want to see from the Bears to start this weekend, Maddie?
Just clean performances. I think continuing the doubles success, Baylor's been really good in doubles this year. I mean, better than what I thought. I mean, I remember last year, all the talent that came in on the Bears team, and it took a little while, I think, for the doubles pairings to kind of come together. I mean, we didn't see the pairings of, Nick and Matthias until March, right? We didn't see Charlie and Finn together until later on in the year. And then it started to click, obviously, at the end. But this year, I mean, right off the bat, these teams, Finn and Sven up at the top, and then, Wampy and Matthias have been fantastic at number 2. And Adrian, stepping in there and playing some really good doubles. He's improved at that number 3 position with Teddy Paralek coming in. We know he can play dubs. So I just want to see them in this first match with Ole Miss continue to play well, get off the court, don't drag it out, right? Don't split sets if you don't have to. Now, I do expect some of these matches to be kind of tight. I'm not saying every match is going to be a blowout, but for the Bears, if you have an opportunity to close these matches, just please close them, get off the court in straight sets, move on to the next round. I don't foresee them having any trouble here with Ole Miss. I expect it to be 4-0 pretty quickly, I think. I just think 1 through 6 singles, doubles, I mean, big advantage to Baylor.
Fair. Well, then with that said, I'm going to go flip side here. I'm going to start with you, Chris. What do you want to see from the Bears to start?
Yeah, I was going to say, actually, what Maddie said is whatever matches are close, that's fine. Get 4 of them, get them quick. You're the last match of the night. You don't want to be out there all night. Take doubles, take 3 straight set matches and get out. And, obviously after you get doubles, Mizuchi has no business losing a match probably all year at 6. He should be a straight set winner. Boitan, don't get off to the slow start you've gotten off to in a couple of recent matches. Come out firing, get your match in straight sets. And then I don't care. 2 through 5, one of you guys just do it quick. Let's get out in some quick matches. And that's fine. We can drop first sets elsewhere. We can have 3 setters going. It doesn't matter. We're going to get our 4. Let's just get them and not be out there for 3 hours in the process.
Fair. And Maddie, flip side again there, Ole Miss. Any thoughts? What do you want to see from them? Maddie, any Ole Miss? Yeah, any Ole Miss thoughts?
No, I mean, it's just a tough matchup. They don't really have a chance. I mean, it's not fair. Sure. It's a tough draw to get Baylor, but no, I think looking past round 1, they're not going to beat Baylor. But after that, depending on who they match up with, if they play like a Kentucky or a USC in the next match, that's where they, really have a chance, I think, to pull off a win. Much better chance there. I don't expect anything from Ole Miss, in the first round.
That's fair. And it is worth mentioning these 2 teams matched up in last year's round of 16 at the NCAA tournament. Ole Miss came sneaky close to beating the Bears. And I would keep that in the back of your mind as well. And why this won't be a runaway is that there's a little less fear, right? Like, I think if you're Ole Miss who knew you were going to be the 15 seed, like you could lock that in from the beginning. It was like, okay, well, let's hope we get Baylor, I would say, of the top 3 seeds, because at least we know Baylor. Like, at least that's a match we've seen before. Now,
different
again,
teams.
Yeah, but is it though? It's the same top 3. Like, it's the
totally
same top
different
3 and
totally
the same,
different bottom 3.
Yeah, but it's the same challenge in my opinion. It's still the same thing you're trying to overcome. And again, I'm not saying it's an easy matchup.
No
like,
Tim Sandcolin.
Which hurts. I agree with you, but I'm just saying this group knows the Bears. Like, if you're asking me to make a pick, you're not going to be happy about it because I'm not making picks. But I get what you're saying, Maddie, is what I'm trying to say. Is I get what you're saying. I would just throw that out on the Ole Miss side. Let's go to that final matchup, though. Number 1, Buckeyes taking on the host Washington. Washington looks really good. They're winning the practice, folks. Let me tell you, some really fun doubles happening beneath me right now. And certainly you're the home team at home facing the number 1 seed, an Ohio State team that is riding the highest of highs entering this national indoors. That said, I would be shocked to hear either of you pick the Huskies. So let's start with you this time, Chris. What do you want to see from the Buckeyes this weekend?
From the Buckeyes,
It's a title, right? Given the start of their season, like, is it fair to say it's title or bust?
And yeah, anything short of winning it all will be a disappointment for them. I mean, they basically have a draw set up to, I mean, and this is not disrespectful to any of the teams out there, but they should waltz to the semifinals, right? I mean, Georgia has struggled. Wake has struggled.
Who they already beat 7-0.
Obviously, Washington is not going to beat them. I mean, you should just pencil them in the semifinals, and then you look there and you go, okay, so they're probably. We'll get there in a later broadcast, but yeah, to them, given the start of their season and everything they've done already, if you don't win it, I mean, if they made the finals and lost, what if they come out and tell us, yeah, we're still happy about it? Yes, that's lip service. They're there to win the whole thing. And if they don't, they're going to be disappointed.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the biggest question is, do we get to see Lucianic actually? And you look for this Ohio State team. That was the one funky thing for Coach Tucker, and he'll do this from time to time. But Vogtsel at 1 over Kingsley. Why even do that when Kingsley's been playing as well as he has been at 1? And Vogtsel, you feel so great about at 2. Of course, Van Emberg 3, Tracy 4. Trotter 5, Felton Inevitable, Cash 6. That's been the group that's had the most success thus far, 3 through 6. But doubles wise, okay, we get to see Vogtsel and Cash, who are 21-0 on the year at 1. Lock it in. That's about as close to a lock as you're going to find in any lineup across the country. That said, why split up Trotter and Boulay and go Trotter Lucianic at 2 and Kingsley Tracy at 3? Short of, well, we're going to pull Lucianic, and then we get to move Trotter down, and then we get to play Trotter Boulay at number 3. Kingsley Tracy get to move up to number 2. How any coach allowed that to happen? Like, what were you like? Oh, maybe they're not playing Boulay this weekend. Like, no. Like, come on. This is just classic chicanery, right? Like, you'd think all of them would be able to read through it by this point. But, like, I guess this is the line. I just don't get it. Like, sometimes I think it's overthinking, Maddie.
Yeah, but I mean, usually the results for the Buckeyes, I mean, they end up pretty well. I know what you're saying. You kind of scratch your head and go, what are they doing? But then they win and it's like, oh, that's what they're doing. Okay.
And let's just be clear, because I want to repeat this in case anyone's forgotten. 4-0 over Tennessee, 4-0 over Virginia, 7-0 over Kentucky, 4-0 over Wake Forest, or maybe flip those. 4-0 over Kentucky, 7-0 over Wake Forest. All 4 of those teams are in the draw. Buckeyes haven't dropped a point to any of them. Like, come on now. Who are the favorites, I wonder?
Yeah, it's pretty clear. I think, this Ohio State's the very clear favorite at this tournament. But I think fans that tune into this match really need to keep an eye on Court 1. That's going to be a fun match, not the dual match, but tune into Court 1. That could be really interesting. You're talking about 2 top players in the country. I would like to see that. So anybody that's there in person, anybody that's streaming that match, really just, I would say, focus on Court 1, because I think 2 through 6 are probably going to be over pretty quickly. So enjoy the match at 1 while it lasts, and it probably will not finish.
No, massive for Clement Shedeck, right? Because for seeding purposes, Chris, if he wants to be a top 10 seed, you need 2 wins this weekend.
He's not going to finish though.
I don't think this match matters to him at all, exactly, because there is a 0.05% chance that match finishes. Like Maddie said, from 2 through 6, they're going to lose doubles. And from 2 through 6, they're going to lose 3 of those matches long before Clement Shedeck could manage to beat, Vogtsel, even if he was going to, right? I mean, which is a question mark. But yeah, that match is never going to finish. And in fact, the match at 2 could be a decent match. I mean, Washington's still decent at 2 with you and Lumsden, and then it definitely starts tailing off after that. So 3 through, 3 through 6 probably will go fairly quickly. And that's in the Buckeye lineup, you talk about the 1-2, I would make the argument that 3-4 is more of a crime than 1-2. There is no way JJ Tracy should be playing 4. He is the 3 at worst on that team. But Van Emberg's got a big game. You can, He can hit big. He passes the eye test for a 3. But JJ Tracy's like, almost a 14 UTR playing 4. Nobody in the country has that short of Texas playing Spazzeri there this weekend. It's just, he's not going to lose a match at 4, certainly not against Washington, and probably not, at 4 all year, as long as they leave him there. It's a great spot for him.
Yeah, you're right. And again, another thing about this weekend is after we play it out, none of these lineup chicanery things are going to fly moving forward. On the flip side, quickly on Washington, undefeated at 1 thus far this year, undefeated at 2, undefeated at 3, undefeated at 5 singles. Now, obviously, Shedak at 1 feels the most real of those 3 things, but you look for this Washington team. 8-0 overall on the year, and the closest match they played 5-2 against Boise State at home. Now, it's been some cupcakes on the schedule, certainly Portland States of the world and Eastern Washingtons of the world. Not to be disrespectful. By the way, Portland just played, although I think it was a different Portland, but still played USC 4-3. Like, shout out to the Portland schools, just gauntlet. Maybe we got to keep our eye on them moving forward. Over under 1 Portland school in the NCAA tournament, Chris.
Oh, actually, yeah, it's not Portland State. It's Portland. Portland actually has a good team, but unlikely to, tough to make the tournament. I'd go under.
I just say this is why I like working with you, because I can throw something like that at you, and I could see in your head being like, you know what, that actually is a good question, Alex.
It's plausible. And they got Nico Okana playing 5 singles from Mississippi State. So,
for the record, that is to you, Coach Shackley, who says, "Oh, Gruskin, you only follow the top 10 teams." I was like, no, I don't. Trust me, I'm following. Do you want me to do again? I was ready to do an hour on 4-3 Penn State over Liberty, but we'll save that for next week. No, again, if you're Washington, 1 win this weekend. 1 win this weekend is the most critical thing, because you get that 1 NCAA tournament, you feel more comfortable about heading into Pac-12 conference play. But of course, again, you just feel like you've proven you belong at this stage, and you do belong in the mix for a top 16 seed with the A&Ms of the world, with with all the teams of the world, the Ole Misses of the world, and everyone here competing this weekend in Seattle. But with all of that said, 2 last things to do, and I promise we are going to hit the under on the 2.5 hours, but we might end up hitting the over on the 2 hours here, fellas. I apologize for that. Last thing I need from you both, though, we talked about the round of 16. We'll be back every day, recapping each day's play, hopefully previewing the next day as well. But I need predictions from both of you, and we're going to start with you, Maddie. Finalist, champion, 2022 National Indoors. Who you got and why?
The way that I'm looking at this now, guys, I'm going to pick the top 2 seeds. I think Ohio State and Baylor are going to meet in the final. They haven't lost. Both teams are undefeated. They've looked good. I think we're kind of destined for that matchup, right? Tennessee, is in Baylor's half, but they're banged up. They're not the same team. Stanford's dangerous, and I do think they probably make the semifinals, but they're an outdoor team. They haven't played much indoors. I think Baylor's going to be more comfortable. I like what I've seen out of the Bears, but I'm going to take Ohio State to win this thing. I think we have to. It would be criminal not to, just the way that they've looked. They have blasted so many good teams already this year. It's indoors. They're going to be comfortable. They have the best lineup, top to bottom, singles, doubles, any way you slice it. They are a step above, I think, every team in the country right now. I'll pick Ohio State over Baylor in the final.
I think it's a very logical pick. Scotty B pointed this out earlier, just on what's up, my man, Scotty B, how difficult it is to get through that Florida TCU region, right? Just an absolute gauntlet of a section there as such. You feel like if you flip that with the Tennessee, if you just flip that region with the Tennessee Stanford region, then maybe not. But again, right, you look for Baylor matchup by matchup. You just kind of like how things worked out for them. And just, again, the way the Buckeyes have been playing, how can you pick anyone against them on paper? Totally follow the logic of your pick. I'm going to be interested, Chris. Did you go that way as well? Because it's pretty hard to pick something else.
Yeah, there's no chance of going anywhere else. Ohio State, Baylor in the final. Ohio State wins. Maddie kind of stole, if you want to say dark horse possibilities, right?
Stanford.
I'm right there with Stanford as one.
Yep.
I would say the Virginia TCU winner. I don't even know who's going to win that match, but the winner of that match like because they're much better suited to indoors than Florida, Texas, I think would be especially if it was Virginia as a quote unquote 12 seed, would be a big sleeper run. And then I think given if all the stars aligned and everything went perfect, Kentucky could be dangerous only because the top of the lineup. I mean, I don't see it happening and everything would have to go perfect, but it's a team that's certainly dangerous if they're playing their game. But I don't see it any other way than Ohio State Baylor in the final.
No, I get it. I get it from both of you. It's the logical pick. Normally I'd give you both some crap for picking the two top seeds, but again, given the parity, given the depth, it is also still a little funny that we're going number one, number two, but yeah, all of those things make sense. By the way, we have picks from John Parsons as well. We'll throw Jay's picks up on the screen. I believe Jay agrees with both of you. He says Ohio State Baylor there. He's going to take the Buckeyes in the end. And, I actually think I'm trying to think who he picked Georgia over Wake Forest. I believe Maddie did that as well. I want to say Chris picked right. Wake Forest. Yeah, I mean, thin margins, folks. We are not going to have many differences here in our final scores, but ultimately, I mean, unanimously, our panel's picking the Buckeyes. That's a testament to their success. It also all but guarantees that they're not going to win it. And if that's the case, boy, does that make these next 4 days that much more exciting. But with all of that said, one last thing for us to do. Official top 10 here of college tennis. Who cares about the coaches polls? Who cares what the USTA is saying? You want to know what's our Cracked Racquets top 10. We've got that for all of you now. A reminder, this poll, a compilation of the votes of myself, Matt, Chris, and our friend John Parsons. With that in mind, let's put that up on the screen. No shocks at the top of the rankings. Ohio State still your number one team. And again, I think only a fool would pick against them at this point. Baylor undefeated. They're up to number 2. Tennessee, your only losses to OSU. You're at 3. TCU, your only losses to Tennessee. You're at number 4. Florida, your only losses to TCU. You're at number 5. No losses for Stanford, but we haven't seen that signature win thus far. UVA, we don't penalize them for bad losses. Against tough teams. None of those losses a bad loss. So they're still our number 7. Kentucky 8, USC of Southern California, not South Carolina to clarify. USC number 9, Georgia number 10. I got boxed out. I think that means because I did not vote Georgia in my top 10. I still had a Wake Forest above them. Start with you, Maddie. Any strong disagreements, or is this your top 10 to a T?
It is not my top 10 to a T. So I think Kentucky's a little bit overrated here. I flipped 8 and 9. So for me, I had the Trojans just ahead of Kentucky. Other than that, it's mine to a T. I think the top 6 was so easy. For me, I didn't even have to think about the top 6. I did have to think about Virginia. I considered moving them, but again, I know how good they are. I watched them. They are a very, very good team that's taken some losses to really good, other teams that are really good. So for me, I still think Virginia is a top 8 caliber team. So I'm okay with them at 7. And, once we get past there, Kentucky, USC, Georgia, I don't think any of us are really sold on any of those teams. You throw in a Wake Forest, throw in South Carolina, Texas A&M. There's a lot of teams that could be in the mix for the number 9, number 10 spots. This is how it shook out. I'm okay with it here. But I still think, there's probably 7 teams that are a cut above right now, I think.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair. We said coming into the season, we had a power 7, right? Power 8. And we were, I don't think anything that's happened thus far this season has disproven that fact. By the way, we will publish this tonight, this podcast tonight. So for all of you who are looking you may have missed any parts, be on the lookout for it on our Great Shot podcast feed. Chris, final words are yours. Any final thoughts on this? I know this might actually be your top 10.
Yeah, no disagreement here. That is my top 10 to the T. Maddie and I only differed at 8, 9 where we had them swap. So no discrepancies, but I'm in complete agreement with Maddie in that top 6 were a given, debated knocking Virginia, decided I didn't want to only because there wasn't anything compelling behind them. Like if I had a good reason to knock them, I would have dropped them a little bit, but nobody below them has done something so extraordinary that I went, wow, huge win for them. I need to raise them up. So I leave Virginia there at 7. And yeah, I think that is for now, at least, that's there's a line after 7 with some question marks after it that will get displayed and decided this weekend.
Our overcompensation for Wake Forest after what we did last year, having them preseason number 2 and 3 and being burned, is just, it's embarrassing for all of us guys. Like, Wake Forest should be in this top 10. They should be number 10 over Georgia. You guys are just wrong about that. It's okay. Like, everyone's allowed to be wrong about things, but you guys are just wrong about it. Yeah, again, I agree. 8 through 20, name out of a hat. On the right day, that team's going to look like number 8. On the wrong day, they're going to look like number 20.
I just picked Georgia, though, in our pod here that we just talked about.
I appreciate intellectual consistency. So, no issues with that.
I'm not wavering.
Yeah, no, I respect that. I mean, again, they call them double mouth. Welcome back in, everyone, to day 1 of the ITA National Indoor Championships. Alex Gruskin here with the man, the myth, the coach, Mark Bay, as we steer the ship through our nightcap here on day 1. And we've got our top 2 seeds in action. Now the fun, you could argue, really begins. Of course, what a day 1 it's been here at both the Nordstrom Tennis Center and live in the Seattle Tennis Club, where right now we pick up our action of number 2 seeded Baylor taking on our 15 seeds Ole Miss. Of course, we will get to the Buckeyes right now as they take on Washington in the Nordstrom Tennis Center. It is a packed house, folks. Standing room only, no visible line of sight between us here in the broadcast booth and all the courts out there. Courts 1 through 3 doubles. Of course, it also seems to be a live performance now as you get those looks from these fans standing nearby. But of course, Mark Bay, as I start out our nightcap matches here, I turn to you. Lots of 4-3 drama to kick off the day. Of course, 4-3, Wake Forest knocking off Georgia in dramatic fashion, overcoming a doubles point deficit. We also had a 4-3 win from Texas over Florida. What was a de facto 4-3 win for TCU after they dropped the doubles point, although ultimately that was 4-2 over Virginia. Of course, a couple of funky 4-0s, Kentucky 4-0 over USC, Tennessee 4-0 over Texas A&M. Of course, perhaps maybe our most standard match of the day was the dramatic 4-3 win for South Carolina over Stanford to kick things off. But Coach Bay, as we look here at the doubles point, again, we're going to kick things off with Baylor taking on Ole Miss. We'll head over to Ohio State, Washington in a bit, but what a day of tennis.
It's been awesome. I'm so happy to be here. It's been an amazing day so far. A pleasure working with you, Alex, and I'm looking forward to having a great weekend. We've been thrown right from the frying pan into the fire, and no different. Obviously, you and Cation did an outstanding job last weekend through the girls and having all of the drama that was there, and we've just not missed a beat.
No, this is half the fun. And again, I'm so grateful for you, for your patience, and of course, the patience of all of our viewers, listeners out there as we work through some technical difficulties here on day number 1. Of course, you saw there on court number 1. Again, we're kicking things off with Baylor. Right now, it's the Bears up 4-3 at that number 1 double spot. Sven Law, Finn Bass. We do see right now Bears also up 5-4 at number 2. Mateus Soto and Pablo Mazzucci. See here on your screen, taking on the duo Simon Junk, Jan Soren Hain for Ole Miss. And then we will get to the action here. You're going to hear a lot of background noise as it truly is a packed house here at the Nordstrom Tennis Center. From now, we're going to try and show you as much of this Baylor Ole Miss doubles point as this crowd will allow us, Coach Bay. But of course, as you look here for the Baylor Bears, come into this match as one of the few undefeated teams left in college tennis. Earned a very impressive win over Virginia last weekend. They've also earned a win over Texas so far this year. Of course, for the Baylor Bears, so frequently it starts with the doubles point.
It does, and they have a very balanced group. They have, I think, the ability to play sort of a counter style of doubles, or be able to play the in-your-face. I think they can play a couple of different modes depending on if they're inside, outside, and who their opponents are.
Absolutely. And of course, their opponents today, the Ole Miss Rebels. I always call them the running Rebels. I'm always very quickly told they're not the running, they're just the regular Rebels.
That's right. That's old school Tarkanian.
Exactly. I call them the jogging Rebels. Properly paced Rebels. But of course, for Ole Miss here, what a start to their season. Certainly you look for this Mississippi team. You lose a guy like Tim Sankulin from the top of your lineup. I think you'd feel that at the start of the season. No. This Ole Miss team, 9-1 overall, 4-1 over Oklahoma in the kickoff weekend, 4-2 there as well. Their only loss, a 4-3 loss at TCU. Of course, TCU still alive in the main draw of this competition, Coach Bay. Don't sleep on this Ole Miss team.
No, we're not sleeping on anyone. We're not disrespecting anyone. The SEC has earned the respect of the tournament and us. So,
for 7 SEC teams here in the draw. The only thing disrespected is our sleep schedule, right? This weekend, just complete disrespect. But that's the way we'd have it.
We wouldn't want it any other way.
Absolutely. You talk about the two styles of play there. You see the big return at the baseline from Mizuchi, coach there from Matias Soto, and just like that, Coach Woodson and the number 2 doubles team set points coming up here on 2, and then again, of course, we'll get right to our action on court number 1.
Wow, that's darn good.
Game, set, match. Big roar from head coach Michael Woodson. Big roar for the Baylor Bears. They take a quick 6-4 decision at the number 2 double spot. Meanwhile, we're on serve everywhere else. So let's quickly go to court number 3. Introduce our players on that court right now. Adrian Boitan. Today is Paralek. Earned the clinching doubles victory in the team's win over Texas about a week ago. Only 3-all, 30-all now against Slavic, Halquist, Lithin, 2 veterans for these Rebels. Good serve there from Teddy Paralek. Paralek, the transfer from TCU. Still has 3 years of eligibility left, Mark. It's a nice pickup for Coach Woodson.
It's a very good pickup.
And of course, here's the crazy thing. Adrian Boitan, who has seemingly been a part of our lives forever, he's got 1 more year of eligibility left after this as well.
Yeah, I'm so lost in the math now. I just accept whatever it is.
Sure.
But it's great that these players are able to complete a full 4-year cycle of competition throughout everything that's going on.
Absolutely. Well said. And there's something you're not accustomed to seeing. A high backhand volley put away from Adrian Boitan. That doubles has been so helpful to his net game here this season. He holds 4-3 Bears on court 3. Let's go back to court number 1 right now. 4-all, 30 love for the duo of Sven Law, Finn Bass. Fun fact for you, Coach. Sven Law has been number 1 in the country with 2 different doubles partners. It's because he can do things like that.
Really hard to do. But I love how he plays inside the court, moves without the ball. I like what he does with his hands. He reads well, great communication. Does a nice job of play calling. Very good, solid all-around doubles play.
Again, we will get to the action happening over here at the Nordstrom Tennis Center as soon as we've wrapped up this doubles point. Baylor off to strong starts everywhere, as in fact they hold 4-5-4 here on court number 1. So let's go back to court number 3 in the meantime. 4-3 Bears up there. Again, if we can, let's go to court number 3 right now. Court 3.
Quick early victory on that court.
You got an update for us on Ohio State, Washington?
The number one team in the nation's down 3-0 at one.
Wow, is that a single break 3-0?
It is. It's a single break at one.
That's a strong start there for Teddy Paralek. Sneaks that one down the line. Love 15 here. Again, for those of you joining us for the first match on the day, A, where you been all day? Missed some exceptional tennis here on our Cracked Racquets YouTube channel, but B, in case this is your first college tennis match, just a reminder how this doubles point works. 3 double sets played simultaneously. Whichever team captures 2 out of the 3 will take a 1-love lead heading into our 6 singles matches. Each of those singles matches worth 1 point to the overall score. First team to 4, ultimately going to win the match. Of course, no ad scoring across the board. Singles going to be 2 out of 3 sets. Tiebreaker at 6-all. What? Adrian Boitan. First the high backhand volley, now the backhand slice. Who is this man?
He's a man that plays at the top of the singles lineup, but needed to get confidence as a third doubles player. And just the combination of the strengths that he has on a singles court, you still need a little bit of cunning, a little bit of finesse, a little bit of feel. So he's rounding out some of his playing portfolio, getting this experience down here, and hopefully giving the Bears a really strong doubles player on the third position.
No doubt about that. Love 30 here. Of course, let's talk about this Ole Miss team. Quist, Lithin, Slavic, 2 of the veterans returning here for Ole Miss. Ole Miss coming off of a 13-11 season, but a 13-11 season that saw them reach the NCAA Sweet 16. And we've talked all day with 7 SEC teams in our Final 16 here at the National Indoors. 13-11 in the SEC. It's just a built different 13-11 than some of the others you'll see across the country.
No doubt. And in recent years, when the 500 rule came into play,
sure,
that really
500 rule, for those who don't know, you have to be 500 or better to reach the NCAA tournament.
Yeah, win just as many matches as you've lost. And that's spawned a bunch of double headers and things, and some things that people didn't care for. But I think now it's encouraged a lot more competition, a lot more play, which is great. And for the top schools, it's nice to give the out-of-conference foes and some of the lower teams in the regional or locale area shots at you. It's great for those teams to have a perspective. So I love those opportunities, and I think it's paying dividends because more doubles practice is also good for some of these players that are building the skills early on.
Such as Adrian Boitan, who here with Teddy Paralek, 30-40. More breakpoint chances for the Baylor Bears. Tell you what, few things scarier than that Adrian Boitan forehand. Draws the error. So now Bears going to serve for it. 5-3 here at 3. Let's quickly pop over to court number 1 where Finn Bass, Sven Law. Now match point chances here. And I'm going to ask you, hide that scoreboard, super producer Daniel Westoff. It's about 12 seconds ahead of where we're at here. No, it's not Draxel Dostanic, but no spoilers here on our broadcast either. So again, match points here. 2 of them for Sven Law and Finn Bass. It's Law, 5th here on the ad side of your screen to take this return.
Oh, well done.
Middle solves the riddle, right?
Great job. Stayed really calm in there. Accepted it. We're probably going to hit a big forehand right at him.
As you know, and as I've referred to all day on this broadcast, but those of you turning in for the first time at a coach by the name of Ed Nagel, like to do a lot of rhyming. There, middle solves the riddle. No spin, no in, no win. Got to get down like Saturday night. Thus, I do what I do for a living, Mark.
That's great. Well, we'd like to give credit and shout out to Coach Eddie.
Oh, that's a really nice hold, though, from Ole
coverage.
Miss here. So let's go back to court number 3 right now. 2 set points fought off for the Rebels. At number 1, we now go back here. And we can put the scoreboard back up if you'd like. Just a quick flash. Super producer Daniel Westoff, show everyone where we're at. 5-3, 15 all here. I believe it's Adrian Boitan serving on the far side of your screen. Of course, that's assistant head coach Isaac Vandermerva. Heck of a player himself, Mark.
Very
For
good.
the Bears, top 100 guy. By the way, doubles for Ohio State, Washington, taking off right now. Get there again. Ideally, as soon as we're done here. That ball hung up. I will say, if there's one thing for this Baylor duo, they will play a lot of one-up, one-back early on. Yeah, it's going down right now here at the Nordstrom Tennis Center. I'd like to think that applause was for me here in the broadcast booth. It was not. Again, we'll get there. Right now, Huskies making a big push at the number 1 double spot. The Buckeyes looking good in a couple other places here. 2 points away. No way.
On the line?
Had to be. You don't celebrate like that if you missed it wide. Slavic, Halquist, Lithin, 2 break point chances. Here on court number 3. By the way, if we get a break here, we are going to go to Nordstrom. Just the action heating up, 2 intense. Break, Ole Miss, they stay alive. 4-5 they'll serve here at the number 3 doubles spot. Meanwhile, we have to go to the Nordstrom Tennis Center now, and we start out on court number 2 in this battle between Ohio State and host Washington. And again, Coach Bay, you can testify to this for me. Standing room only, but barely here as we watch the doubles at Nordstrom. Washington has showed up for this night match.
Absolutely, as they should. Number 1 team in the house, and you've got to show what you can do here in your home court. It's a great opportunity, big test for Washington, and so far they're answering the bell.
And right now it's Clement Shedek, one of the rising stars in college tennis, was so great this fall, top 10 ranking in the country. But break points against the number 2 doubles team for Ohio State here, 30-40. Nice poach there from the duo Shedek-Suko. And I actually think that was Shedek at the net there. In fact, definitely is. Shedek, 3rd year from France. Again, taking on the number 2 doubles duo in the country. Also happened to play number 2 here in the lineup switch. Schroeder and Boulay. Deuce point coming up here, though. Ball sails long. Washington holds 3-2 here on court number 2. Let's go back to court number 1 now. Undefeated duo, Mate Votzel, Robbie Cash. And when I say undefeated, not in dual matches, folks, undefeated as a duo. And you want a fun fact? Both Votzel and Cash have been #1 in the country with each other and with other partners as well when it comes to their doubles play. Of course, they were one of the few teams, I believe, 4th in history to sweep the National Fall Championship, sweep the Fall All-Americans as well. Of course, it's still kind of surprising with all that said that Coach Tucker played them at 1. He's been playing them at 2 throughout the course of early in this dual match season, but they're down a break here. Break chances to get back on serve, though, at #1. It's good stuff there, though.
Great spot on the serve. Electric energy and atmosphere, and the Huskies are responding.
Certainly, and you look for this Washington team. Has it been the most rigorous test to date? No, but 8-0 overall. See here on court #1.
Outstanding.
It's the duo of Jack Davis, senior, partnered with Brandon Wong, the sophomore. And they hold for 5-2. So let's go over now to court #5. 3 doubles, where J.J. Tracy, Cannon Kingsley, which you almost laugh at when you say out loud at that #3 doubles spot. Again, court 5. That's the #3 double spot. Oh, excuse me, this is court 3. Shout out to super producer Daniel Westhoff for changing the graphics here. J.J. Tracy now serving 30-15, high formation. Yeah, that's easy stuff for the Buckeyes, so they take it 40-15, 3 set points here. Make it 1 set to the good.
And very important with the struggles they're having at #1 to be able to put this point on the board.
There it is, Tracy, Kingsley. 6-1 set at the #3 doubles. I'm going to ask if we can quickly hop back over to the Seattle Tennis Club, where right now Finn Reynolds, Luke Sanglehart, 30-15 now. They're up on Lon Bass, so they're going to have the opportunity here. Again, serving forward at that #1 double spot, and boy, would that be big for Ole Miss. You imagine any upset bid they're going to pull off today starts not over yet. 30 all here. Meanwhile, Votzel Cash serving 2-5, 30 love. Tell you what, if you're Washington, I remember 2013-14 season, Michigan, like 6-12, playing host to the Ohio State Buckeyes, was a massive crowd on hands, and Michigan rode that energy all the way to the doubles point. Washington very much trying to do that here tonight against the Buckeyes as well. Meanwhile, here, if you're Ole Miss, it's again foundationally so solid. So 40-30 coming up now.
That's a nervous return.
Yeah.
That's a hanging curveball, forehand with 3 seconds of time, and kind of a soft miss down the lane. Hit it big.
And by the way, Ole Miss now 15-30 in the today's parallax service game. So they're, don't look now, very close to taking a doubles point against the #2 seeds. One match point fought off for Baylor there at 1. Nice play from Finn Bass, just steady aggression. Meanwhile, it's triple break point at 3. Set Ole Miss. So they take it 7-5, and they'll serve for number 3 doubles. We got to go back to number 1, though. Number 1 team in the nation, undefeated Vogtsel and Cash of Ohio State, down match point on court number 1. The duo of Davis and Wong. And they get the hold 4-5-3, but now, again, we're going to stick here. Are we about to see the forbidden fruit here, Mark? A Vogtsel Cash loss?
It's all possible.
Not the forbidden fruit, the white rabbit.
It's all possible. They're also capable of having a slightly off day. I think they've been missing some returns and missing a few volleys. Crowd factoring in.
Of course, you do think this match delayed start. It's a nice play there from Vogtsel. Middle solves the riddle, Coach Bay.
Washington has his position, but they still have to do a little bit more work to get over the hump.
All.
That's a good rip by Cash.
Tell you what, this Buckeyes do not lack for energy. Understand why Vogtsel and Cash, even beyond the tennis, the intangible qualities, that energy is what you expect out of your number 1 doubles team, even when their back's against the fence. And now, got 3 breakpoint chances here to get us back on serve.
Okay.
Number 1 doubles is a tone as much as it is execution, right?
It is.
Good stuff. Deuce point coming up. Where's my slow clap, Nordstrom Tennis Center? Can I get a slow clap, please, on match point?
I think they're a little slow on the slow clap out here on the West Coast.
That explains the smell
That's a
in the
middle
air.
of the country, East Coast type of deal.
So deuce point, match point coming up. Meanwhile, 1 doubles goes down, undefeated no longer, quickly back to court 3 at the Seattle Tennis Club, and I mean quickly, as we have a match point, Ole Miss, court 3, and given the rush there, again, if we can, court 3, here we go, 40-15, 3 match points coming up for the doubles point.
Oh, he moves, looks to cover the middle, and gets beat back behind.
It's a great poach. I get the feeling there to cover center.
When you start getting into these breakdown patterns where it's 3 people at the baseline and 1 guy just playing go fish, monkey in the middle, it sometimes doesn't work out that well.
So now 40-30, 2 more match points for the doubles point here for Ole Miss. Doubles point Mississippi. Oh, you thought the chaos was done? No, my friend. 15th seeded Ole Miss takes the doubles point from the number 2 seed Baylor. We go back to Columbus. We go back to the Nordstrom Tennis Center now, far from Columbus. Clearly a home crowd in Seattle for the Washington Huskies. And we go to court number 2, our final doubles set.
How about the crooked letters? Taking the doubles point.
Ole Miss, the properly paced Rebels, doing their job quite well over at the Seattle Tennis Center. Meanwhile, here's something for you. Back on court right now. Taha Body. And I believe I see there, is that Karamov? For Wake Forest, taking some returns of serve post-match. And not resting on their laurels of that victory. Meanwhile, again, 4-all, 40-30 here. One set apiece.
Well played. Love that setup through the middle and looking at closing that tight and finish with the high balls.
Of course, Trotter and Boulay, again, number 2 in the country in the last individual doubles poll.
And they're the type of team that has some just moments of intimidation brilliance. But then so far today, I think they've been a little tight. I think the whole mood throughout. Third doubles obviously dominated, but the number 1 doubles team, they just missed a lot of returns. They didn't seem like they were able to get themselves into the points.
All sails long, so it's 5-4 on serve at that number 2 doubles position. Of course, I apologize for the yelling into your stream. Alex Gruskin here with the coach, the legend, Mark Bay, and what is a packed Nordstrom Tennis Center here on night number 1 of the National Indoors. And, you know, I get made fun of for saying this sometimes, Coach Bay, but hopefully you'll back me up here as we hear the Husky chants. And this is special, absolutely special. But I say it all the time. Give me 20 good fans at a college tennis match over the 100,000 fans in the big house at the Wolverines. I'll take the 20 college tennis fans for their impact any day of the week.
It's a great thing when the people come out and support the tennis. And right now, having this type of tournament on their home court with this atmosphere is about as positive as an experience that the Huskies can have. And it's great to have facilities like the ones they have here. Virginia, Illinois, different places that get to host, it makes a big difference for those home teams.
Good hold there for Trotter. Or excuse me, good hold there for Boulay. Let that ball land into the net. So 15 love here in the 4-5 service game. Again, these Buckeyes coming into this event, 4-0 win over Wake Forest, 4-0 win over Tennessee, 4-0 win over Kentucky, 4-0 win over Virginia. They are your unequivocal number 1 entering this tournament.
That's 100%. They are on a neutral court. And you have some number 1 seed situation, a little pressure, a little nerves, and this is all part of the sport.
Sure.
They have to manage themselves in this stress, and this is a good test. It's exactly what you want them to experience.
And you mentioned it, this is their first of those not in Columbus.
Sure. And to me, I still feel, look at your computer. Look at the clock on your computer.
Sure. 7:40, but 10:40 Eastern time.
10:40.
Yeah.
It's 10:40 p.m. and they haven't even started singles. It is, I think, significant. Whenever the Seattle Seahawks have to go east, they have challenges no matter what NFL team they play.
Wow. So 30 all. Meanwhile, again, this crowd, they're getting into it.
easy to get into when your teams are playing well and the
Absolutely.
scoreboard's close and tight.
Boy, would I like to be a fly on the wall when Coach Tucker talks to his team after doubles.
Or maybe not.
Or maybe not. Just missed there from Trotter. Well, it would be the perfect cap to our night, right? If our top 2 seeds lose doubles points here in our nightcap finale. It's been that sort of day one at the National Indoors. And right now, James Trotter feeling every member of this Nordstrom Tennis Center crowd. 30-42 match points for the doubles point for Washington.
Oh, that's power tennis there.
And that's why you go forehand center. You love that righty-lefty combo there. Big overhead from Boulay. Deuce point coming up. Let's see which side. You have to imagine this is going to Sheedak.
What a point. The reflexes and the athleticism by Boulay just to stay in the point on that diving backhand volley and then to fight that ball off of his midsection that had to be going 85 miles an hour. That's a hell of a point to save a match point with.
It's gusto.
Wow.
Guts.
That
from the Buckeyes.
But when the Buckeyes practice, they do a drill where the baseliner is hitting the ball Mach 50 at the volleyer, and the volleyer is volleying back just as fast. They have no problem with receiving a difficult ball with a lot of speed. I can't say that they have that amount of pressure on them when they're doing it, but
sure,
that's a great effort right there. And now good return on the down the line by Trotter, and well 15 right away.
Above 15, and you just do wonder, was that the Huskies' moment?
You do feel that it may have been.
Is that the balloon pop? Their energy here tonight.
You do feel it. That's a big shot by Boulay. Yeah. Nobody home down the middle right there. They've driven a truck through it.
Of course, I will do my best here to mute any reaction so you don't get any spoilers from the crowd. Good serve. 15-30 now.
This is the fun part. Call. That's long. Just uncharacteristic amount of returns missed by the Buckeyes.
And I think Boulay gave that serve a second look. Coach Crow, just a quick word to the chair umpire, make sure that return was indeed long.
Opportunity there.
High
volley with a target right there.
Had the center, had the forehand he wanted. Just you could see the swing. You could see his eyes light up.
He's a bit too far away from the net. He took a big cut with a real downward slope on it. Better off closing and moving through it.
Break point chances for the Buckeyes. That's clean.
Yeah, that's really good. Solid first volley, textbook.
One of those 1-2 buckle my shoe sort of plays. Exactly what you work on if you're Coach Anger and these Washington Huskies. Now deuce point coming up here on court number 2. Ignore that scoreboard, folks, except for now that it's updated to deuce. That is correct here. Deuce point coming up.
Anger woke up this morning. Did he think he was going to be winning against the number 1 team in the nation with match points on the number 2?
Guts. Some guts.
Took some pace off of it out wide. And it's not like they're running high. It's not like they've done a ton of full poaching. There's just been some missed returns by the Buckeyes.
Do you hear this Husky roar? Come on now.
This is what college sports is all about.
This is why they get to host this.
Home field advantage.
Absolutely. I got goosebumps. Now, it's been that way since 9 a.m., so it might be a me thing.
It's a lot of goosebumps.
Yeah, I think it was the poke last night. Not a raw fish sort of guy. But no, it's just this atmosphere.
So it separates
the boys from the men. Holding here at 5'6".
Absolutely. This is pressure performance is what makes sports great. And see, Boulay does like to serve volley on the second serve, and he's not afraid to get low on the volley, but it's a great position on the return. Taking the return early, getting it down, making him volley up.
It's a nice little tattoo there as well. Love 15 here. Oh, wow.
It's a great rip. They're starting to feel it. They're challenging the Buckeyes.
And it felt like they just escaped, right? The same way the Buckeyes escaped for that hold for 5-all. It feels like now this Washington team playing so freely in this return game. By the way, love 30, not love 40. Ignore your scoreboard there. It's great overhead.
Big time. It probably felt like it was a suspended animation up there as he was waiting to hit that. But
so 15-30, not love 40. Cannot emphasize that enough. 15-30 here. There we go.
It's a great serve.
Good eyes, too.
Right on the right hip, into the body. Good lefty serve there.
Now. Good target.
It's taking pressure off of yourself. Make some first serves.
Love 30 becomes 40-30 here for the Buckeyes. And honestly, we deserve a breaker. 10 this doubles point. All the energy in the building. Emotions. It's the board.
Well done.
Yep.
Using each other. Using each other.
Really good stuff there from the veteran duo, Trotter and Boulay. Their third year playing together, certainly paying dividends. 6-all. It's down to the buster.
There we go. Bit of an eye, but just with a kneel.
I call that a J. It's a reverse J.
Good spot.
Efficient poach there from Shedak at the net. Again, that is Shedak on your ad side, so go on your deuce. A reminder, these tiebreakers, 1st to 7, win by 2. Winner going to take the doubles point in a 1-0 lead here. Boy, with all the energy that's gone into this doubles point for Washington, it was always a must for them. You do feel like, though, you would feel a big balloon pop here, where this crowd's at if they drop the doubles point. You see the sideline official right there.
Tough body serve. I had a little bit more room to do it. I was able to go line.
So 2-1 now. I apologize. I'm putting us on mute so you don't hear these crowd reactions until you know the outcome. Yep, just long, so 3-1.
Outstanding spots.
It's just good, clean living.
In the game the serve return is just better right now for the Huskies.
So 4-1 mini break lead.
Feels big.
Of course, speaking of mini breaks, catch our daily recaps. All the ITA action on the mini break podcast feed. 4-1 here, Washington.
Oh, wow.
5-1 Husky. Shedak pumping the chest there.
Not a bad time to go line there because you figure Trotter's got to go and try to help Boulay and not allow Shedak to find his feet. When you have a star player returning on the ad side, it means that a lot of the big points have to come through that player.
No, and to quote the great Nicki Minaj there, Clement Shedak, he's feeling himself. He's feeling himself.
Yeah, he is.
So 5-1 now, 2 points away from a stunning doubles point where not only do they win, they're going to knock off the number 1 and 2 teams in the country potentially, Mark. 5 here, Boulay serving. Sure. I think that hit the net tape there.
So here we go.
It's a double mini break lead, by the way.
But the Huskies have done such a nice job of keeping it simple. They haven't really put a bunch of razzle dazzle in it. They've just been executing with the serve in the first shots.
Oh my goodness.
I just love the fact that the serve is executed and the net guy is getting the touch. It's not even getting into the scramble chances for the Buckeyes to even get their teeth into their points.
Truple Set point here for the doubles point. Unbelievable. Doubles point to Washington. And let's just remind everyone, this is an Ohio State team that knocked off Virginia, knocked off Tennessee, knocked off Wake Forest, knocked off Kentucky, didn't drop a point, but it's these Washington Huskies in the Nordstrom Tennis Center in Seattle. You come to the center, you best kiss the ring. Huskies, doubles point. Your reaction, Coach? Yeah.
Sorry, I couldn't come up with a word. The truth, TCU and the Bucks come in here undefeated in the doubles point, and now after today, no one's undefeated in the doubles point. Pandemonium, amazing crowd, great atmosphere. People will dissipate a little bit because they'll have to go halfsies with one group going to one side and the other, but that really tight, just right on top of you type of feeling. I haven't seen the Buckeyes in that situation in a while.
And hell hath no fury like a perturbed Ty Tucker, who will see that performance and certainly have a word or two for his guys in between the singles and doubles. Now, in the meantime, I believe we have the Baylor Bear singles courts all set up. And if we do, let's start over there on court number 1. If we do, if not, you know what we're going to do here? Super producer Daniel Westoff, I apologize. We're going to take 5 minutes to make sure all of our cameras are set. We will be back, though, with our nightcaps for now for the fantastic Mark Bay, our super producer Daniel Westoff. I'm Alex Gruskin. You are watching the ITA Division I Men's National Team Indoor Championships presented by Cracked Racquets. Well, here is something we have not said very frequently this 2022 season. Baylor and Ohio State, your top 2 seeds at this National Indoor Championship, drop the doubles point trail 1-0 heading to singles play. And that's where we pick up our coverage. Alex Gruskin joined by the great, the coach, Mark Bay here, as of course we continue night number 1 of the 2022 Division I Men's ITA National Team Indoor Championships presented by Crack Racquets. And right now, just an update for all of you tuning in at home. We are well aware of some technical difficulties over at the Seattle Tennis Club. No cameras right now in that Ole Miss 1-0 lead over Baylor. But I can inform all of you, Baylor has come out swinging in singles. They're up a break 4-2 at 2, 3-2 at 3. 4-1 at 4, 5-love at 5, on serve on courts 1 and 6 as well. With that in mind, we pick things up here at court number 1, Mark Bay. Right now, again, if you are Ohio State, these first 10 minutes, you want to send a message to the rest of the field. Yeah, we dropped the doubles point. So be it. Your thoughts here as we head into singles.
I think that all these guys are going to play with some passion and some fighting. I think the crowd being a little bit more dispersed is helpful. I feel like it was like a bear on their back, and it's strange because you would say, okay, well, Ohio State's played all these strong teams. They just haven't played a great crowd on the road. So it was some newness to that experience, and clearly they should be good enough to handle that, but they'll respond. The energy and their ability to fight. Really, what this is going to boil down to is a little longer night than maybe we expected. I think that they'll come fighting back. Maybe the Huskies have a couple positions. I think 1 and 3 for the Huskies could be maybe their best bets at trying to stir the pot. Davis is the only guy that actually has played in national indoors.
Sure.
When they hosted here the last time. So he's the only one that's had this experience. All these other guys are new. And this guy here at 6 looks like he's 15 years old. I guess he's only 17. I mean, he's baby face, looks like he hasn't shaved yet.
Now, talking to some people in the crowd in between singles and doubles, one of their biggest takeaways, how young this Washington team looks in comparison to these Buckeyes who have all spent ample amount of time in that weight room in Columbus. But here, let's run you through players we have on screen. And again, as soon as we get an update when those cameras are back up at the Seattle Tennis Club, we'll check it out. But here, Mate Votzel. Off to a quick start. 1-love, 15-40. He's got 3 breakpoint chances here against Superstar Junior here for Washington. Clement Shidek of France. Shidek, one of the breakout stars of the fall. Semifinals, I believe, at the Fall All-American. Quarterfinals, I want to say, at the Fall Nats. Doesn't overwhelm you with anything, Mark, but super smooth athlete.
Capable of hitting shots from anywhere. Very disciplined guy. I'd just like to see what the X's and O's are in this match. How is he being coached to play Votzel off the ground? That's what's a little bit interesting for me, and I like to see how some of these early rallies go. Big time.
It's the opening break, and you hear the roar from Mate Votzel. He takes a 1-love lead on court number 1. Let's go to court number 2 now as we introduce our players here across the board. Cannon Kingsley, All-American for the Buckeyes, has been so good here since losing his very first match of the season to Xavier. Kind of expected to see Kingsley at that number 1 spot, just given his results on the year. But of course, you look between the two. Mate Votzel, by the way, 7-0 in dual matches, 17-3 overall. Cannon Kingsley, 6-1 in dual matches, 9-2 overall. Of course, 4.
And I listened to your interview with him after he talked about that Xavier loss. That was a very mature interview he gave you. Understanding that those things happen and you have to be motivated and work harder. He feels that he's had a very good response since then.
Of course, for Kingsley today. Taking on freshman Ewan Lumsden here. Oh, excuse me, not freshman. Senior Ewan Lumsden. Look here. Hold for Lumsden 4-1 all. You look for this Washington team. They've yet to drop a point at the number 1 or 2 singles spot. They've only dropped 3 points all year long. And again, it's been a bit of a cupcake schedule. No denying that.
But now it's an undefeated schedule and a doubles point on the Buckeyes.
So let's play some transitive property, right? Washington beats Ohio State in doubles. Ohio State beats everyone in doubles. Washington loses to Boise State in doubles. So Boise State's number 1 in the country, Mark. That's what I learned here today.
Yeah,
that's how it works, right?
That does not translate. Transitive does not translate to college doubles. Nice try, though, Alex. I appreciate it, and so do your freshman math teachers.
You want to hear grabs proof? I'm still really good at that. A, B, B, C. You know.
It's a good effort, man. I think at the 2 position here, Kingsley likes to pound through people.
For sure.
But Lumsden is fast, and he does a nice job of covering the court. So how will Kingsley actually finish the points? Will he finish it with a power ground stroke from a good court position, or will Kingsley have to come all the way in? That's what's interesting to me in this one.
Very good question.
I think Lumsden's going to make him work.
Of course, Cannon, to your point, again, made his first couple of futures finals here this fall. Talks openly about his pro aspirations. Again, regardless of opponent, he wants to play at 1 speed. That's fast, it's early, that's on the rise, +1 tennis. Dare I say, a pro style of play. It's a nice overhead.
3-0 Votzel, 2-0 Tracy,
and let's
3-0 Robert Cash.
No, Buckeyes have come out swinging as anticipated. Let's go to court number 3 now. This is, I suppose, silver lining here. If you're Washington, is the strong start from Jack Davis. The senior up 2-1, 15-40 now. The service game up, transfer from Oklahoma, Jake Van Emberg.
Well, it's always difficult to, even if you lose a doubles point, it's difficult to sit out like Jake does and take in, emotionally take in the loss of a doubles point, and then clearly the tough speech that happened after that doubles point moving into the singles. And I'm going to tell you, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. In the Midwest, we have a tournament called the Baird Cup and the Davis Cup, and I've coached that for 18, 19 years, and I've only lost 1 doubles point on the girls' side.
Sure.
And the time that we lost it, I definitely did have a few words with them. And they probably were a little stern.
No, for sure.
So and they responded well. I backed off and went inside the building at Atkins and didn't come out for a while, and We have 5 and 6 first sets already up a break quickly. So sometimes you have to have the tough love speech. The hardest thing is to know when your players are having the Darth Vader feeling when you're around.
Sure.
And if they're not breathing and playing and handling it, then that's when you have to really, as a coach, know when to just be positive and back off and smile and get them to be engaged. Because, of course, everyone wants to win. Everything that you do is about winning. But for sure, with the number one pressure and the tag that's on the Buckeyes back, I don't think this is the way Coach Ty wanted to start this, but this is where we are.
This might be a nice wake-up call. That ball called wide. Call confirmed?
Not sure. It looked a little wide. But
yeah.
We're far. That's the farthest place in the building from us.
Call confirmed from Jack Davis. Call confirmed from the chair umpire. So Jack Davis gets the break 4-3-1. If we can, let's go over to let's stick here, actually, as we've got some changeovers elsewhere. But you're right. I mean, Buckeyes have come out swinging here in singles. And it does, as you see here again, Davis serving now up 3-1 on Van Emberg. Worth noting, Van Emberg's been in and out of the lineup with some injury issues. We also saw him yesterday, Coach Bay, take a pretty nasty spill in practice.
Yeah, he's just running for a wide ball, but he went right into the tarp, actually over there on the court that he's on. He was limping around for a little bit, but it seems like he's okay. And that's for sure you learn how to play a little sore and tough it out as a Buckeye, because the way they practice is harder than some teams actually play full dual matches.
That slip and fall was actually the third best injury he sustained during the practice. There was, of course, the peg session at the start, just drilling one another in that doubles drill. But now here 15 off. We can. Let's go over to court number 4, where I'm going to give the match 52 minutes. And that's not to be disrespectful to the Washington Huskies. Han Chi Lin here. Of course, you look for Han Chi Lin, sophomore out of Chinese Taipei. But it's more a testament to JJ Tracy. Number 4 singles here for the Bucks. Quarterfinals of the Fall Nationals. Quarterfinals of the All-Americans. Top 20 player in the country legitimately. We talked to enough sources in Columbus. They'll tell you Tracy's the best player on the Buckeyes roster this season. Now, again, that's subject to opinion, but it speaks to the quality of JJ Tracy, who has raced out to a 3-love lead mark.
And talking to Coach Tucker about Tracy, he just feels that not only does he work hard, he says he plays smart. So some people play hard but don't play smart. He says that he doesn't have a ball without a purpose. All his balls factor into either how he's breaking the other guy down or how he's creating balls for his own strength. And that's a great compliment from one of the tougher critics.
Absolutely. And I'd point out summer of 2020, you see a big ball there from Lynn down the line. Summer of 2020, we saw JJ Tracy at one of our Cracked Racquets summer events. He wins the ITA summer event. He's playing there, and you could just tell right away he had the speed, the smoothness, the fluidity. The forehand's an obvious weapon, but I'll tell you what's changed this offseason. He's put on 5 to 10 pounds of muscle. That is now, he has gone from boy to man.
Because I feel that there's a distinct difference. The last time I really watched him carefully, NCAAs and the Big Ten, sort of the late April, early, middle May stage of last year, I would say he's for sure a lot different. You can see it in his legs, you can see it in his face, you can see it in his shoulders, the extra work that he's done off the court.
Guy who just loves that grind, and you see him here 15-30. Boy, Buckeyes now up everywhere by a break except court 3. Whatever the speech was, Coach Tucker, we need it before day 2 of our broadcast. There's another winner down the line from Tracy. 3 break point chances for a 4-love lead. You know what So for those of you who tuned in a little bit earlier, Georgia knocked off 4-3 by Wake Forest. Dramatic finish at the end. It was Filippo Moroni earning a 3-set win at 4 singles. You know what Filippo Moroni's reward will be for winning that 3-set marathon match at 4? Very
JJ
likely
Tracy.
a matchup with JJ Tracy, Coach.
Yeah, that's.
You hope they let him get like McDonald's or something in between, something to celebrate.
I told you,
Not
like
McDonald's,
I said before, he better be in the ice bath. Right
Yeah. Hate ice baths.
I would hate him too, but this is the only tournament, Alex,
It's
where you
4
play the
days in a row.
best competition in the country 4 consecutive days, 4 consecutive matches. No other situation, unless you were just a miraculous
Sure. NCAA.
Michigan State in the Big Ten winning 4 days in a row.
Sure.
You know, if somebody in a conference tournament that's a very low seed going for the hard way against the top, which never happens. So, yeah, this is the only time where it's a locked-in battle royale 4 days in a row to walk out of here with the title.
And we've gone back to the super region format too. So legitimately Sweet 16 now, not even the same weekend
That's right.
as the Elite 8 come the NCAA tournament. Court love here, Tracy, on 4. Let's go over to court number 5 now. Again, just want to introduce all the players. Meanwhile, again, we do apologize for those of you tuning in for Baylor, Mississippi coverage. Baylor, 3 first sets on the board. Looks like they may sweep as well, all 4. Just the cameras not where we need them to be. Don't want to compromise our broadcast here. Want to provide a proper product for all of you college tennis fans. That's why we're sticking here at the Nordstrom Tennis Center, but we're well aware of the fact Baylor Bears dropping that doubles point. They have responded in singles as well. Stick around here. We're at the number 5 spot. James Trotter. I mean, to have Trotter at 5, a guy with over 50 wins in his college career in the dual match format, and just he's played as high as number 3 in the lineup for the Buckeyes earlier in his career. You go back to the 2020 ITA National Indoors.
He
Playing 4 for them then.
When I first saw him at Chicago National Indoors,
Yeah.
Ty said, Mark, watch this guy. He's going to be able to serve 130. He's just loose and he's got a fast twitch. And I looked at that. But then he was hitting a 2-hander at that point.
Yeah.
And then they switched him to a 1-hander. And so he's playing a 1, which is, I just don't see too often that somebody is, without an injury, meddling with a 2 versus a 1 at a collegiate level situation, but that's what happened. And he's translated and handled it well. And he's
See that
just such a
forehand.
liable. Well, when he gets his arms free, that's the beauty of limbs, right? It doesn't matter if Pete Sampras or whoever, a big guy with a lot of reach that knows how to naturally use his body and his limbs can get a ton of power.
I'm also pretty sure Coach Tucker was just bored. And he's like, what if we gave Trotter a 1-hander? And Crow was like, done. Let's do it. Like, let's get to the drawing board. Meanwhile, again, Trotter looks like he's 2 points away from a 5-1 lead. Meanwhile, let's go to court 6. Robert Cash, 2 points away from offering up a little Friday night bagel action.
Oh, wow.
For us here in the booth. And let's go. No, let's stay here for now. Excuse me. Five love, 30 love. That's good. Good stuff here. And I apologize in advance. Sejar. I want to say Buchelheim.
Yeah, it's a
Still
fun
waiting
one.
on that SID pronunciation. I do apologize if I butchered that one.
He is very good. These points that he's playing with Cash are good. Cash is just big and physical and strong and is not going to let any of there's not going to be any doubt after what happened in that doubles match It's going to be an excitement here with relative to the score.
Now, third year Robert Cash, now a veteran's veteran. It feels like that's always, by the way, when those Buckeyes made that push, right? You think of the Kevin Metcas of the world. You think of the Peter Kobelts of the world going back in time, the big serving, aggressive Buckeyes. Year 3 with Coach Tucker, you start to see those results manifest themselves. 6 love bagel for the Buckeyes at 6. Meanwhile,
well, it's the fitness and the ability.
And if
to
we can, I apologize. It's the court 5 right now. James Trotter serving for the setup 5-1. Go on, I apologize.
The fitness, the extra training, the kids that choose
the summers,
the kids that live in Ohio that can stay there and go out and practice whenever they want. Take a summer school class and just hit. Optional how much hitting you want to do, but I think Cash has been a guy that's wanted to get out there and just put the extra time in, and it's shown.
Robert Cash, Ty Tucker's dream sort of student. Just here's this blob of clay, shape it into what you want. Coach Tucker has done that. 6 love set. For the Buckeyes on 6. Meanwhile, again, looking to make it 3 quick sets here. Let's go split screens, court 4 and 5. Trotter serving forward up 5-1. JJ Tracy, 5 love lead at 4. Actually, scrap the split screen. Here's a development if you're a Husky fan. Let's go to court 3 right now. Or again, this is the bright spot. Senior Jack Davis. Part of that 6-3 win at the number 1 double spot. Has stayed on his court, has the senior. Now 2 set points. Put a set on the board. More Washington. You go big here on the second. I mean, he can see the scoreboard everywhere. Might as well play loose and aggressive.
No.
No?
You kick it in and look for a forehand.
It's a good call. That's why I call you coach, coach. So first set, it's Jack Davis, the senior, at number 3. Let's go back to court number 5. Set points for James Trotter, 5-1, 40-30.
That's a lot of heaviness. That forehand is coming hot.
And that's 2 first sets on the board now for the Buckeyes. Let's go to court number 4. Well, right now, JJ Tracy going to serve forward up 5-1. If you're just joining us, I don't know, 300 people? Somewhere between 2 and 3?
Yeah, somewhere between 2 and 3.
200 and 300 people here at the Nordstrom Tennis Center tonight to take in this Washington match. Washington rode that energy all the way to the doubles point. Take victories at the number 1 and 2 positions. Knock off the number 1 and 2 teams in the country to do it. And I got to give a shout out. I had someone on Twitter agree with me, and I thank all of you watching in today who have commented in our comment section, tweeted at me at AL Gruskin. Tyler, also known as at Johnny Two Legs, not going to tell you where those legs are, at Johnny Two Legs, Boise State number 1 doubles in the country. He agrees with me, Coach. And if Johnny Two Legs says it, you know it's right.
I'm happy Johnny has 2 legs.
Meanwhile, again, JJ Tracy. Serving here 5-1, 15 love.
I'm just not a subscriber to the 6 degrees of indirect
No, of
separation.
course not. Except for when it comes to me. So I've beaten someone who's someone traced this out in my life. I'm not going to say who, Arko Joshi. And we can get to the 6 degrees of separation between us and a win over Fed.
Oh, gosh, that's a good effort.
Yeah, it comes back to like a age 11 win. $30 love here for JJ Tracy. Again, has cruised through this first set. Tell you about the 30 love lead. If you're JJ Tracy there, and you can see, I think if you're Coach Tucker now, after the response here in this 30 minutes, no malaise for these Buckeyes. Let's win big, let's win fast, let's get to that hotel room and rest.
Well, who knows? It could be an extra practice tonight.
We're going to walk out the outdoor center. They're going to be practicing doubles.
No, it's not funny. Hopefully,
First of all, let me be clear.
Go home.
We're poking fun at this because Coach Tucker, a close friend of our program here at Cracked Racquets, of course Coach Tucker's going to let these guys rest up. He's well aware winner of this match has Wake Forest early tomorrow. It's a set. 6-1 JJ Tracy. So 6-1, 6-1, 6 love. Those were your scores at the bottom three singles positions. Tell me the Buckeyes aren't coming out fired up. Meanwhile, Washington has gotten the break back at 2. So it's 3-4 there. Of course, they took that 6-1 first set. Now up a break. 6-1, 1 love at 3. So let's head over to court number 1 right now, where it's 5-2 Mate Votzel over Clement Shidek. Only one break of serve for Votzel over the Frenchman.
Yeah, that's been close. The points have been highly contested. Votzel is doing a wonderful job. Just taking his forehand and spotting some big targets until he wants to take a narrow one. It's a very high level there. He's showing a lot of emotion. But I mentioned in the beginning, I thought 2 and 3 were going to be the tricky positions just because at 2, even though he doesn't have a big serve, I think Rumsen is just quick enough to make Kingsley have to play one more shot. And sometimes that's enough to get you some unforced errors.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of stage 4 out here, and some people have lost the first sets but won the first game, the second on the Husky end.
What about that here? So again, Mate Votzel gonna look to make it a 4th first set. And by the way, again, that is still what we're looking for here if you're the Buckeyes. Yes, you dropped the doubles point. Gotta find 4 singles wins here. You feel pretty good about the back of the lineup, but you need one of these top 3. Doesn't look like it's going to be Van Emberg for now. Can it be the leaders, Votzel and Kingsley? Have had so much success at the top of the lineup. You see Mate Votzel. A word to Coach Justin Kronagi.
He has to stay in that zone where he's loading and moving through. A little old school, kind of almost not Eastern with the way he sort of drives through the forehand. So he pulls up a little bit, the ball may fly on him. Yeah, that's a little better. intentionally shaping some of those forehands there. Yeah, I like that better. Oh, he missed it.
I really like that point from Clement Shedak, though.
Oh, it was a good movement.
So
he
well.
created a nice opening there. Just didn't take care of business once he got forward. I'm not sure, looking at Van Embo, if he's just not sort of into it. Yeah, he's just not really there tonight. I don't feel like I've watched and it appears that he might be hampered or maybe playing compromised physically. I just think he wasn't in the doubles point, didn't get any physical playing momentum, and Davis has come out and played a nice match. He hasn't been able to find his way in yet.
It's a really nice cleanup there from Monte Votzel. So 30 all. And again, Buckeyes right now, 3 first sets in the bag. They sweep 4, 5, and 6, drop just 2 games on their way to those 3 sets. It's big serving from Votzel, who's yet to lose a dual match this season. He now has 2 set points here. That's Clement Shedak. Ooh. Shedak with the ripper down the line. So now deuce point, set point, break pointer, as we call it here at Cracked Racquets. The triple threat, Coach Bay.
Yeah, that's a great name for it.
Triple threat.
A lot of different things going on at once. What's the choice here? Big body?
Shedak.
Wow, that's big time.
And he lets out a roar, loving this Husky crowd, giving them something to cheer for. So, okay. No first set yet. Washington hanging around here on court 1. Let's go over to court number 2. And while we go to court number 2, I appreciate that super producer Daniel Westoff beats me to the punch on the side of your screen right now. Scoreboard over at Baylor Ole Miss. You look for the Baylor Bears. They end up taking first sets off the board. Now tiebreaker right now at number 4 between Miladinovich and Engelhardt. But if you're a Baylor Bear fan, you're feeling a little better now. Finn Bass at number 5 singles, 6-1, 5-1 lead there. Sven La, Matthias Soto already up break, 6-2, 2-1 at 3, 6-3, 3-1 at 2. Veterans getting the job done for the Bears. Mizuchi's up a set and a break at 6.
We definitely see the path to 4.
Sure.
But over here, strangely enough, where's your 4th point if you're the Buckeyes?
It's probably through one of those top 2 courts, right? And that's the question, and that's why we stay here
It's airtight there.
On court number 2, Cannon Kingsley. Nice pass up the line. 4:30-15, and yeah. There's Lumsden, Shedak. Obviously the effort from Davis at number 3. Top 3 showing up here for Seattle. And you know who else took doubles in top 3? Turning an upset victory? Texas Longhorns earlier today over Florida.
Big time.
So we've seen it. And college tennis, listen to the history. You can always hear it echoing, right?
while at the same time, there's
Still a lot of projection, though, obviously.
there's just such it's such an art form. Each match has its own storyline, and it unfolds and develops and twists and turns. It's a great product. It really is.
I don't know. I'm not sold. I'm out on college tennis.
No, I'm sold.
I'm very sold.
It's great, great, great sport. But for those on the East Coast that thought they were going to bed early,
no, no, no.
It's tough. It's a Friday night.
Nowhere else I'd rather be.
That's right.
And that's why I'm single.
A lot of people are still watching.
Hopefully some of them are single too. That's what I'm banking on. Meanwhile, Kingsley holds 4-5-4 on court number 2. Let's go back to number 1. We're looking. And we pick things up, just in time for some spice. Yeah. Coach Crow, Mate Votzel.
Yeah, Coach Crow tells it like it is. He's not a man of a lot of words, but he's a man of words that count. Listen to Crow, and he's been there for a long time. Part of the Buckeye coaching tree. So many have done well.
Ball on line, though. Clemens Shedek with the hold 4-5 all. Meanwhile, again, Buckeyes still up comfortably at those 4, 5, and 6 positions. Jake Davis of Washington now up a set and a break at 3. Let's go to court number 2. I really like this comment from Mike Catherine, and I apologize if Catherine, I apologize. Mike points out this. He goes, college tennis is what Davis Cup strives to be. It's a great take, Mike. It's a great take.
It's a great, great comment.
We appreciate all of you joining us in the chat. Joining us here on the stream.
Yeah, lots of people checking in from all over.
Of course.
Coley Allen checked in.
I like
Lady Buckeyes beat Kentucky 5-2. Coley got the job done. She was 2-1 over there with you at Wisconsin.
No, she played well. Buckeyes in general, a couple of highway robbery victories.
Oh, beating Florida and Auburn, getting some
really
SEC
impressive.
Victories before.
No doubt
Good job
about that.
for Coach Melissa and Coach Cohen and Lady Bucks.
Should have seen the face Coach Schaub made after that Florida win, after they stole it. Closest the coach has ever come to taking the mic and dropping an F-bomb. Just kidding, Coach Schaub. Obviously, you see here.
With that synergy of having men and women's program both doing well, it's great.
Absolutely.
And how big was the men's Longhorns cheering for the Lady Longhorns in that NCAA final? It was big.
Oh, absolutely. Talk about schools that have won national championships in recent years. Florida, recently is 2017 with the women, obviously last year with the men. Texas, 2019 for the men, last year for the women. I agree. The more, the merrier. Whew. Meanwhile, if we can pop over to court number 1, just quickly here. I want to see if we can check that out. Oh, you didn't get to see it. All right, so we'll go back to Coach Anger. Apologies for the pun. Letting out some anger. Did not like a couple of calls made there by Monte Votzel. Gave the full shrug, hand wave to the chair umpire on one. Keep our eye on that. Meanwhile, again here, 3 game points. Washington tries to stay the course here. 2 game points.
That's a good shot there. Great inside out, inside in combo. And that's a set point for Kingsley.
And that's what he does best. That forehand, the staple of his success. So deuce point, set point. You asked me what's the pathway to 4? Cannon Kingsley can open it up right here.